branch and territorial scale, the labor expended on the production and transport of commodities can be reduced. Extensive specialization of industrial enterprises with the application of mass even flow production makes it possible to organize the production of articles on a mass scale, to introduce advanced techniques widely, to rationalize the organization of industry and so to raise the productivity of labor to a considerable extent. The economic importance of specialization in production can be shown by the following data. At a specialized factory the cost of producing a 12x 60 mm bolt is 10 kopecks, but in mechanized workshops making consumer goods it is 1 ruble 40 kopecks, i.e., 14 times more expensive. Further, the specialized factory greatly economizes metal in the manufacture of the bolts. In the automobile industry the production of a standard tool costs 4 times as much as it does at a specialized tool works. The socialist organization of labor based on conscious discipline and comradely cooperation among the workers and payment for labor according to quantity and quality provides great opportunities for raising the productivity of labor. Further improvement in the organization of labor, combating stoppages, strengthening discipline, bringing more order into industry, improving the fixing of norms and payment for labor is a great reserve for raising the productivity of labor. A constant increase in the level of technical efficiency and industrial skill of the workers is an important condition for a steady rise in the productivity of labor. Modern techniques require highly skilled workers capable of making and operating complicated machines. To ensure a steady rise in the productivity of labor, constant attention must be paid to training cadres, improving the quality of training to the utmost in accordance with the rapid progress of technical equipment and the technology of production. Under socialism, the development of the creative initiative of the workers in improving technique and organizing production, which finds expression in socialist emulation, is a powerful driving force in raising the productivity of labor. For a further rise in labor productivity, socialist emulation needs to be more widely developed. The initiative of the foremost industrial workers and innovators must have the fullest support, and their advanced experience should be persistently popularized in order that the achievements of the foremost workers may be mastered by the workers as a whole. Brief conclusions. 1. Socialism has freed the workers from exploitation and has replaced work in subjection to the exploiters by free labor for oneself, for the whole of society. Labor in socialist society has a creative character, and is organized in a planned way on a nationwide scale. But labor in socialist society has not yet become life's prime need for all people, and requires material incentive. Socialist society exercises strictest supervision of the measure of work and remuneration of each worker. 2. In socialist society, labor is an obligation and a matter of honor for every able-bodied member of society. In the socialist system of national economy, unemployment has been abolished, and the right of all members of society to work has been put into effect. In socialist economy, the continuous growth of production is accompanied by a steady increase in the number of employed workers and the raising of their cultural and technical level. 3. In socialist society, the economic law of distribution according to work is applied. This requires distribution of material wealth in direct accordance with the quantity and quality of work done by each worker, equal pay for equal work, irrespective of the sex, age, race, or nationality of the working people. Payment for labor both in industry and agriculture is based on the requirements of this law. 4. Socialist cooperation of labor is the cooperation of workers freed from exploitation, and linked with one another by ties of fraternal cooperation. It is based on the highest techniques, and characterized by conscientious discipline and a new kind of management combining one-man control with the broad participation and activity of the masses. Socialist emulation is a most important feature of socialist cooperation, and is a motive force in the development of the socialist economy. 5. Socialism gives rise to a higher productivity of social labor than does capitalism. The steady growth of labor productivity is an economic law of socialism. Increasing labor productivity is a decisive condition for the continuous growth of socialist production and a rise in the welfare of the people. Chapter XXXII, Commodity Production, the Law of Value, and Money, in Socialist Society. The necessity for commodity production in socialist society, its characteristics. Commodity production is made necessary in socialist society by the existence of two basic forms of socialist production: state and collective farm. In state enterprises, both means of production and output are public property. In collective farms, means of production, such as draft and productive livestock, agricultural implements, farm buildings, and seeds, and the output collectively produced, are group or cooperative collective farm property. The basic and decisive means of production in agriculture, land and the MTS machines, are state property. Since the output of state enterprises belongs to the socialist state, and collective farm output belongs to the collective farms, exchange of goods through purchase and sale is the necessary form of economic connection between industry and agriculture. Here, as in all purchases and sales, the seller loses his right of ownership to the commodity, and the purchaser becomes its owner. Lenin pointed out that the economic essence of socialism is exchange of the products of large-scale, socialized, industry for peasant products. Lenin, Plan of the Pamphlet on the Tax in Kind, Works, 4th Russian edition, Volume XXXII, p. 308, and that commodity exchange is a check on the correctness of the relationship between industry and agriculture, the working class and peasantry. Lenin's statements remain true for the whole of the first phase of communism. The Soviet state acquires food for the urban population and raw material for industry mainly from collective farms and their members through regular commodity exchange, through compulsory purchase at fixed prices and voluntary purchase by contract, at higher prices. Collective farms and their members in their turn can obtain the money they need to acquire the output of industry only by selling their own marketable output to the state, to cooperatives, and on the collective farm market. Thus agricultural produce and raw materials acquired from the collective farm sector by the state and the cooperatives by compulsory purchase or by contract are commodities, and so are agricultural products sold by collective farms and their members in collective farm markets. Industrial products, mostly consumer goods, produced by state enterprises and purchased by collective farms and their members, are also commodities. Inasmuch as manufactured and agricultural consumer goods are commodities, the urban population also acquires them through purchase and sale. In this case there is a transfer of commodities from state and cooperative ownership, or from the private ownership of collective farmers, to the private ownership of the workers and other employees. In socialist economy, commodity production is commodity production of a special kind, without private ownership of the means of production, without capitalists. In the main it is carried on by united socialist producers, the state, collective farms, the cooperatives. The means of production are socially owned, and the system of hired labor and the exploitation of man by man is abolished. These decisive economic conditions confine commodity production in socialist economy within definite limits. It cannot turn into capitalist production, and serve socialist society. In socialist society, commodity production is not as unlimited and universal in its scope as it is under capitalism. The area of operation of commodity production and circulation is limited mainly to consumer goods. Labor power is not a commodity. The land and natural resources are state property and cannot be bought or sold. State enterprises cannot be bought and sold, and may be transferred from one state organization to another only by special permission. This includes works, factories, mines, arid power stations, and their fixed productive stocks, machinery, buildings, installations, etc. They are therefore not commodities, not objects of sale or purchase. Means of production produced in the state sector, such as machines, machine tools, metal, coal, oil, etc., are chiefly distributed among state enterprises. The national economic plans provide for the allocation to each enterprise of definite material funds appropriate to its production program. The enterprises producing these funds supply them to the consuming enterprises on the basis of contracts between the two parties. When means of production are transferred to a particular enterprise, the socialist state remains their full owner. Directors of enterprises who receive means of production from the socialist state in no way become their owners, they are simply agents of the state, invested with the function of utilizing the means of production in accordance with state plans. The main agricultural machines, such as tractors and combine harvesters, are not sold to the collective farms but are concentrated in the machine and tractor stations, which are state enterprises and serve the collective farms with the assistance of these means of production. The means of production bought by the industrial cooperatives, collective farms and collective farmers, motor vehicles, equipment for the social farming of the collective farm, cement, iron, bricks, coal, timber for building, the simplest agricultural machines and tools are all commodities. The means of production sold to foreign states are also commodities. In these cases, purchase and sale, an exchange in the ownership of the commodities, takes place. Thus, the means of production manufactured by state enterprises and distributed within the state sector are essentially not commodities. Since, however, consumer goods, agricultural raw materials and part of the means of production are commodities, while socialist economy represents a single whole in which all parts are interconnected, the means of production, which circulate inside the state sector, also retain the commodity form. This is reflected in the fact that the means of production are expressed in the money form of value, which is necessary for the realization of economic accounting, stock-taking, and calculation. Use value and value of a commodity in socialist economy. Products which are made and realized as commodities in socialist society have a use value, created by concrete labor, and a value, created by abstract labor. In other words, a commodity has a twofold character in socialist society determined by the twofold character of the labor embodied in the commodity. The twofold character of labor in socialist society radically differs from the twofold character of labor in simple commodity production and in capitalist economy. The contradictions between private and social labor which are typical of commodity production based on private property do not exist in socialist society. As stated above, labor in a socialist economy is not private but directly social labor. Society plans the process of production, the distribution of labor among different branches of the national economy and among particular enterprises. In view of all this, commodity fetishism is overcome in socialist economy, and social relations between men do not assume the deceptive form of relations between things. But in socialist economy there are differences in the directly social nature of labor in state enterprises and that in the collective farms, which arise from the differences between the two forms of socialist ownership of the means of production. In state enterprises labor is socialized on a national scale, by virtue of which the product of labor, too, belongs to the whole of society in the shape of the socialist state. In the collective farms labor is socialized within the limits of the given agricultural artel, by virtue of which the products of labor, too, are the property of the artel. In addition, collective farmers use their labor on their personal auxiliary plot, which is of subordinate importance. Labor in the subsidiary husbandry is private labor, it is not directly social labor. The differences in the degree to which labor is socialized in state enterprises and collective farms, and the existence of commodity connections between state industry and the collective farms, due to the two forms of social ownership, make it impossible to express and compare directly, in the form of labor time, the social labor expended in producing the output of the state and collective farm sectors. This makes necessary the indirect reduction of the social labor expended on the production of industrial and collective farm output to a common expression and measure, by utilizing value and its forms. This is effected by reducing the various concrete forms of the labor of workers and collective farmers to their equivalent in abstract labor, which creates the value of a commodity. The socialist state in the process of planned management of the national economy takes into account both aspects of a commodity, its use value and its value. The state requires that its enterprises should produce particular forms of output, particular use values. Use value is of interest to the capitalist only as a bearer of value and surplus value, but in socialist economy the creation of use values and the improvement of the quality of output have an independent and very great importance, for production is carried on in the interests of the fullest possible satisfaction of the growing needs of the whole of society. In socialist economy, the value of a commodity is also of very substantial importance. The state plans production in money indices as well as in physical indices. Here the systematic reduction of the value of commodities which are produced, and the reduction of prices on this basis, plays a great part in ensuring the maximum satisfaction of the needs of society. In socialist economy, the antagonistic contradiction between use value and value with which is linked the possibility of crises of overproduction, does not exist. At the same time, a non-antagonistic contradiction between use value and value can arise under socialism as well. Socialist economy makes it fully possible to fulfill production plans in both monetary and physical terms. However, this possibility is not always realized. In the practical work of economic construction, the contradiction between use value and value is revealed, for example, in cases of excessive amount of a commodity, when a commodity cannot be sold because of its low quality, because it does not correspond to the demand, and so on, or in cases where individual enterprises in a drive to turn out the more profitable sorts of articles fail to fulfill the plan as regards range and quality of production. Contradictions of this kind are revealed and resolved in the course of the planned management of economy. In socialist economy there is a distinction between complex, skilled, and simple labor, and complex labor is expressed in terms of simple labor. The relation between complex and simple labor is taken into account in planning production, in fixing output standards, and in planning wages, when the payment for different skills, etc., is fixed. The magnitude of the value of commodities produced and realized in socialist economy is determined by the quantity of socially necessary labor time expended on producing them. Socially necessary labor time means the average labor time expended by the enterprises which produce the bulk of output in the branch concerned. The socially necessary time is a quantity which has an objective existence. The socially necessary labor time expended on producing a unit of a commodity determines the social value of the commodity. The time actually expended in producing a unit of a commodity in particular enterprises is the individual labor time which determines the amount of the individual value of a commodity in each of these enterprises. Under capitalism, socially necessary time is formed blindly, behind the backs of the commodity producers. In socialist economy, the state, basing itself on objective economic conditions and on the requirements of the economic laws of socialism, plans the growth of labor productivity and the reduction of production costs, and fixes standards for the expenditure of labor and materials in each enterprise. In this planned way it uses its influence to reduce the quantity of socially necessary time used in producing a commodity. Under capitalism, the contradiction between individual and socially necessary labor time is antagonistic in character. Enterprises at a more advanced technical level receive surplus profit, keep their technical improvements secret, and thus defeat, ruin and destroy their competitors. In socialist economy, the contradiction between the individual time expended at particular enterprises and the socially necessary labor time is not antagonistic in character. Commercial secrecy is unknown in socialist economy. In consequence, it is possible for the technical achievements of more advanced enterprises to be quickly spread to all enterprises in the branch of the economy concerned, and thus socialist economy as a whole is improved. Progressive standards of expenditure of labor and materials, the fixing of which takes into account the experience of more advanced enterprises, are an important means by which the socialist state exercises a planned influence on the quantity of socially necessary time. They pave a great mobilizing importance, as they encourage economic managements and the mass of working people to seek out methods by which production can be rationalized, new technology brought into use, labor productivity raised and output costs lowered. After these progressive standards have been reached by a majority of enterprises, producing the greater part of the total output, they begin to coincide with socially necessary labor outlays and cease to be progressive. However, the more advanced enterprises have meanwhile again reduced labor outlays on production. On the basis of the experience of the more advanced enterprises, new progressive standards of labor outlays are fixed, and, by achieving these, socially necessary time is again reduced. All this helps to speed up technical progress and the rapid development of the productive forces of socialist society. The nature of the operation of the law of value in socialist economy. The law of value continues to operate in socialist economy to the extent that commodity production and circulation still exist. The economic structure of socialism confines the operation of the law of value within strict limits. The means of production in town and country are socialized, and the sphere of operation of commodity production and circulation is restricted. The role of the law of value is limited by these factors, by the operation of the economic laws of socialism, primarily the law of planned development of the national economy, by the planning of the national economy, and in general by all the economic activity of the socialist state. The law of value in socialist economy cannot be the regulator of production. As already shown, the regulator of socialist production is the law of planned, proportional development. In building enterprises and even in establishing whale branches of production, the socialist state is guided not by the urge to make profit but by the requirements of the basic economic law of socialism and the law of planned development of the national economy. If the law of value functioned as the regulator of production, the most profitable branches and light industrial enterprises would be the first to develop in socialist society, and heavy industrial enterprises, which were very important from the point of view of the interests of national economy but which temporarily might be unprofitable, would have to close down. However, in the USSR enterprises which are at first unprofitable, or show only a small profit, are not closed down if they are necessary to the national economy, they are continued and subsidized, although at the same time steps are taken to make them profitable. In contradistinction to capitalism, where the law of value operates as a blind farce dominating man, the operation of the law of value in socialist economy is known, taken into account and utilized by the state in the practice of planning the national economy. The sphere of operation of the law of value in socialist economy covers primarily the circulation and exchange of commodities, mainly consumer goods. In this sphere the law of value retains the function of a regulator to a certain limited extent. The regulating role of the law of value in the sphere of commodity circulation is revealed first and foremost through prices. When planning prices, the socialist state takes into account and uses the influence of the law of value. The problem of securing a sound economic basis for the planning of prices is of great importance for the development of the national economy. In the problem of prices all the main economic and therefore, the political problems of the Soviet state intersect, questions of establishing correct relations between the peasantry and the working class, and of achieving an interconnected and interdependent development of agriculture and industry. Questions of securing real wages and of strengthening the Chervonets one, all these came up against the problem of prices. Resolution of the Central Committee of the CPSU. B. February 1927. The CPSU in resolutions and decisions of its congresses, conferences, and Central Committee meetings, pt. 2, 7th Russian edition, 1953, p. 225. In fixing prices, the state takes as its starting point that it is necessary for enterprises to make a certain amount of profit, and it takes into account the quantity of particular commodities and their importance in the economy, and it uses prices to stimulate the production of particular goods and to regulate the demand for them. The Soviet state consistently follows a policy of reducing prices of consumer goods in the interests of improving the welfare of the people. In fixing the prices of consumer goods, the state takes into account both their value expressed in money terms and the supply and demand of these commodities. If the supply and demand situation were ignored, demand would fall sharply for goods with especially high prices, and would be artificially raised for goods with very low prices. The regulating function of the law of value appears most fully on the collective farm market, where prices are formed on the basis of supply and demand. Price movements, moreover, influence the size and structure of commodity turnover on the collective farm market. But the socialist state has a tremendous economic influence on this market, since the bulk of all commodities are sold in the state and cooperative trading system at fixed planned prices. The regulating action of the law of value in the sphere of commodity circulation is kept within strict limits. In state and cooperative trade there is no free play of prices. The socialist state fixes the prices of commodities with certain deviations from the value of the commodities. In doing so it proceeds primarily from the fact that the basic economic law of socialism makes it necessary to ensure a constant expansion of industry on the basis of the high techniques for the purpose of satisfying the growing requirements of the whole of society. The state uses the price mechanism to fix proportions in the distribution of means among the branches that follow from the requirements of planned development of the national economy. The state, for example, by means of an appropriate price policy uses part of the incomes created by some branches to produce a rapid rise of other branches. The operation of the law of value is not limited to the sphere of commodity circulation. The law of value also influences socialist production. Through prices, the law of value influences collective farming output. The level of prices and the relationship between them, in accordance with which the collective farms and collective farmers sell their output, exert a substantial influence in materially stimulating the production of particular agricultural products. It is wrong, for example, to fix the same state purchase price for a ton of cotton and a ton of grain, failing to take into account the fact that the value of cotton is considerably greater than the value of grain. On the other hand, it is wrong to fix grain prices too low, as this would undermine the material interest of the collective farm and its members in producing grain, and would harm the development of grain farming. Thus, for example, economically sound state purchase prices were fixed for cotton and other industrial crops, and this promoted an increase in their production. On the other hand, low state prices over a certain period of time for compulsory purchases and purchases by contract of potatoes, vegetables, milk, meat, and grain, hindered their production. The state prices paid for these products were considerably increased in 1953-5, and this was a very important incentive to their increased production. The influence of the law of value on the light and food industries is connected with the fact that the consumer goods which these branches produce are commodities. The value of manufactured consumer goods includes the value of the raw material produced as a commodity by the collective farms. Part of the newly created value of consumer goods is used to replace outlays on money wages, and the remainder forms the income of the enterprise, received in money form. In addition, in the process of producing manufactured consumer goods, means of labor, such as lathes, machines, and factory buildings, are worn out. These are not actually commodities, but since all the other elements entering into the value of manufactured consumer goods are expressed in a money form of value, the means of labor, too, must be expressed and calculated in money. Although the means of production manufactured in the state sector and circulating within it are, essentially, not commodities, nevertheless insofar as they retain the commodity form they also possess the value form. In this sense one speaks of the value of the means of production, their cost of production, price, etc. Here it should be borne in mind that these categories conceal the relations of production of the state socialist sector which, in essence, do not have a commodity character. The fact of the matter is that in our socialist conditions economic development proceeds not by way of upheavals, but by way of gradual changes, the old not simply being abolished out of hand, but changing its nature in adoption to the new, and retaining only its form, while the new does not simply destroy the old, but infiltrates into it, changes its nature and its functions, without smashing its form, but utilizing it for the development of the new. Stalin, Economic Problems if Socialism in the USSR, p. 59. In socialist society the value form of the means of production is of great economic importance for the national economy. The law of value influences the production of means of production through consumer goods, which are needed to replace the expenditure of labor power. Consumer goods are commodities, and workers can get them only by buying them with money from their wages. Hence the money form of value has also to be used in the production of means of production, to keep account of all the other elements which, combined with wages, are included in the industrial output costs. The influence of the law of value on the production of the means of production and consumer commodities is manifested through the system of economic accounting, which is based on payment in money form for expenditure of labor, and which stimulates an increase in the productivity of labor, and lower costs and greater profitability of production. Knowledge of the operation of the law of value and ability to use it assists economic workers to manage production rationally, to improve methods of work consistently, and to find and make use of hidden reserves to increase output. The socialist state uses the law of value in carrying out control, through the financial and credit system, over industry and the distribution of the social product. The use of the law of value is of great importance in operating the economic law of distribution according to work. The money form of wages is the means of control over the measure of labor and over the measure of reward in socialist society. The restriction of the law of value, control over it, and its planned use are a tremendous advantage which socialism has over capitalism. It is thanks to this restriction that the operation of the law of value in the USSR is not accompanied by destructive consequences in the shape of crises, whereas under capitalism the law of value, despite the low rates of development of industry in the capitalist countries, leads to periodic crises of overproduction, to unemployment, and to the destruction of part of the productive forces. Money and its functions in socialist economy. The necessity of money in socialist society is determined by the existence of commodity production and the law of value. Before the socialist revolution, the socialists wrote that it is impossible to abolish money at once. A great many technical, and what is much more difficult and more important, organizational gains are necessary in order to abolish money. In order to abolish money, it is necessary to arrange the organization of the distribution of products for hundreds of millions of people, an affair of many years. Lenin, The Deception of the People by the Slogans of Equality and Freedom. Little Lenin Library, Volume 19, pages 26, 35-6. Money fundamentally changes its nature in being applied to the needs of the development of socialist economy. Under capitalism, money is turned into capital and is a means of appropriating the unpaid labor of other people. In socialist economy, on the other hand, money is a weapon of economic construction in the interests of the mass of the people in accordance with the requirements of the basic economic law of socialism. It is an expression of the socialist relations of production. Under socialism, money fulfills the role of universal equivalent in the national economy as a whole. The money form is used not only in the circulation of consumer goods and those means of production that are commodities, but also in the economic turnover of those means of production that are not essentially commodities but which retain the commodity form. The unity of socialist national economy, the indissoluble connection and relationship between the production of means of production and the production of articles of consumption, between state industry and collective farm production, requires a single measure to express and measure the social labor expended on the production of what is produced. In socialist economy, where two forms of socialist ownership exist, only money can be such a universal measure of social labor. Whereas under capitalism money serves as an instrument for the spontaneous calculation of social labor, a calculation that is made behind the back of the commodity producers through market fluctuations. In socialist economy, money is the economic instrument of the planned management of the economy, and serves in the production and distribution of the social product. Consequently, money in socialist society is the universal equivalent, the economic instrument for planning the national economy, the means used for universal accounting and control over the production and distribution of the social product, over the measure of labor and the measure of remuneration. The new nature of money under socialism is expressed in the fact that while the old form is retained, there is a change in the social content and the purpose of the functions of money compared with the functions of money under capitalism. Money has primarily the function of a measure of the value of commodities, i.e., it measures the social labor embodied in them. In the conditions of socialism, when two basic forms of socialist production exist, only a money form can be used to express the results of the economic activity of an enterprise, to compare the results of the work of enterprises and of branches producing different goods, and to measure the volume of output of branches of the economy and of the national economy as a whole. Since the means of production, although they are not commodities, retain the form of commodity and value, money in its function as a measure of value serves also as a means for keeping account of the social labor expended on means of production. Of course, only a monetary commodity which itself can have the function of a measure of value such as gold. In the Soviet Union and the other countries of the socialist camp, gold plays the part of universal equivalent. Soviet currency has a gold content, being tokens of gold. In socialist society, money can only fulfill the functions of a measure of the value of commodities by virtue of its connection with gold. Lenin connected the abolition of gold money with the victory of socialism on a world scale. He said, in the RSFSR, for the time being it is necessary to retain gold, sell it as dearly as possible and to buy goods with it as cheaply as possible. Lenin, on the significance of gold at present and after the complete victory of socialism, Works, Russian edition, Volume XXXIII, pages 89-90. Soviet money retains the historically derived connection with gold. On the basis that gold is a universal equivalent, the Soviet state fixed a gold content for the ruble in carrying out the currency reform of 1922-4. The gold content of the ruble was later fixed indirectly, by establishing an exchange rate for the Soviet ruble with first the franc and later the dollar. In 1950, in connection with the increased purchasing power of the ruble and the reduced purchasing power of the dollar and other capitalist currencies, the Soviet state fixed the gold content of the ruble directly, at 0.222168 grams of gold. The exchange rate of the ruble with other currencies was raised to correspond with its gold content. The Soviet state produces and accumulates gold as the universal money used for trading both with the countries of the capitalist world market and with the countries of the world market of the socialist camp. The Soviet state uses money, in its function as a measure of value, as a means for planned leadership, accounting, and control over the course of production and the distribution of the social product, as an instrument for carrying out economic accounting. Thus, for example, by comparing the planned and actual cost of production, the cause can be found why the actual cost of production is in excess of the planned cost and the necessary measures devised to reduce the cost of production and increase the profitability of the enterprise. In its function as a measure of value, money is used by the socialist state in the planning of prices. In socialist economy, price is the money expression of the value of commodities, and is established in a planned way. In socialist economy, money is also a pricing unit. In the Soviet Union, this unit is the ruble. In socialist economy, money has the function of a means of circulation of commodities. Money acts as a means of circulation in the purchase and sale of commodities. The function of money as a means of circulation is used to extend commodity turnover. Money in socialist economy has the function of a means of payment. Money acts as a means of payment when wages are paid out to workers and employees, when loans are borrowed and repaid by socialist enterprises, when taxes are paid, etc. The socialist state uses money in its function as a means of payment to supervise the work of socialist enterprises. For example, money is advanced to enterprises by the bank to the extent that they fulfill their production plan. The bank requires loans to be repaid promptly, and this provides an incentive to plan fulfillment by the enterprise, which will not be able to accumulate sufficient money to repay the loan without fulfilling the plan. In socialist economy, money has the function of a means of socialist accumulation and saving. State enterprises and collective farms keep their money in banks. The money incomes of enterprises and organizations, and their money which is temporarily not in use, are used for the needs of socialist accumulation, to extend production, to form reserves, and to meet the material and cultural needs of the population. As a result of the improvement in the well-being of the working people, their money savings are increasing. These are kept in savings banks. In socialist society, gold performs the functions of world currency. The gold reserve is mainly a state reserve fund of world currency. In foreign trade, gold as an instrument for buying and selling is a means of international accounting by the state. The stability of the Soviet currency is secured not merely by the gold fund, but primarily by the huge quantity of commodities in state hands which are released into the trade network at stable planned prices. In no capitalist country does money have such a reliable backing as in the Soviet Union. Brief conclusions. 1. Commodity production in socialist society is made necessary by the existence of two basic forms of socialist production, state and collective farm. Commodity production and commodity circulation are limited mainly to consumer goods. Commodity production in socialist society is commodity production of a special kind, without private ownership of the means of production, and without capitalists. It serves socialist society. 2. A commodity in socialist economy has use value created by concrete labor, and value created by abstract labor. The contradiction between private and social labor does not exist in socialist society. In socialist economy, both the creation of use values and the improvement of the quality of output and also systematic reductions in the value of commodities on the basis of the planned 1. Reduction of the socially necessary time spent on their production are of the utmost importance. 3. The sphere of operation of the law of value in socialist economy is limited. The law of value is not the regulator of production, but influences production and has a regulating influence on commodity circulation. The law of value is used in the process of the planned management of the national economy. The operation of the law of value is taken into account in the planning of prices. 4. Money in socialist economy is a universal equivalent, an economic instrument for planning the economy, a means for controlling and keeping account of the production and distribution of the social product, the measure of labor and consumption. Money has the function of a measure of value, a means of circulation, a means of payment, and a means of socialist accumulation and saving, a world currency. Soviet money is backed not only by the gold reserve but primarily by the mass of commodities which is concentrated in state hands and sold at state-planned prices. Notes. 1. The stable 10 ruble note, introduced by the Currency Reform of 1922-4 editor, English edition. Chapter XXXIII, The Material Production Basis of Socialism. Chapter XXXIII, Wages in Socialist Economy. Wages and the Economic Law of Distribution according to work. Lenin taught that socialism presupposes social labor accompanied by the strictest accounting, control, and supervision on the part of the organized vanguard, the most advanced section of the toilers. Moreover, it implies that standards of labor and the amount of remuneration for labor must be determined. Lenin, Report on Subotniks, delivered at the Moscow City Conference of the R.C.P. Selected Works, 12-volume edition, Volume 8, p. 239. The workers in state enterprises receive this remuneration for labor in the form of wages. Wages in socialist economy are by their very nature quite different from wages under capitalism. Since labor power has ceased to be a commodity in socialist society, wages are no longer the price of labor power. They express, not the relation between the exploiter and the exploited, but the relation between society as a whole, in the shape of the socialist state, and the individual worker who is working for himself and for his society. Since under capitalism wages are the price of labor power, they usually fluctuate, unlike the price of other commodities, below value. They do not always enable the workers to satisfy even the minimum of their requirements. With the abolition of the system of hired labor, the law of value of labor power has completely lost its validity as the regulator of wages. The basic economic law of socialism necessitates the maximum satisfaction of the constantly growing material and cultural requirements of the whole of society. The emancipation of wages from the limitations of capitalism enables them to be extended to that volume of consumption, which is permitted on the one hand, by the existing productivity of society, and on the other hand, required by the full development of the worker's, individuality. Marx, Capital, Volume 3, Kerr edition, p. 1,021. Real wages constantly rise in accord with the growth and perfecting of socialist production. The requirements of the basic economic law of socialism with regard to stimulating production and raising the well-being of the working people are given effect through the law of distribution according to work. In accordance with this law, each worker's share in the social product is determined by the quantity and quality of his work. Wages are one of the most important economic instruments through which each worker in socialist society is given a personal material interest in the results of his work. He who works more and better also receives more. Consequently, wages are a powerful factor in the growth of labor productivity, enabling the personal material interests of the worker to be correctly combined with state, national, interests. The money form of wages is necessitated by the existence in socialist economy of commodity production and the law of value. As has already been stated, the consumer goods, which are necessary to compensate for the expenditure of labor power, are produced and disposed of in socialist economy as commodities, subject to the operation of the law of value. The money form of wages allows of flexible and differential assessment of the worker's share in the social product, depending on the results of his labor. Thus, wages in socialist economy are the monetary expression of the worker's share in that portion of the social product which is paid out by the state to workers by hand or brain in accordance with the quantity and quality of each worker's labor. The money wages of each worker by hand or brain are his individual wages. The source of the individual wages of the workers engaged in socialist production is the product created for themselves, and distributed according to work. However, the standard of life of the workers by hand or brain in socialist society is not determined by individual money wages alone. In addition to individual wages, large funds are allotted by the state and social organizations for the social and cultural needs of the working people, out of the product created by labor for society. In conformity with the requirements of the basic economic law of socialism and the law of distribution according to work, the socialist state plans the wage fund and the wage level for different categories of workers for each period of development. The wage fund is the entire sum of money resources allotted in a planned way by the state for distribution according to work done over a given period of time, a year, a month, etc. This applies to the national economy as a whole, and to individual branches and enterprises. In accordance with the requirements of the economic law of distribution according to work done, the policy of the socialist state in the field of wages is based on the principle of all-round differentiation in the payment of labor. The practice of equalizing wages, which ignores the differences between skilled and unskilled labor and between arduous and light work, is incompatible with the economic law of distribution according to the quantity and quality of labor. It undermines the individual material incentive of the workers in relating to the results of their work and their striving to improve their qualifications. Since skilled work is work of a higher quality, it necessitates the training of the worker and is more productive than unskilled work. Consequently, it is also paid more than unskilled work. Such a wage system encourages workers to improve their skill. Under socialism, given equal skills, heavier work is paid more than lighter work. Under the capitalist system, on the contrary, workers employed in particularly arduous manual labor are, as a rule, paid considerably less than other workers. Thus miners, who receive low wages in capitalist countries, are highly paid in socialist society where, moreover, arduous labor is constantly, and to an increasing extent, being lightened by the use of machinery. In accordance with the economic necessity of giving the greatest encouragement to work in the key branches of the national economy, higher wages are fixed for workers in such branches of heavy industry as metallurgy, coal, oil, engineering, etc. Other things being equal, the workers, engineering and technical personnel are also more highly paid in enterprises and construction sites situated in economic regions which are of special importance to the economic life of the country, or in remote and sparsely inhabited districts. In this way, wages become one of the economic instruments for effecting planned distribution and redistribution of skilled labor among enterprises and branches of social production, in keeping with the requirements of the law of planned development of the economy. The wage policy of the socialist state involves a struggle against petty bourgeois equalizing tendencies and backward, anti-state and anti-mechanization influences. Such economic practices as failure to effect the necessary wage differentiation contradict the economic law of distribution according to work. Without such differentials, skilled workers fail to obtain wage advantages over unskilled workers. The same applies to persons engaged in arduous work compared with workers engaged in lighter work or in normal working conditions. The absence of the necessary differentials leads to equalization and hinders the introduction of new techniques and advanced methods of organizing production. Violation of the correct correlation of wages as between workers, middle-rank technical personnel and engineering cadres causes the wages of engineering and technical personnel, in some enterprises and even in whole branches of the economy, to be lower than those of skilled workers. Economically unjustified wage increases in individual branches and in economic regions which are not of the first importance in the national economy hinder wage incentive measures in those branches and districts which occupy key positions in the economy of the country. The trade unions play an important role in applying wage policy. They actively participate in the work of the state institutions in the working out of measures involving labor organization and wages, directly administer social insurance, support the experience and initiative of innovators in production, promote the development of socialist emulation and higher labor productivity, improve cultural and welfare services and working conditions. With the active participation of the trade unions, a collective agreement between the management and the workers of each enterprise is concluded every year. The collective agreement regulates all questions affecting work, wages, and living conditions. It binds both parties to take the necessary measures to secure the correct remuneration of labor and the growth of its productivity, and also the satisfaction of the growing cultural and living requirements of the workers in socialist enterprises. Forms of wages. The tariff system. The various systems of wages in socialist economy represent the concrete ways in which the requirements of the economic law of distribution according to work are satisfied. The piece rate system is the main wage system in state socialist enterprises. In 1954, more than 3/4 of all industrial workers were on piece rates. In socialist economy, piece rates provide the worker with the maximum interest in the results of his work. They differ fundamentally from capitalist piece rates, which are based on unbearable intensification of labor and lead to higher rates of surplus value. While increasing the intensity of work, the worker's wages are lowered. In socialist society, the size of each worker's earnings depends directly on the quantity and quality of his work. By securing increased earnings as output per unit of time increases, piece rates encourage higher labor productivity. They stimulate full and rational utilization of machinery, equipment, raw materials, and working time, the introduction of technical improvements and the best organization of work and production. Piece rates also assist socialist emulation, since high labor productivity brings high earnings. The direct piece rate system is the one most extensively used. Under this system, wages depend on the worker's output in a given period, measured in number of articles, weight, length, etc. Each unit of output is paid for at the same rate for the given type of work. The worker's wage increases in direct proportion to the increased quantity of his output of goods of the prescribed quality. Under the progressive piece rate system of wages, the worker is paid the same fixed rate for the fulfillment of the standard quota, but at other, higher, and progressively increasing rates for output above the quota. The greatest progression in rates is laid down for the key trades, for workers employed in underground work, hot workshops, and other arduous conditions. The effectiveness of the progressive piece rate system is lowered if there are so many pay scales that they hinder calculation and assessment of the wage, and the establishment of a direct and visible link between wages and labor productivity. Its effectiveness is also lowered if there are unjustifiably sharp differences in the rates for output above the quota in different branches of the economy. Under the piece rate bonus system, the direct piece rate is supplemented by bonuses for achieving certain indices: economy of fuel and power, lower production costs, reduction of spoilage, output of higher grade products, etc. In some enterprises, bonuses for certain qualitative indices are also applied in conjunction with the progressive piece rate system. In circumstances where production conditions make it impossible to apply individual piece rates, for example, Simultaneous servicing of large machines or aggregates by several workers, team or group piece rates are applied. The individual members of the team receive a share of the collective earnings after allowing for the time worked and the skill of each worker. Stressing the need for consistent application of the principle of material encouragement of efficient workers, the 18th Conference of the CPSU b. decreed that the bad practice of equalizing in the sphere of wages must be finally eliminated, and the piece and bonus systems must become, in still larger measure, the most important means of raising labor productivity, and hence also, of the development of our entire national economy. The CPSU in resolutions and decisions of its congresses, conferences, and Central Committee meetings, pt. 2, 7th Russian edition, p. 975. The time rate system is used in those occupations where piece rates can either not be applied, or where they are economically unsuitable because of the nature of the job. Timekeepers, safety personnel, work on manufacture of unique apparatus, control and inspection work, etc. Time wages take the form of both plain time and time plus bonus payment. The plain time system is built up on differential principles, depending on the duration of working time and skill of the worker. In order to increase the material incentive of the workers employed on time rates, the time plus bonus system is applied. Under this system the worker receives a bonus, in addition to the scale paid for the unit of time worked, for the achievement of various quantitative or qualitative indices, reduction of time spent on repair of equipment, economy of raw material, fuel, or power, operation of mechanisms without breakdowns, reduction of spoilage, etc. The time plus bonus system is widely applied to managerial, engineering and technical staff. The basic wage of this category of worker, the directors of enterprises, chief engineers, departmental managers, foremen, etc., is his monthly salary, which varies with the size of the enterprise, department, shift, etc., its national economic importance, his length of experience, etc. In addition to the basic salary, managerial, engineering and technical staff receive a definite percentage bonus addition for fulfillment and overfulfillment of the production plan by the enterprise, in terms of marketed output, provided that the planned output of gross output is fulfilled, and the prescribed assortment and planned production costs are observed. The wages of teachers, medical workers, and employees in state institutions also differ in accordance with the character of the work, educational standard, period of service and various other indices. Comprehensive differentiation of wages, taking into account the worker's skill, the productivity of labor and the quality of his output, is effected by means of the rating of work and a definite grading system. Rating of work is the establishment of the standard time required to carry out a given job, time standard, or the size of output per unit of time, output standard. It is impossible to plan the economy without technical standards. Correct rate fixing is one of the most important factors in managing the production process, improving labor organization and raising its productivity, getting rid of equalizing tendencies and developing socialist emulation. Technical standards are an important regulating factor in organizing the broad mass of the working people around the advanced elements in production and bringing the backward ones up to the level of the more advanced. Socialist methods of management require aiming at progressive and technically justified output standards, which are fixed at a level falling between those which have already been achieved by the majority of workers, and those which have been attained by the best workers and innovators, and the most advanced enterprises. Capitalist output standards are a method of unrestrained intensification of work which destroys the health of the workers and shortens their lives. In socialist enterprises, on the contrary, they are laid down in such a way that while progressive, they are at the same time fully within the reach of the whole mass of workers. The introduction of progressive output standards is being achieved in the course of a decisive struggle against conservative elements who cling to outdated and lowered standards, thereby retarding labor productivity and the successful fulfillment of plans. The so-called statistical average standards, in particular, are examples of such backward standards, since they do not allow for progress in technique and production organization. They are based on the worker with poor mastery of technique, and legitimize unproductive losses of working time. Continuous, technical improvement requires periodic upward review of output standards. Correct rating of work must reflect the growth in technical equipment and the rise in the cultural and technical level of the workers. The interests of socialist society and of the mass of the workers demand the introduction of progressive and technically justified standards which fully correspond to the modern level of production technique and act as a strong factor in raising labor productivity. The evaluation of each type of work, depending on the skill of the worker, the nature of the work, and the conditions and peculiarities of the particular branch of production, is reached on the basis of the grading system. Wage levels in different branches of the economy and for different categories of workers are determined on the basis of the system. The main elements of the grading system are schedules of grades, skill grading handbooks, and the scale of basic rates. Wage differences in accordance with the worker's skill are arrived at on the basis of the schedules of grades. Workers are divided, according to their skill, into several grades. The unskilled worker is placed in the first grade and his payment is taken as the unit of assessment. The higher the skill of the worker, the higher is the grade into which he is placed, and correspondingly the higher is his payment. The description of the various jobs carried out in a particular branch of industry is laid down in the skill grading handbooks. These serve as the basis for assessing the skill of the worker, and for placing him in one of the grades in the schedule of grades. The scale of basic rates prescribes the size of payment per unit of time appropriate to the different grades. The scale of basic rates enables the socialist state to fix differential wages which take into account the national economic importance of each branch of industry, the degree of mechanization of labor, the particular features of different economic areas, etc. The July, 1955, plenum of the Central Committee of the CPSU revealed grave defects in the organization of wages, especially in the rating of work and the application of the schedule system. Thus, in a number of enterprises, reduced statistical average rates were in force, schedules and scales were out of date and lagged behind the increased level of wages, various additions to the scales and basic rates were impermissibly widespread, differences between the pay of workers placed in the lower and higher categories were insignificant. Multiplicity of wage systems complicates wage accounting, makes the wage system hard for the workers to understand, and gives rise to lack of coordination in the wages of workers engaged in one and the same kind of work. All this reduces the incentive to the workers to improve their skill, produces equalization of wages and hinders the growth of labor productivity. A correct structure of the grading system enables wages to be organized in such a way that they will stimulate the growth of the productivity of labor and the workers' incentives to improve their qualifications. The July, 1955, plenum of the Central Committee of the CPSU, which exposed defects in the organization of wages, decided that, the Leninist principle of giving the workers a material interest in the results of their work must be consistently realized in the organization of wages. Technically well-founded rates of work must be generally applied in the enterprises, rates which correspond to up-to-date levels of technical development and production organization. The organization of labor in the enterprises must be improved so as to provide all workers with the conditions needed to achieve a high degree of productivity of labor. Decisions of the July, I-955, plenum of the CC of the CPSU, p. 17. The steady rise of real wages in the socialist system. In accordance with the basic economic law of socialism, the socialist system provides a steady rise of real wages. The continuous growth of socialist production based on the highest technique and increased labor productivity is the most important economic factor in the rise of real wages. To enable socialist society to thrive and develop, higher labor productivity must constantly run ahead of the growth of wages. Only under these conditions can society obtain the necessary resources for expanding production and reserves, and for ever fuller satisfaction of the growing needs of the working people. The continuous growth of labor productivity and social production is a secure foundation for the further rise of real wages. The rise of real wages increases the purchasing power of the working people, and this in its turn provides social production with a constant impelling force. The continuous growth of socialist production leads to a systematic increase in the number of manual and clerical workers. In the USSR their numbers increased from 10.8 millions at the end of 1928 to nearly 47 millions at the end of 1954, a more than fourfold increase, accompanied by a considerable increase in real wages. Under capitalism, the need to maintain a reserve army of unemployed lays a heavy burden on working-class families and lowers the real wages of the working class as a whole. In socialist society, the working class and society as a whole are freed from this need by the absence of unemployment. Increasing production makes work available to all able-bodied members of the family, and this considerably increases its total income. The working people of socialist society are freed from those enormous losses in wages borne by the working class of capitalist countries as a result of various wage discriminations according to sex, age, nationality and race. In socialist society, the principle of equal pay for equal work without distinction of sex, age, nationality, or race has been achieved for the first time. Child labor in socialist economy is prohibited. The genuine equality of women is guaranteed by equal pay for equal work, provision of leave at full pay during pregnancy, a wide network of maternity hospitals, creches, and kindergartens, and payment of state grants to mothers of large families and to mothers without breadwinners. Any direct or indirect wage discrimination whatsoever because of the racial or national origin of the worker is punishable as a serious crime. The steady rise of wages in socialist society results also from the growth in the cultural and technical level of the workers and the raising of their skill. With the development of industrial techniques in the capitalist system, considerable strata of skilled workers are squeezed out by machines and transferred to lower paid, unskilled work. Moreover, workers who have been disabled by the capitalist intensification of labor are forced out of industry and into the ranks of the unemployed, to be replaced by healthier and stronger workers. In socialist society, the growth of production is inseparably connected with rapid technical progress. The old occupations involving heavy manual labor are being replaced by new, more skilled, and more highly paid ones, based on the latest techniques. In order to encourage steady and conscientious work in the same sphere of industry, the socialist state pays out large sums every year in the form of long service awards to various categories of workers in different branches of the national economy, cultural workers, and state employees. The consistent policy of the socialist state of reducing prices for consumer goods and raising the purchasing power of money is a major factor in the steady growth of real wages. The reduction of retail prices for the chief consumer goods, between 1947 and 1954, lowered the general level of these prices 2.3-fold, and gave the population a gain of several hundred milliards of rubles. In the same period, the rise in prices in the capitalist countries raised the cost of living index, according to official data, 21% in the USA and 40% in Great Britain. With the nationalization of the land, the enormous tribute which under capitalism the owners of urban land extract from society, in the form of land rent, has disappeared. In capitalist countries the cost of rent, heating, and lighting absorb about 1/4 of earnings, in the budget of a worker's family. Under socialism, thanks to the social ownership of the land, the urban housing fund and municipal amenities, rents and other municipal services occupy a very small place in the budgets of workers' families. In the USSR they account for an average of little more than 4% and are thus a real factor in raising the level of real wages. In the Soviet Union the extensive scale on which housing is being built systematically improves the living conditions of the working people. Between 1946 and 1954 alone about 2,370 million square feet of housing space were built and restored by state enterprises, institutions, and local Soviets, and also by the population of towns and workers' settlements with the assistance of state credits. In addition, about 4.5 million houses were built and restored in rural localities. In order to satisfy the growing demands of the population for housing, the work of house building must be further developed on an extensive scale and the quality of housing improved. The manual and clerical workers of socialist society are freed from the heavy burden which the working masses of the capitalist countries are compelled to bear as a result of the tax policy of bourgeois states. In the capitalist countries, high taxes sharply reduce real wages. In the USSR, the workers expend only an insignificant part of their wages on taxes. Moreover, taxes are used to meet the needs of the national economy and on social and cultural services. The ever-increasing resources expended by the socialist state on social and cultural measures in the interests of the whole people are a very important supplement to the individual money wage. In socialist society, social insurance of manual and clerical workers is compulsory, and is provided at the expense of the state. In the capitalist world, on the other hand, social insurance is to be found in only a few countries, and in these the workers are obliged to pay a considerable portion of the insurance contributions from their own wages. Expenditure by the Soviet state on social insurance were 8.9 milliard rubles in the first 5-year plan, 32.1 milliards in the second, 79.1 milliards in the fourth, and more than 92 milliard rubles in the first 4 years of the fifth 5-year plan. In the USSR, the manual and clerical workers receive, at the expense of the state, social security pensions, free medical assistance, free or reduced cost treatment in sanatoria and holidays in rest homes and children's institutions, free education and vocational training, and student stipends. Every worker and employee has an annual holiday on full pay of not less than 2 weeks, while the workers in a number of trades have longer periods. Between 1940 and 1954, expenditure out of the state budget of the USSR on social and cultural measures increased nearly 3.5 times. State allocations for education increased from 22.5 milliard rubles to 65.6 milliards, for health services, including expenditure for this purpose out of social insurance funds, from 11.2 milliard rubles to 33.5 milliards, and for social welfare from 3.1 milliard rubles to 24.2 milliards. In addition, vast resources are expended on benefits to mothers of large families, and to mothers without breadwinners. In 1954, for example, such benefits amounted to 4.7 milliard rubles. In 1954, the population received from the state budget, as a result of increased state expenditures in social and cultural services and other expenditure for the purpose of raising the material welfare of the working people, 146 milliard rubles. In this way, many of the material and cultural requirements of manual and clerical workers are met out of expenditure by the state and social organizations on social and cultural services. This is an important factor in the steady rise of real wages. As a result, the real wages of manual and clerical workers in the USSR are approximately 1/3 larger than the sum which they receive annually as individual money wages. The socialist state holds all the levers affecting the material welfare of the working people and applies a policy of systematically raising real wages. As early as 1930, the real wages of the workers, taking into account social insurance and deductions from the net incomes, profits, of enterprises into the Fund for Improving Living Conditions, had risen to 167 per center of 1913. In 1954, the average monthly wage of all manual and clerical workers in the USSR was 206 per center of the 1940 level. The retail price level in state, cooperative, and collective farm trade, together with charges for rents and all forms of services, amounted in 1954 to 118 per center of the 1940 level. Consequently, the real wages of all manual and clerical workers and employees in the USSR had increased between 1940 and 1954 by 74 per center. When account is taken of the growth of state expenditure on cultural, social, and living amenities, the real wages of manual and clerical workers had more than doubled in the same period. The real wages of manual and clerical workers in the USSR in 1954 were approximately 6 times as high as before the revolution. This growth in the real wages of the workers of the USSR compared with pre-revolutionary times has been brought about by a number of factors. Money wages have risen a great deal more than prices or the cost of services. The share of workers' expenditure constituted by rent and payment for municipal services, which before the revolution amounted to a third of wages, is now only about 1/6 of what it was. Besides their individual wages, the workers of the USSR receive considerable sums from the state in the form of social insurance benefits, various forms of aid, privileges, pensions, grants, holiday pay, free education, medical attention, etc. Before the revolution, the workers received hardly anything beyond their individual wages, and as a rule had no paid holidays. In calculating real wages, it is to be taken into account that unemployment has been completely abolished in the USSR, so that all able-bodied members of the workers' families can find work, which has led to a sharp reduction in the number of non-working members in these families. Finally, it must be kept in mind that the working day in the USSR is considerably shorter than it was in pre-revolutionary Russia, and so a worker receives a higher pay for each hour off labor. The steady rise in real wages brings improved nutrition of the working people in socialist society, increased consumption of manufactured goods by them, and an increase in their savings. Deposits of the working people in savings banks were 6-7 times more in 1954 than in 1940. In the conditions of socialist society, where the right to work, rest, material security in old age, or in the event of sickness and loss of earning capacity, is guaranteed, increased savings are a direct indication of the rise in living standards. Our revolution, said Stalin, is the only one which not only smashed the fetters of capitalism and brought the people freedom, but also succeeded in creating the material conditions of a prosperous life for the people. Therein lies the strength and invincibility of our revolution. Stalin, speech at the First All-Union Conference of Stakhanovites, Problems of Leninism, 1953, English edition, p. 670. Brief conclusions. 1. In socialist society, wages are the monetary expression of the worker's share of that portion of the social product which is paid out by the state in accordance with the quantity and quality of each worker's labor. Arising from the requirements of the basic economic law of socialism and the law of distribution according to work, the socialist state plans the wages of the various categories of workers in each particular period. It does so in such a way that alongside the growth of the national economy and increased labor productivity, the wage level is systematically increased. 2. Wages, correctly organized, are a powerful motive force of socialist production. They encourage workers to improve their skill, continuously to improve the technique and organization of production, and to raise the productivity of social labor. Piece rates in socialist society most efficiently combine the personal material interests of the worker with national economic interests. The following systems of piece rates are used in socialist society: simple piece rates, progressive piece rates, and piece rates plus bonuses. Time rates depend on the length of time worked and the skill of the worker. 3. The purpose of the grading system in socialist economy is to organize wages in such a way that they stimulate the growth of the productivity of labor, especially in the key links in the process of production, and encourage workers to improve their skill. Progressive and technically justified output standards correspond to socialist principles of management. The wage policy of the socialist state is being carried out in the course of a struggle against petty bourgeois equalizing tendencies. This policy is based on all-round wage differentiation, higher pay for skilled and arduous work, and for workers in leading trades and branches of the national economy. 4. The basic economic law of socialism determines a steady increase in real wages. Factors in raising real wages are continuous growth of socialist production and productivity of labor in the complete absence of unemployment, systematic reduction of the price of consumer goods, the rise of the cultural and technical level of the workers, and of their skill, improved housing conditions of the working people. The individual money wage of manual and clerical workers is supplemented by large assignments from the state and from public organizations for social and cultural measures. These are an important means of raising real wages. Notes. 1. This figure includes only dwelling space proper, i.e., it does not include kitchens, sculleries, bathrooms, lavatories, halls, and passages. Editor, English edition. Chapter 3. Economic accounting and profitability. Costs and price. Economic accounting and the profitability of enterprises. The economic structure of socialism is free from the contradictions of capitalism, which lead to a tremendous waste of materials and labor. The socialist system of planning the national economy makes possible and necessary a much greater saving in means of production and labor than in all preceding modes of production. All the various forms of economizing in society can be reduced in the last resort to savings in labor time, to economy in living and past labor, i.e., they imply the growth of the productivity of social labor. The less time required by society to produce wheat, cattle, etc., Marx wrote, the greater the time gained for other production, material or spiritual. Both for each individual and for society, all-round development, consumption, and activity depend on the saving of time. Marx Engels Archives, Russian edition, Volume 4, p. 119. Economy in labor time is objectively necessary for socialist society. It is one of the main factors which make the uninterrupted growth of production possible. This makes it enormously important for socialist economy systematically to observe a regime of economy. The regime of economy is a principle of socialist economic management. It consists in saving, in the interests of society as a whole, working time, materials, and money, in all enterprises and institutions. One of the basic tasks of the socialist state in its economic organizing work is to bring about the strictest economy of resources. The Communist Party and the Soviet state rally the mass of the people in a struggle for economy, so that every hour of social labor which is expended, and every unit of equipment, fuel, power, and raw materials, will lead to ever-increasing output. In the capitalist system, economy in production outlays is obtained at the expense of the working people, by worsening their working conditions and by increased exploitation. As against this, economy of expenditure of labor and material resources in a socialist system serves the interests of the whole of society and leads to improvements in the position of the working people. It is therefore the affair of the whole people. Economy of both living and congealed labor is effected in socialist society by means of economic accounting. Lenin pointed out that socialism can be built, and tens of millions of people can be led to communism, not directly relying on enthusiasm, but aided by the enthusiasm engendered by the Great Revolution, and on the basis of personal interest, personal incentive, and economic accounting. Lenin, the 4th anniversary of the October Revolution, Selected Works, 1950, English edition, Volume 2, pt 2, p. 601. N.B. The words business principles, used in the edition quoted, are here replaced by economic accounting, a more precise rendering of the Russian original editor. Economic accounting is a method of planned economic management in socialist enterprises, based on the operation of the law of value. It requires the comparison of the input and output of economic activities in money terms, compensation for the expenditure carried out by an enterprise out of its own income, economy of resources, and ensuring that the enterprise is profitable. Economic accounting is based on the utilization of the law of value. As was stated above, in socialist society the input and output, the income and expenditure of socialist enterprises, are expressed and measured in a value and money form. Economic accounting is the method of socialist management which makes it possible, using the money form of value, to calculate so as to compare the expenditure of an enterprise with its income and disclose its profits or losses. Economic accounting presupposes the need to compensate enterprises for their expenditure by income from the sale of their products at prices laid down by the state. This expresses how the requirements of the law of value are taken into account. Economic accounting is aimed at achieving the best economic results for the smallest expenditure, ensuring the profitability of enterprises through economy and rational utilization of resources. Profitability means that the receipts of an enterprise from selling its output replace its costs and provide an extra income in addition. Profitability is one of the most important indications of the economic effectiveness of the work of an enterprise in a particular period. The profitableness of individual plants and industries is of immense value for the development of our country. It must be taken into account both when planning construction and when planning production. It is an elementary requirement of our economic activity at the present stage of development. Stalin, Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, 1952, p. 62. Economic accounting provides a material stimulus to improvement in the economic activity of an enterprise, fosters a spirit of rational conduct of the enterprise in its leaders and other workers, disciplines them, teaches them to calculate exactly the amount they produce, to introduce advanced technique, to raise the productivity of labor, to lower costs of production and to increase the profitability of the enterprise. Based as it is upon the operation of the law of value, economic accounting is at the same time the means of realizing the requirements of a basic economic law, the law of planned development of the national economy, and other economic laws of socialism. Economic accounting, which stimulates economy in working time and the mobilizing of the internal reserves of enterprises, contributes to the continuous growth of socialist production on the basis of the application of advanced technique and steady raising of the productivity of labor in the interests of the fullest satisfaction of the growing demands of society as a whole, of the working people. Economic accounting is the necessary condition for realizing the requirements of the law of planned, proportional development of the national economy. It is used as an instrument of the state for planned guidance of enterprises. Economic accounting has the task of ensuring the fulfillment and overfulfillment of the state plans with the least expenditure of labor and means of production, with the rational use of all resources. It serves as a means for checking on the fulfillment of plans in both quantitative and qualitative respects. In socialist economy, over and above the profitability of particular enterprises and branches of production, a higher measure of profitability, inaccessible to capitalism, is attained profitability on a national scale. This signifies that profitability is determined not only from the point of view of particular enterprises and branches of production, and not only within the limits of a single year, but also from the point of view of the whole national economy and over a long period. At the same time, an increase in the profitability of individual enterprises and of whole branches of the economy is a necessary condition for acceleration of the rate of development of the whole national economy. In socialist economy, as already mentioned, in addition to profitable enterprises, there may be enterprises which are of great national economic importance, but which are temporarily unprofitable and even making a loss. The socialist state supports them by state subsidies, and at the same time takes steps to make them profitable. Thus, during the 1941-5 war, the system of covering the losses of heavy industry by subsidies was inevitable. But it hindered economic accounting, and weakened material incentives to reduce output costs. Therefore the system of subsidies was abolished after the war, from January 1, 1949. This was done by increasing labor productivity and reducing costs, and also by temporarily raising output prices in certain branches of heavy industry. Wholesale prices were fixed to correspond with costs. The abolition of subsidies assisted and improved economic accounting, provided incentives to economize in labor and material outlays in industrial production, and established suitable conditions for the subsequent reduction of wholesale prices. The strengthening of economic accounting demands of the economic organs a struggle for the fulfillment of their accumulation plans by all enterprises. It is incompatible with the practice of taking resources from enterprises which are working well and transferring them to those which are working badly. Economic accounting expresses the interrelationship between the socialist state and its enterprises, and also the relations between individual enterprises. Economic accounting is based on the combination of centralist management of socialist enterprises by the state with economic independence of operation for each enterprise. An enterprise is independent in its economic operation in that it receives and has at its disposal state-owned resources, both material and financial, and can exercise considerable initiative in the most rational use of them for the best possible achievement of planning targets. The socialist state distributes means of production among its enterprises and provides each of them with sufficient resources in materials and money to fulfill their plan. The enterprise, as a juridically independent economic unit, enters into economic relations with other enterprises and organizations, recruits its skilled workers, and organizes its own production, supplies, and sales. It has a current account in the state bank where it deposits its money resources. It also has the right to receive bank credits, and has an independent balance sheet. The independent economic operation of state enterprises takes place within the framework of public ownership of the means of production. The socialist state continues to own the means of production which it has transferred to the use of a particular enterprise. It arranges the connections between different enterprises in a planned way, taking into account the part played by each of them in the general system of the national economy. The relations between socialist enterprises are not competitive, as under capitalism, they are relations of collaboration in fulfilling public tasks. Economic accounting implies that an enterprise and its management are responsible to the state for fulfilling the plan and for using resources rationally. The enterprise is responsible for paying wages to manual and clerical workers on time and in the right amounts, for making payments due to the state budget on time and in full, and for making proper use of budget appropriations and bank loans which it receives. Economic accounting also implies that the enterprise is materially responsible to other enterprises and economic organizations for meeting its obligations. Economic relations between enterprises are regulated with the aid of economic contracts. Enterprises acquire the means of production they need, and sell their output, by contracts which conform with the general state plan. The contract sets out delivery conditions, the amount, variety, and quality of output, times of delivery, the price, times and methods of payment, and forms and extent of responsibility for violating the conditions of the contract. It fixes material penalties for breaches of its provisions. One of the most important requirements of economic accounting is that contract discipline should be strictly observed by enterprises. Economic accounting is based on the material interest of the enterprise, and of its workers and managerial personnel as a body, in fulfilling the plan, in increasing production continuously and rapidly, in economical and rational management, and in making the enterprise profitable. This material interest of an enterprise and its workers in plan fulfillment and in improving production is made possible primarily by the fact that the enterprise receives money according to the results of its economic work. Further, part of the income, or profit, remains at the disposal of the enterprise and is used to supplement circulating funds, for capital investment, to improve the cultural and living conditions of the clerical and manual workers and to reward the best workers. Economic accounting is connected with the utilization of the economic law of distribution according to work. Distribution according to work provides personal material incentives to the workers to increase labor productivity and economize resources, and leads to a strengthening of economic accounting. In its turn, economic accounting facilitates the systematic application of the law of distribution according to work, and the improvement of the well-being of the working people. The higher the income of an enterprise, the greater its possibilities of rewarding its workers by improving their material position and cultural and living conditions and rewarding workers who are foremost in productivity. The more effective economic accounting becomes, the more widely bonuses for economizing resources can be paid. Economic accounting presupposes constant rubble control of the work of an enterprise and its separate sections. Rubble control means that the quality of the work of an enterprise is disclosed by the indices of its economic activity expressed in money, costs, profitability, etc. The enterprise receives its money according to the quality of its work and the extent to which it fulfills the plan. It is required to make its statutory payments in time, returning loans to the bank, payments into the budget, etc. It has to settle its accounts with other enterprises, suppliers or purchasers, on time, in conformity with its contracts. Rubble control over the work of enterprises is carried out by economic organizations, financial institutions, and the banking system. Mutual rubble control is carried out by enterprises which have signed contracts with each other. Within an enterprise, rubble control is carried out by keeping accounts of its input and output and comparing them in money terms. The rational organization of socialist production requires that elements of economic accounting should be used in shops and production departments within each enterprise. The shop and the department are parts of the enterprise which have some independence in production technology, but are not independent in their economic operation as the enterprise itself is. Economic accounting is therefore used here only to a limited extent. Elements of economic accounting which are used in shops and departments include accounts of their expenditure in money form, comparison of this expenditure with targets laid down by the plan, and material rewards to those workers who have achieved the best results in economizing resources. Systematic enforcement of economic accounting increases the material interest of the enterprise and its workers in production results and in fulfilling the plan, and thus helps to increase productive activity and socialist emulation by the mass of workers, aiming at the full and rational use of resources, and at the careful and prudent management of the economy. Economic accounting seeks to improve continuously the utilization of all funds at the disposal of enterprises. Funds of enterprises. Fixed and circulating funds. Material and money resources issued to a state enterprise are public property and constitute the funds of these enterprises. Means of production are the production funds of enterprises. As has been shown, the means of production of state enterprises in the USSR are not in essence commodities, but they retain the form of commodities, of values, they appear not only in physical but also in money form, and have prices. The distribution of means of production is effected not by supply free of charge but by their being sold for money. In this sense, circulation of means of production takes place, consequently these funds go through a continuous process of planned turnover, passing in turn through the production and circulation stages. In conformity with this they change their form. The money form changes to the productive to the commodity form, the commodity to the money form, and so on. According to the character of the turnover, the production funds of an enterprise are divided into fixed and circulating. Fixed funds serve production over a long period, retaining their physical form. The value of fixed funds enters production outlays gradually, in parts, to the extent that these funds are worn out. Fixed production funds include the means of labor production, buildings, installations, machines, durable tools and implements, and means of transport. Circulating funds are entirely consumed in the production process during a single production period, and their value is fully expended in the outlays on producing the commodity concerned. The circulating production funds of an enterprise include raw and other materials, fuel, semi-manufactures, and other objects of labor. Fixed funds are the production apparatus of socialist society. Their volume, and the degree to which they are put to use, are an important factor influencing the amount of output produced. The planned development of technique under socialism demands that the economic effectiveness of the introduction into production of each new type of machine be considered from every standpoint, together with the prospects of its further utilization. The invention and putting into use in production of new, more productive and economical machines means that the machines now out of date become morally depreciated before the time for their physical depreciation is up. The conception of moral depreciation of machinery in socialist society is very important, since the rapid tempos of technical progress demand that out-of-date technique be replaced without delay by new, and new by newer still. The moral depreciation of machines under socialist conditions differs in principle from the moral depreciation of machines under capitalism. The replacement of obsolete equipment by new takes place under socialism not spontaneously or through competition but in a planned way, so that these replacements do not lead to the ruin of small and medium enterprises and are not accompanied by the wastage of productive forces that takes place under capitalism. The planned conduct of the national economy creates extensive possibilities for the rational use of all available technique. To replace fixed funds as they are worn out, the enterprise has a depreciation fund. Allocations for depreciation should ensure constant renewal of the production apparatus. The depreciation fund is formed by including a definite part of the value of the fixed funds, corresponding to the extent to which they are used up, in the outlay on every unit of output. Part of the resources of the depreciation fund, the amount is fixed by the state, is used in planned fashion to replace fixed funds which have gone out of use, and the rest remains at the disposal of the enterprise to be expended on capital repair of the existing fixed funds. In addition to funds in the sphere of production, enterprises possess resources functioning in the sphere of circulation, or funds of circulation. These consist of finished output ready for sale, and the money resources of the enterprise, required for purchasing raw materials and fuel, for paying wages, etc. Circulating production funds and funds of circulation taken together constitute the circulating resources of an enterprise. The circulating resources of an enterprise are divided into its own and borrowed resources. These are both formed in a planned way. An enterprise's own circulating resources are allocated to it by the state to cover its minimum needs. It also needs supplementary or temporary circulating resources. For example, it has to acquire seasonal stocks of raw material and fuel, and it has to finance goods in transit. These are covered by borrowed resources, state bank credits, for the use of which the bank charges a fixed rate of interest. This system of allotting circulating resources encourages the enterprise to use them as rationally and economically as possible, and to speed up their turnover. The socialist system of economy ensures the continuous growth of fixed and circulating funds and makes it possible to make considerably better use of them than capitalism does. The state fixes standards which are obligatory for the enterprise's progressive technical and economic standards of utilization of machines and equipment, standards of consumption of raw materials, fuel, and other elements of the circulating fund per unit of finished output, iron ore and coke per ton of pig iron, sugar beet per ton of sugar, etc., and standards of stocks for each constituent part of the circulating fund and of the finished output. The correct fixing of these standards is an important factor in the systematic raising of the level of utilization of the fixed funds and circulating resources. In the iron and steel enterprises of the USSR, the effective utilization of blast furnaces was in 1940 nearly double what it had been in 1913. In 1954 the utilization of blast furnaces was 43% and of open hearth furnaces 48% above the 1940 level. The velocity of turnover of circulating resources is one of the main qualitative indices of the economic activity of an enterprise. The velocity of turnover of the resources of an enterprise depends, firstly, on the time of production, in the course of which these resources are in the sphere of production, i.e., in the form of production stocks, unfinished production, or semi-products, and, secondly, on the time during which these resources are in the sphere of circulation, in the form of stocks of output ready for sale, etc. Increasing the velocity of turnover of circulating resources is of great importance in giving effect to the regime of economy and in freeing supplementary resources for increasing production. Accelerating this turnover is an important factor for the enterprise in fulfilling its output and accumulation plan, and ensures the fulfillment of the plan with a smaller amount of circulating resources. Accelerating the turnover of circulating resources demands reduction in the time of production and the time of circulation and a constant struggle against the formation of surplus, above standard, stocks of raw material, semi-products, and finished products. Reduction of the production cycle is achieved by accelerating the production processes on the basis of using advanced technique, applying the latest achievements of science to production and improving the organization of labor. The time of circulation is reduced by increasing the quality of transport work and by more rational organization of the supplying of the enterprise and the marketing of its products. Socialist emulation is of great importance in strengthening economic accounting and in increasing the velocity of turnover of circulating resources. The use of circulating resources by state enterprises is made considerably more effective by reducing the production cycle, by improving the organization of supplies to the enterprises and of the sale of their output, and by reinforcing financial discipline. In addition to production funds and funds of circulation, enterprises also have fixed funds which serve the consumer housing, clubs, and other social and cultural buildings and amenities with their equipment. Economical and effective utilization by socialist enterprises of their fixed and circulating funds makes it possible to increase the volume of output and to reduce its cost. Production costs. In socialist society, all expenditures of social labor on making a particular product are social production outlays. The social outlays on the production of commodities constitute the value of those commodities. Production outlays on the means of production are also expressed and measured in a value or money form. Social production outlays in socialist society consist of the following three parts: I. The value of used-up means of production, 2. The value of the product created by labor for itself, and 3. The value of the product created by labor for society. The first two parts of the social outlays of production enter into production costs in socialist enterprises. Production costs are the expression in money terms of that part of the value of production which makes up the expenditure of an enterprise on used-up means of production and on wages. Costs therefore embody both past labor included in the used-up means of production, and that part of the newly expended labor which creates the product for itself. The category of production costs in socialist enterprises must not be confused with the category of capitalist production outlays. It does not express outlay of capital. Savings in capitalist production outlays are achieved by increasing exploitation of the working people, but reduction in production costs in socialist economy expresses saving in social labor in the interests of the whole of society. Production costs show what, concretely, it costs a particular enterprise to manufacture and market its products. The calculation and planning of costs are a very important condition for the realization of economic accounting. The value of used-up means of production is reflected in production costs through prices for equipment, raw material, fuel, etc., which may deviate from value. In practice, production costs in state enterprises consist of I. Outlays on raw and other materials, fuel and power, used up in production, 2. Depreciation charges, 3. Wages of manual and clerical workers, with the additional charges calculated on the basis of wages paid, 4. Various money expenditures for administrative and management purposes and credit payments. The additional charges to wages and credit payments are the expression in money of part of the product for society. The inclusion in costs of certain elements of the value of the product for society is connected with economic accounting, being caused by the need to separate off as a special category the monetary expenditure of enterprises on the production and realization of their products, regardless of the sources of this expenditure. There are two main forms of industrial production costs: factory or works costs, and full, or commercial, costs. Factory or works costs cover the expenditure of an enterprise on the production of its output. Full costs consist of factory costs plus expenditure with sale of output, maintenance of sales offices and bases, charges, and the expenditures of trusts and combines on economic administration. In 1954, about 3/4 of industrial production costs in the USSR consisted of material outlays, on raw materials, fuel, power, depreciation, etc., and 1/4 consisted of wages. The entire productive work of an enterprise, together with its activity in connection with obtaining supplies of material and disposing of the finished product, finds generalist expression in its costs of production. The lower the costs, providing that the output plan has been fulfilled and that output is of the appropriate quality, the higher the level of the economic work of an enterprise. Reduction in the costs of production, transport, and building is the most generalist index there is of the quality of the work of the national economy. Costs depend on the degree of productivity of labor and the expenditure on labor power, on the level of utilization of equipment, on economy and the observation of standards in the use of raw material, fuel and other materials, and on the expenses of circulation, especially transport. L. M. Kaganovich, speech at the first session of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR, 24 April 1954. The state systematically sets planned targets for reducing output costs, on the basis of raising the productivity of labor, with progressive standards of labor outlays and of the utilization of the fixed and circulating means of production, acceleration of the turnover of resources, and reduction of expenditure on the upkeep of the administrative apparatus. Systematic reduction of the costs of production of socialist enterprises means constant economy of both living and past labor. It reflects the demands of the law of steady raising of the productivity of social labor. Reduction of costs is one of the central tasks of socialist management. Every percentage by which the costs of production, transport, and building are reduced gives socialist society milliards of rubles which are used to extend production and improve the people's welfare. Active participation by the masses in the struggle for economy in the national economy is of very great importance for the reduction of costs. The costs of production are being systematically reduced in the state industries of the USSR. Thus, the cost of production was reduced as compared with the previous year, taking into account the reduction in prices of raw and other materials and fuel and the costs of electrical and thermal power and freight charges, in 1951 by 7% or in 1952 by more than 8% or in 1953 by more than 5% or and in 1954 by nearly 4%. The national economy of the USSR contains large unused reserves for the reduction of production expenses. A considerable section of our industrial enterprises do not fulfill their planned tasks for reducing the cost of production, do not affect the necessary economies of raw and other materials, fuel, and power, do not carry on a resolute fight against unproductive expenses. One of the main causes why plans for the reduction of costs are not fulfilled is the existence of extensive losses due to spoilage in production. A serious improvement in the qualitative indices of production in all enterprises is one of the conditions necessary for the further advance of Soviet industry. The net income of a state enterprise. The centralist net income of the state. The difference between the value and cost of production constitutes the net income of society, in which is expressed the product for society created by the labor of workers in socialist production. Thus, whereas the cost of production is one of the main elements of the value of this production, the second element of this value is the net income. In the state sector, the whole of the net income is public property. It is expressed in money, and takes two basic forms: the net income of the state enterprise and the centralist net income of the state. Both forms of net income are created in the sphere of production, in socialist enterprises. They differ in the methods by which they are accumulated and used. The net income of a state enterprise is that part of the net income created by labor for society, which is accumulated in the enterprise concerned and is used to a considerable extent for the enterprise's own needs. The centralist net income of the state is that part of the net income of society which is concentrated in state hands to be used for public needs. These two forms of net income are made necessary by the system of economic accounting, on the one hand, and, on the other hand, by the fact that socialist economy needs to centralize a considerable part of its net income. This enables the socialist state to make sure that the workers have an interest both in increasing the profitability of every individual enterprise and in satisfying the needs of society as a whole. In everyday economic practice, the net income of state enterprises is called profit. But in socialist society, the conditions in which the economic category called profit can exist have completely vanished, for profit expresses the economic relations of capitalist exploitation. In view of this, the net income of a state enterprise is not in essence profit. The size of the net income of an enterprise depends on the extent to which production, sales, and cost reduction plans are fulfilled. Costs and net income are closely connected. A reduction in production costs leads to a rise in the net income of an enterprise. The net income of enterprises is used by the state in a planned way. Part of it is allocated to the extension of production in the enterprise or branch concerned, by capital investments and the increase of its own circulating resources, and another part forms the enterprise's fund, for improving the cultural and living conditions of the workers and improving production. The part of the net income remaining after these needs have been met is transferred to the state in the form of what are called deductions from profits. An enterprise fund is formed in all state industrial enterprises which operate under the system of economic accounting and have an independent balance. The condition for the formation of this fund is the fulfillment or overfulfillment by an enterprise of the state plan for the output of marketable products as a whole and in respect of basic items, and also the plan for reduction of costs of production and for accumulation of net income, profit. The source from which the fund is formed is the net income, profit, of the enterprise. In enterprises where the plan does not provide for the making of a profit, the source is economies achieved by reducing the costs of production. When the plan for the accumulation of net income and the tasks assigned for reducing costs of production are overfulfilled, from 20 to 50% of the amount of net income, profit, above the planned figure, or of the amount beyond the planned figure that has been saved on costs of production, is allocated to the enterprise fund. Thus, the formation of an enterprise fund depends on the quality of the economic activity carried on by the enterprise. In this way, the fund plays a great part in providing a material stimulus for the fulfillment or overfulfillment of the plan, the strengthening of economic accounting and the raising of the profitability of production. Half of the funds in the enterprise fund are spent on introducing new technique and improving existing equipment, extending production, and on building and repairs to houses belonging to the enterprise, over and above the plan's provision for capital investments. The other half of the funds go on improving the cultural and living amenities of the workers of the enterprise, extending subsidiary economies, institutions for children, equipment of holiday homes and sanatoria, canteens, clubs, physical culture facilities, and also on the award of individual bonuses to workers, office workers, and engineering and technical personnel, providing travel warrants to holiday homes and sanatoria and making grants in aid to employees of the enterprise. The net income of enterprises is continuously rising as a result of the continuous and rapid increase in production and labor productivity, and of the reduction in costs. Total net income, profits, of enterprises and economic organizations of the USSR was 6.6 milliard rubles in 1932, 31.8 milliards in 1940, 89.8 milliards in 1953, and according to the plan was to be 143.3 milliards in 1955. The size of the net income of a state enterprise directly depends to a great extent on the work of the enterprise itself, on the extent to which it reduces its costs per unit of output and fulfills its production and sales plan. A rise in net income enables the amount transferred to the enterprise fund to be increased, and ensures an increase in the circulating resources and capital investments. Thus the net income of a state enterprise is indissolubly connected with economic accounting, and provides a direct incentive to improve the quality of the work of the enterprise. The socialist state plans the amount of the net income of enterprises, and, thereby determines the standard, or level, of profitability for particular kinds of production and enterprises. The profitability standard of an enterprise is the ratio of its total net income to the full costs of output sold, expressed as a percentage. The profitability standard of a socialist enterprise is different in principle from the rate of profit under capitalism, which is connected with relations of exploitation. In socialist economy, the law of the average rate of profit and the price of production does not operate. The profitability standard is not the result of an equalizing of the net incomes of enterprises, it is fixed by the state on the basis of the specific conditions in which the enterprise works, and takes into account both the interest of the latter in securing net income and the need to enforce rubble control of the work of the enterprise. In doing this, the state takes into account the need to lay down a profitability standard for the enterprise which does not allow the latter to accumulate excessive cash resources, and continuously encourages it to reinforce economic accounting and reduce production costs. If the standard of profitability is too generous, the enterprise can obtain a considerable net income without waging a struggle to reduce costs of production. The centralist net income of the state comes into the state budget in the form of various allocations from the incomes of socialist enterprises. The main part of the centralist net income of the state comes into the budget in the form of allocations made from the incomes of enterprises according to fixed rates. These allocations enter into the prices of industrial products in amounts fixed beforehand. Allocations according to fixed rates are in practice called turnover tax. They are not at the disposal of the enterprises, and immediately after the products are sold they pass into the state budget. The amount of this section of the centralist net income, turnover tax, which falls on a unit of production, example a yard of cloth or a pair of shoes, does not directly depend on the enterprise's fulfillment of the plan regarding costs. However, the amount of the net income, profit, of the enterprise does depend directly on the extent to which the cost of a unit of production, example a meter of cloth or a pair of shoes, has been reduced. The lower the cost of production, the higher the net income of the enterprise. Even though part of the centralized net income of the state passes into the state budget at fixed rates and is called turnover tax, it does not have the nature of a tax, or of deduction from the incomes of the working people in any form. Thus, the level of wages is decided by the socialist state on the basis of the need systematically to increase the real level of wages, and this takes into account the prices of consumer goods, including the so-called turnover tax. In the process of distribution, part of the net income of state enterprises is also transferred to the centralized net income of the state in the form of deductions from profits. Furthermore, into the centralized net income of the state pass charges for social insurance needs calculated on the basis of the total wages bill, which for practical purposes are treated as an element of costs but in essence form part of net income, etc. In addition, part of the net income of cooperative and collective farm enterprise is transferred to the centralized net income of the state. Price in state industrial enterprises. Costs, the net income of the enterprise, and part of the centralized net income of the state in the form of the so-called turnover tax, all form part of the price of industrial output. In the state industry of the USSR there are these two basic forms of price, the wholesale price at the enterprise and the wholesale price of industry. The wholesale price at the enterprise is equal to the planned cost plus the net income of the enterprise, profit. The wholesale price of industry includes the wholesale price at the enterprise and that part of the centralized net income of the state which is allocated to the budget at fixed rates, the turnover tax. The net income of society is created in all branches of production, in industry, in agriculture, in transport, etc. However, part of the centralized net income of the state, allocated at fixed rates, passes into the budget through the price mechanism primarily from those branches of the economy which produce consumer goods. Prices for the output of branches which produce means of production, as a rule, are fixed below the value, since they do not contain parts of the net income created in these branches. Thereby this part of the net income passes from heavy industry into light industry and the food-producing industry and is realized in the prices of consumer goods. This ensures a relatively low level of prices for the means of production which are used in industry, agriculture, and building, and reduces their cost of production accordingly. The wholesale price at the enterprise ensures for the enterprise compensation for its planned expenditure and the receipt of net income. In fixing wholesale prices at the enterprise at levels which ensure the profitability of enterprises, the state takes into account the operation of the law of value. Wholesale prices at the enterprise play a big part in the system of economic accounting and rubble control of costs. The requirements of economic accounting demand a level of wholesale prices such as will stimulate improvement in the quality of an enterprise's work, encourage it to economize resources and reduce costs. Wholesale prices which do not guarantee that when the enterprise fulfills the plan as regards costs it will make a profit or even recover its expenses lead to a weakening in economic accounting and in the enterprise's incentive to raise the quality of its economic activity. On the other hand, high wholesale prices which guarantee profitability even when the enterprise uses backward methods of work do not stimulate the application of progressive production standards. The continuous growth and improvement of socialist production provides the basis for reduction of wholesale prices. The socialist state consistently carries out a policy of systematic reduction of costs of industrial production and reduction of prices of industrial commodities. In turn, the reduction of prices serves as a factor in the reduction of costs. So as to have net income when prices are reduced, an enterprise must restrict in every possible way its expenditure per unit of production. By reducing wholesale prices, the state encourages the managements of enterprises to reduce expenditures so as to keep production profitable, to improve the organization of labor, and to find and utilize hidden reserves in the economy. In the period from 1950 to 1955, on the basis of the growth of production and reduction in the costs of production, a threefold reduction of wholesale prices in industry was carried out, as a result of which wholesale prices in heavy industry in the middle of 1955 were below the level of wholesale prices prevailing at the end of 1948, before the system of subsidies to cover the losses of heavy industry was abolished and a temporary increase in wholesale prices introduced for the products of certain branches of heavy industry. The systematic reduction of wholesale prices strengthens economic accounting and provides the basis for reducing retail prices. Brief conclusions. 1. Socialism makes widely possible economies in all production resources, and these economies lead in the long run to a continuous saving in labor time, i.e., in living and congealed labor. Economy of labor, both living and congealed, in socialist enterprises, is affected by means of economic accounting. Economic accounting is the method of planned management of the economy of socialist enterprises. Based on the operation of the law of value, it involves the measurement of production outlays and results of economic activity in money terms, the meeting of expenditures out of the income received by enterprises themselves, economy of resources, and ensuring production at a profit. Economic accounting presupposes that the enterprise has independence in economic operation, is responsible for using the resources placed at its disposal economically, and is materially interested in improving the results of its work. It is aimed at the fulfillment and overfulfillment of plans in respect of both quantitative and qualitative indices. 2. Production funds of state socialist enterprises are divided into fixed and circulating. The circulating funds, and the funds of circulation, together make up the circulating resources of an enterprise. The socialist system of economy ensures the fullest possible and most appropriate use of fixed funds and circulating resources. 3. Production costs are that part of social production outlays, expressed in money form, which comprise outlay on used-up means of production and wages. They are a most important index of the quality of the work of an enterprise. The systematic reduction of costs and prices is one of the basic principles of socialist economic management. 4. The product of labor for society constitutes the net income of socialist society. Net income in the state production sector is received in two basic forms: as the net income of state enterprises and as the centralized net income of the 1. State. The net income of state enterprises is that part of the net income created by labor for society which is accumulated in a particular enterprise, and is used to a considerable extent to meet its own needs. The centralized net income of the state is that part of the net income of society which is concentrated in the hands of the state to be used for general public purposes. Such a division of the net income is caused by the necessity, on the one hand, of ensuring that economic accounting should work properly, and, on the other hand, of making centralized use of a considerable part of the net income of society for general state requirements. 5. In the state industry of the USSR there are two main forms of price: wholesale price at the enterprise and wholesale price of industry. The wholesale price at the enterprise is equivalent to the planned cost plus the net income of the enterprise. The wholesale price of industry includes the wholesale price at the enterprise and part of the centralized net income of the state, allocated to the budget at fixed rates. Chapter XXXV, The Socialist System of Agriculture. The place and role of socialist agriculture in the national economy. The socialist system of agriculture is based on state, public, and cooperative collective farm ownership of the means of production. The system includes collective farms, machine and tractor stations and state farms. Socialist agriculture plays an important part in the securing of the maximum satisfaction of the constantly growing material and cultural needs of the whole of society. It is the food base, supplying the population with foodstuffs, and the raw materials base for the light and food industries, which produce objects of mass consumption. Socialist society is a producers and consumers association of those who work in industry and agriculture. If, in this association, industry is not linked up with agriculture, which provides raw materials and food and absorbs the products of industry. If industry and agriculture do not thus constitute a single, national economic whole, there will be no socialism whatever. Stalin, Questions and Answers, Works, English edition, Volume 7, p. 203. Industry is the leading element in relation to agriculture. Large-scale highly mechanized agriculture depends to a vast extent on industry, which produces tractors, combine harvesters, and other agricultural machines, their spare parts, fuel, mineral fertilizers, chemicals for pest control, and so on. A steady rise in socialist agriculture can be secured only on the basis of a preferentially rapid growth in the output of means of production supplied for agriculture by socialist industry. At the same time, the development of industry and other branches of the national economy depend on an uninterrupted and rapid raising of agricultural production. The increasing of the people's well-being and the growth of the town population demand increased output of grain, meat, milk, green vegetables, and other agricultural produce. The expansion of the output of manufactured goods is only possible on the basis of a growing output of agricultural raw materials for the various branches of the light and food industries, cotton, flax, wool, sugar beet, oil crops, and so on. The socialist system of agriculture creates the possibility of a systematic growth in productivity of agricultural production and an increase in its marketed surplus. The productivity of labor in socialist agriculture in the USSR in 1954 was 3 times as great as the productivity of labor in pre-revolutionary agriculture, which testifies to the great advantages of collective and state farm production. The marketed output production of agriculture increased, between 1926-7 and 1952-3, in the case of grain from 10.3 million tons to 40.4 millions, of potatoes from 3 million tons to 12.5 millions, of meat, live weight, from 2.4 million tons to 5 millions, of milk from 4.3 million tons to 13.2 millions. Great successes have been achieved in the production of cotton, sugar beet and some other industrial crops. But the level of agricultural production achieved in the USSR does not correspond to the high technical equipment of agriculture and to the possibilities latent in the socialist system of agriculture, and does not yet satisfy the constantly growing requirements of the population as regards foodstuffs, and those of light industry as regards agricultural raw materials. In order to fulfill all the requirements of the population for various foodstuffs and to develop widely the different branches of the light and food-producing industries, it is essential not only rapidly to increase agricultural production as a whole, but also to improve its structure, increasing the relative importance of livestock breeding, of valuable crops, etc. This demands above all an increase in grain production. Grain farming is the basis of the whole of agricultural production. In order to solve the problem of livestock breeding as soon as possible, it is essential to provide all stock with grain fodders, maize, barley, and oats. The expansion of cotton, flax, sugar beet, and sunflower production, as well as that of other industrial crops, means that bread must be provided for those engaged in raising these crops. Thus the development of all branches of agriculture depends on an increase in grain output. The all-round satisfaction of the population's requirements in foodstuffs and the improvement of the structure of its diet also demand further development of stock breeding and of all other branches of agriculture, potato and other vegetable growing, fruit growing, viticulture, etc. Socialist agriculture has great and still far from exhausted possibilities of ensuring full supplies of agricultural produce for the population and of raw material for industry. The great successes achieved in the development of heavy industry allowed the Communist Party and the Soviet state to set forth in 1953-4 a program for a steep rise in all branches of agricultural production and to undertake the practical realization of this program. The January, 1955, plenum of the Central Committee of the CPSU took the decision to raise the gross yield of grain during the next 5 or 6 years to 10 milliard poods a year and to double and more than double the output of the main products of animal husbandry. The sources from which the gross yield of grain are to be increased are, raising the crop capacity of all sown areas, reduction in losses in harvesting, reclamation of virgin and fallow land. The task of sharply increasing the production of grain is exceptionally important for the carrying through of the great plans of communist construction. The struggle to extend grain production is a struggle to strengthen the economic might of our homeland and to achieve a further improvement in the well-being of the people. Raising the gross yield of grain to 10 million poods a year will enable all demands for grain to be fully met, more substantial reserves to be formed, trade with foreign countries to be extended, and also more than 4 million poods of grain to be set aside for stock breeding, particularly maize, but also a considerable quantity of bran, oilcake and other types of fodder. Stock breeding will be provided with a stable fodder base and will become highly productive, with a great deal of its product available for marketing, and will ensure the supply to the population of the necessary quantity of animal products. The experience of the advanced collective farms, MTS, and state farms shows that this task can be accomplished in a shorter period than was planned. One of the most important conditions of an increase in all branches of agricultural production is the most complete and all-round utilization of the land as the main means of production in agriculture. Public ownership of the land is an important factor in reducing the costs of agricultural produce, in steadily raising the material position of the Soviet peasantry. In pre-revolutionary Russia, the poor and middle peasants had about 330 million acres of agricultural land. As a result of the October Socialist Revolution and the victory of the collective farm system, the collective farm peasantry in 1937 already had for their use more than 910 million acres of agricultural land, i.e., almost 3 times as much. At the present time, including the collective farms of the western regions of the Ukrainian SSR and the Belarusian S.S.K., the western districts of the Moldavian SSR, and the Baltic Soviet republics, the collective farm peasantry has for its use 980 million acres of agricultural land, and in all, including forests and other lands not yet used for agriculture, 1,430 million acres of land are secured to the collective farms for their perpetual use. Apart from this, the collective farms have, for long-term use without payment, 445 million acres of the State Land Fund and the State Forest Fund, of which 163 million acres are agricultural land. The state farms have about 170 million acres of agricultural land, subsidiary farms belonging to factories and institutions, and other land users, have more than 46 million acres. The collective and state farms have huge reserves of unutilized, fertile, virgin, and long fallow lands. The acquisition of these lands offers the possibility of considerably increasing in a very short period the output of agricultural produce. The economic necessity for the nation of increasing the production of grain and other agricultural products has required the carrying out of large-scale public works for the fullest development of the land wealth of the country. In keeping with the decisions of the February-March, 1954, plenum of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union on the further expansion of grain production and on the development of virgin and long fallow lands, and with subsequent decisions of the Communist Party and the Soviet state, a vast program has been adopted which provides for the development of virgin and long fallow lands, mainly in the country's eastern districts, so that the sown area of grain and other agricultural crops on newly developed lands should reach 6,974 million acres in 1956. The successful fulfillment of this national task made possible even in 1954 and the first half of 1955 the opening up of 65 million acres of highly fertile virgin and long fallow lands in collective and state farms. The large tracts of land secured to each collective and state farm allow the most productive use of tractors, combines and other complex agricultural machines, the introduction of correct crop rotations, work on land improvement, the construction of irrigation and drainage canals, afforestation, etc. The land, Marx pointed out, constantly improves if it is correctly treated. The socialist system affords every possibility of creating a rational system of agriculture which ensures a regular increase in soil fertility and the highest productivity of agricultural output. A rational system of agriculture presupposes its intensification. Intensification of agriculture means the additional investment of means of production in a given land area and the improvement of agriculture methods, so as to obtain the greatest quantity of produce from each acre under cultivation by reducing the expenditure of labor and resources per unit of production. Intensification presupposes the application of artificial and organic fertilizers, the raising of highly productive breeds of cattle, the application of the latest achievements of agronomic and veterinary science, etc. This is the main line of development for socialist agriculture. The machine and tractor stations the industrial base of collective farm production. The collective farms are served by state-owned machine and tractor stations, in which are concentrated the most important implements of agricultural production. The concentration in state hands of the most important means of agricultural production is a great advantage of the collective farm system. Agricultural technique is ceaselessly being perfected. The constant progress of socialist agriculture is unthinkable without this. The creation of numerous machines which are being more and more improved demands large-scale capital investments, which pay for themselves after a number of years. The Soviet state invests in agriculture considerable and ever-growing resources which would be beyond the means of even the largest individual agricultural enterprises. In 1953 alone, expenditure on the development of agriculture provided by the state budget, and also out of other public funds, amounted to 52 milliard rubles. In 1954 this expenditure increased to 74.4 milliard rubles. In the budget allocations, expenditure on further strengthening the machine and tractor stations amounted in 1954 to more than 32 milliard rubles. Machine and tractor stations are the industrial material and technical base of collective farm production, and represent a decisive force in the development of the collective farms. The production link between industry and agriculture is realized through the MTS. The socialist production relations between the working class and the collective farm peasantry are expressed in the mutual relations between the machine and tractor stations and the collective farms. Thanks to the MTS, the development of the collective farms takes place on the basis of the highest technique. A high level of mechanization of collective farm production is the basis on which labor productivity in collective farms is raised. Mechanization has to an enormous extent lightened the labor of collective farmers and made possible the carrying out of agricultural work in periods which correspond with the rules of agronomic science and the application of the achievements of advanced agricultural technique. The wide use of MTS machines in collective farm production greatly economizes labor expenditure in agricultural production. By the beginning of 1954 the machine and tractor stations had at their disposal more than 3/4 of the total capacity of mechanical prime movers, including electric, in MTS and collective farms. In 1954 more than 80% of the basic field work in collective farms, including almost all the plowing, was carried out by the MTS. The annual labor of 23 million workers less than would have been needed to carry out the same work in conditions of individual peasant holdings was expended on work carried out in 1953 by the MTS with the help of tractors and combines. The principal task of the M.T.SS is to secure the greatest possible increase in the yields of all crops in the collective farms, to help the latter to increase their socially owned herd and its productivity and to raise the total output and marketable surplus of crops and livestock in the collective farms they serve. Resolution of the September, 1953, Plenum of the Central Committee of the CPSU. The CPSU in resolutions and decisions of its congresses, conferences, and Central Committee meetings, 7th Russian edition, pt. 2, p. 1182. The complex mechanization of all branches of collective farm production in grain farming, in the raising of technical and fodder crops, in vegetable growing and also in the arduous jobs in the livestock departments of collective farms is the most important condition for solving this problem. In the MTS and the specialized stations regular cadres of skilled mechanics have been formed: tractor drivers, tractor team leaders, combine operators, and operators of other complex agricultural machines. This makes possible the fullest and most productive use of the wealth of complex agricultural machinery available. The MTS, as large-scale industrial-type state enterprises serving the collective farms, have the responsibility of acting as guides to a high level of agriculture and organizers of collective farm production. Through the MTS, the Soviet state exercises its function as economic guide and organizer in the strengthening of the collective farms. The MTS helps them in the planning of their socialized sector, in the correct organization of labor, in the training of personnel, in the whole economic, political, and cultural life of the Soviet countryside. Until 1953, the rich and complex machinery in the MTS was entrusted to seasonal collective farm workers, who were allocated by the farms to work in the MTS just for the period of field work. In accordance with the decisions of the September 1953 plenum of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, permanent cadres of mechanics were created in the MTS. The total number of permanent workers on the strength of the MTS in 1954 was about 2 million, which included 1 million tractor drivers, 200,000 tractor team leaders and their assistants, and 240,000 combine operators. The MTS serve the collective farms on the basis of agreements concluded with them which have the force of law for both sides. The obtaining by the collective farms, served by a given MTS, of the greatest quantity of produce and money income per 100 acres of agricultural land with the least possible expenditure of labor and resources per unit of production is the basic economic index of MTS activity. The MTS are responsible for carrying out state deliveries of agricultural produce from the collective farms. In accordance with the agreements concluded by the MTS with the collective farms, the latter pay for the work done for them by the former in kind, in agricultural produce, for certain work, however, in money. The payment in kind for MTS work is that part of the collective farm's gross production which reimburses the outlay of the state MTS on the production of collective farm output. The payment in kind embodies in itself past labor, consisting of the expended means of production of the MTS, and also the newly expended labor of the MTS workers, which consists of labor for themselves and labor for society. The rates of payment in kind for MTS work are fixed, but differentiated according to the zones of the country and their economic and natural conditions. For overfulfillment of planned yields of agricultural crops, the MTS receive from the collective farms a definite part of the harvest gathered above plan. Selling the agricultural produce coming from the collective farms as payment in kind, the state obtains money which is spent on replacing used-up means of production of the MTS and on the wages of MTS workers. Through the sale of agricultural produce supplied as payment in kind, the state also obtains a net income which is used to expand existing MTS, to construct new MTS and for other public needs. The establishment of fixed rates of payment in kind is an important condition for the MTS advancing from being financed out of the budget to economic accounting, so that each MTS should spend its resources in keeping with the income it has received. The introduction of economic accounting into the MTS and observance by them of a regime of economy are of great importance for the reduction of the cost per centner of agricultural produce received as payment in kind, fuller and more efficient use of machinery, high quality and timely repair of machines and careful maintenance of the latter. The principle of the material interest of workers in the results of their labor is applied in the MTS in particular forms, different from the forms of payment of labor in other state enterprises and in the collective farms. Permanent and seasonal workers in the tractor teams receive payment for their labor in money and in kind, on the basis of piece rates. Moreover, during the period of field work, payment is reckoned according to the output standards they have kept up and on the basis of prices calculated in workdays. The state, through the MTS, pays the permanent and seasonal tractor team workers for each workday they perform a guaranteed minimum in kind, grain, the size of the minimum depending on the fulfillment of the planned tasks as regards yields of agricultural crops in the collective farms served. In addition to this, tractor team workers receive from the collective farm in which they are working, for the workdays they have earned, the difference between the actual payment in grain per work earned day and the guaranteed minimum. This applies likewise to all other agricultural produce, on the same footing as the collective farmers. During the period of work away from the fields, in repair shops, at work on the mechanical side of the livestock departments, on MTS buildings, The MTS pay their workers a money wage on the basis of piece rates. The system of payment of MTS workers gives them a material interest in the better use of agricultural technique and in raising collective farm production. The socialized sector of the collective farms. Planning of collective farm production. Freed from the necessity of spending large sums on the purchase and rent of land, as well as on the purchase of the most important implements of production, the collective farms are able to use their growing income for the development of their socialized sector. The socialized sector of the collective farm is organized on state land and run with the help of modern machinery, concentrated in the MTS and constituting public property. The means of production belonging to the artel, and the output of the collective farms, constitute cooperative collective farm property. Since the agricultural artel is an enterprise of cooperative type, the socialized means of production are part of the indivisible fund of the collective farm. The indivisible fund of the collective farm consists of collective farm implements of labor, work, and store cattle, buildings, means of transport, subsidiary enterprises, long-term plantations, irrigation works, materials and money allocated for the development of the socialized sector. Cultural buildings and amenities, collective farm clubs, reading rooms, kindergartens, etc., also belong to the indivisible fund. The constant growth of indivisible funds is the most important condition for the development of the socialized sector of the collective farms and the increase of collective farm wealth. The capital investments of the collective farms are used for the construction of farm buildings, livestock accommodation, irrigation and drainage canals, ponds, clearing the land of brushwood, the building of collective farm power stations and other structures. Capital investments of collective farms in their socialized sector, from their own means and with their own labor, excluding expenditure on expanding the herd, amounted to about 40 milliard rubles in 1946-50, and 52 milliard in 1951-4. Apart from this, the collective farms spent more than 11 milliard rubles in 1946-50 and 6 milliard in 1951-4 on increasing the number of socially owned cattle and poultry. The collective farms, as large-scale socialist enterprises, cannot exist and develop from hand to mouth, they require planned guidance of their economy. The planned development of the socialized sector of the collective farms along a path of steady advance is the basis for the growth of the material and cultural standard of life of the collective farmers. Forming as they do part of the system of socialist economy, the collective farms must by all-round development of their socialist sector increase to an ever-growing extent, their production for the market, in quantities adequate to meet the demand of the towns and industrial centers, foreign trade, and the formation of reserves. Long-term planning is carried out in the collective farms, aimed at contributing to the solution of the national economic tasks by a sharp rise in agricultural production in the shortest possible time, and annual plans are drawn up accordingly. The point of departure in state planning of collective farm production is the planning of production of surplus agricultural produce which passes out of the collective farms' control into the disposal of the state. The surplus, marketable, production of the collective farms grows with the growth of the socialized sector. The planned guidance of agriculture envisages the need for more productive use of the land. The most important economic index of the results of the collective farms' economic activity is the obtaining of the maximum amount of gross product of agriculture and stock raising per 100 acres of agricultural land arable, meadow, pasture and per workday worked. The state plan for the development of agriculture lays down the amount of produce of arable and livestock farming to be rendered to the state in the form of compulsory deliveries, payment in kind for the work of the MTS, contracting and purchases. It lays down for the MTS the amount of tractor work to be done on the collective farms. The collective farms must plan, with the participation of the MTS, a level of agricultural production which will completely ensure the fulfillment of the planned tasks of delivery and sale of produce, both arable and pastoral, to the state, as well as covering the needs of the socialized sector of the collective farms and those of the collective farmers. Thus, the collective farms determine according to their own judgment the size of area to be sown to particular crops, the amount of the yield to be aimed at, the head of cattle by species and the productivity of stock breeding, and the system of agricultural and veterinary measures to be adopted. The plans for sowing the various crops and the plans for stock breeding are discussed and decided at general meetings of collective farmers. This procedure in planning helps to enhance the initiative of the collective farmers in getting the maximum amount of produce from each acre of land in the collective farm's charge. It also strengthens the responsibility of the collective farms and the MTS in relation to the delivery of agricultural produce in the necessary quantity to the state. The planning procedure described also has the function of increasing the economic initiative and incentive of the collective farmers and MTS workers in relation to the development of the non-specialized economy of the collective farms, taking into account the natural and economic conditions of the various parts of the country. The carrying on of a non-specialized economy is one of the great advantages of socialist agricultural enterprises. A non-specialized economy permits a rational combination of various branches of agricultural production, especially arable and livestock farming, and the obtaining of the maximum amount of produce from each acre. In collective farms which correctly combine, taking into account the natural and technical conditions that exist in the various parts of the country, the production of grain, industrial crops, fodder and vegetables, and stock breeding, the labor force is employed more fully and evenly through the whole year, higher indices of labor productivity are obtained, and the economy pays better. Financial resources become available to non-specialized farms more regularly during the course of the year, which enables them to find in good time the money for economic measures which they wish to put into effect. A non-specialized farm does not contradict but presupposes specialized regions and districts of the country and particular farms specializing in branches, crops, and kinds of stock. The correct conduct of a socialist agricultural enterprise excludes both the universalism of small peasant economy, in which a variety of crops are cultivated, mostly for the peasant's own consumption, and the one-sided development of capitalist farms, which usually specialize in one crop, monoculture. The specialization of socialist agriculture means, first, fuller utilization of the specific natural and economic conditions of each region and district of the country for planned production of a particular product needed by society, example cotton in the Central Asian republics of the USSR. Second, correct combination of the basic and supplementary branches of the economy, especially arable farming and stock raising, grain, technical and vegetable crops, and, third, the production of such agricultural crops and breeding of such types of stock, in accordance with local conditions, as will ensure the maximum amount of high-quality production with the least expenditure of labor and resources per unit. The planned distribution of agricultural production throughout the country must also conform to this requirement. Any stereotyped distribution of crops or kinds of stock or the application of uniform crop rotations and agrotechnical methods, regardless of the special features of the natural and economic conditions of a district, is contradictory to the principles of rational conduct of planned socialist economy. Socialist forms of organization of labor in collective farms. The workday. The socialized sector of the agricultural artel is conducted on the basis of the collective labor of the collective farmers. The permanent production team, formed by the collective farm management to work in one branch or another of the socialized sector, is the main form of labor organization in collective farms. Production teams exist for field crops, stock breeding, fodder storage, vegetable growing, fruit farming, building and other purposes. The field team is allotted, in the fields of the collective farms rotation, tracts of land of a size to ensure the highly productive use of tractors, combine harvesters, and other MTS machines in carrying out all agricultural work. Draft animals, the necessary agricultural equipment and farm buildings are provided for each field team. Links are formed within the field team for the more productive use of manual labor in cultivating crops which require more arduous effort. Links are directly subordinated to the field team's leader. The June 1954 plenum of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union recognized that it was necessary, while strengthening the production teams in the collective farms, at the same time to encourage the organization of links for specially cultivated and industrial crops, and to help them in every way to obtain large harvests on the fields for which they were responsible. Livestock teams are organized for work in the collective farm livestock departments. Usually one department with the stock buildings and means of production necessary for its upkeep is provided for each livestock brigade. Ensuring the smooth cooperation of MTS and collective farms is an important condition for the most effective use of the complex MTS machinery. This is achieved by linking the work of the MTS tractor team with that of the collective farms permanent production teams. Each MTS tractor team serves one particular collective farm team or several teams, for a number of years. In agreement with the character of cooperative collective farm property, the requirements of the economic law of distribution according to work done is carried out in collective farms by means of the workday. The workday is a measure of the expenditure of the labor of collective farmers in the collective farm socialized sector, and at the same time determines the share of each collective farmer in the collective farm's income. The expenditure of the labor of collective farmers in the socialized sector is reckoned in workdays. The collective farm distributes among the collective farmers that part of its income which goes to personal consumption according to the workdays earned. A standard of output per working day, achievable by a collective farmer working conscientiously, and taking into account the condition of the draft animals, machines, and the quality of the soil, is fixed for each job on the collective farms. The rate in workdays, depending on the skill required of the worker, the complexity, arduousness, and importance of the particular job for the artel, is determined in keeping with the output standard. The fulfillment of the daily standard output on comparatively simple field work is rated at 1 workday. All other forms of labor in the collective farm are assessed below or above this. In the course of a working day, a collective farmer can be credited with 1 workday, half a workday or several workdays, according to the form of labor involved and the degree of fulfillment or overfulfillment of the standard output. Consequently, a workday is not the same as a working day. The collective farms plan their workday expenditure by separate branches and agricultural crops. They maintain strict supervision of the correct crediting of workdays according to the work done by each team, link, and individual collective farmer. Thus the workday takes account of both the quantity and the quality of the collective farmer's labor in various jobs, and this makes possible the correlation of various types of work in the collective farm. Skilled labor is rated higher in workdays than unskilled, more intensive labor higher than less intensive. The workday also makes possible the correlation of labor of different productivity in similar jobs. A collective farmer overfulfilling the output standard is allotted correspondingly more workdays. In the workday, the labor of an individual collective farmer is expressed as part of the total direct social labor in the collective farm. In this way, the personal labor of each collective farmer in collective farm production receives its social evaluation. The workday reflects socialist production relations between the collective farmers within their particular collective farm, and is an important economic instrument for organizing collective farm production. Insofar as the existence of 2 basic forms of socialist production leads to the existence of commodity production and circulation, the collective farms cannot confine themselves to reckoning up the expenditure on collective farm production in terms of workdays. They have their finances, they calculate collective farm output and income in money terms, and accumulate money. Payment of workdays in the collective farms takes place not only in kind, but also in cash. In the workday are expressed the principles of equality in socialist society, the freeing of all workers from exploitation, the obligation of everyone to work, and the right of everyone to be remunerated for his labor according to its quantity and quality. The workday secures equal pay for the labor of men and women. The collective farm system has put an end to the age-old economic inequality of the peasant woman. Only in the collective farm has the peasant woman acquired the opportunity of standing on an equal footing with the man. Thus the workday is a new economic category, born of the collective farm system. The output of collective farm production. Collective farm income. The output produced in the socialized sector of the artel constitutes group, cooperative collective farm property. At the same time, not only the collective farms, but also the MTS, which carry out most important jobs in the collective farm, participate in the creation of collective farm output and income. The gross production if a collective farm means the entire amount of the agricultural produce and raw material produced in its socialized sector during a year. The size of the value, or of the social costs of production of collective farm production for a given year is determined by the total amount of socially necessary labor, both living and congealed, embodied in this production, including the expenditure incurred in the previous year towards the harvest of the year in question, opening up and cultivation of fallow land, sowing of winter crops, first plowing of plowlands, etc. In connection with the role played by the MTS in collective farm production, the labor of industrial workers, expended in producing tractors, combines and other agricultural machines, spare parts for these, fuel, lubricants, etc., forms an ever-increasing share of the value of collective farm production. The share contributed by the skilled labor of the engineering and technical personnel of the MTS is also increasing. The constituent parts of the value of collective farm production are, first, the value of the used-up means of production of the collective farm and MTS, second, the value of the product for themselves created by the collective farmers and MTS workers, third, the value of the product for society created by the collective farmers and MTS workers. Owing to the peculiarities of cooperative collective farm property and to the participation of the MTS in the creation of collective farm production, the formation, replacement, and distribution of the value of the production of a collective farm takes place in a different way than in a state enterprise, example in a state farm. It is necessary to distinguish the expenditure of labor and resources carried out directly by the MTS from the expenditure of labor and resources carried out directly by the collective farm. One of the most important indices of the results of socialist management in a given collective farm and the MTS which serves it is the costs of collective farm production. In calculating the costs of collective farm production, there must be taken into account the value of the means of production of the collective farm and of the MTS used up per unit of production, and the expenditure of resources on payment for the labor of the collective farmers and the MTS workers. The value of the MTS means of production used up, the expenses of paying for the labor of the MTS workers, and also the net income created by the MTS workers in assisting collective farm production, are replaced by the agricultural produce which the collective farm hands over to the MTS in the form of payment in kind. This part of collective farm production in kind passes from the collective farms to the state without assuming commodity form, without any buying and selling. It constitutes part of the so-called extra-rural turnover and is taken into account in calculating the degree to which collective farm production is marketable. The collective farms make good the means of production they have themselves expended on securing their output, mainly in kind, reproducing them in their socialized sector. Such means of production include seeds, livestock, fodder, organic manure, etc. The collective farms replace a certain part of the expended means of production by purchases from state and cooperative organizations. Such means of production include vehicles, small-scale equipment, small motors, simple machines, artificial manures, pedigree stock, building materials, etc. The labor of the collective farmers newly expended on collective farm output creates the gross income of the collective farm. Gross income is the result of the labor of collective farmers for themselves and of their labor for society. That part of the gross collective farm income which is created by labor for themselves, expended by the collective farmers in their socialized sector, forms the personal income of the collective farmers, distributed according to workdays. In addition to this, the collective farmers obtain personal income from their subsidiary home plots. That part of the gross income which is created by the labor of collective farmers for society, for the socialized sector of the collective farm and for society as a whole, forms the net income of collective farm. The size of the net income depends above all on the level of productivity of labor attained. The productivity of labor in agriculture is determined by a variety of conditions. Decisive significance in the raising of the productivity of labor belongs to the mechanization of agricultural work, fuller and more efficient use of machines and tractors and of the collective farm's own means of production, correct organization and payment of labor, the development of socialist emulation, and the introduction into production of the achievements of agronomy and veterinary science and of the experience of advanced people in the field of socialist agriculture. As V.I. Lenin showed, in the last analysis, all differences in the economic organization of agricultural enterprises, their technique and so on, are summed up in the yields obtained. The results of economic activity in the field of stock breeding find expression in the amount of meat, milk, wool, and other animal products obtained. On the basis of the growth in the productivity of labor, of economy in the expenditure of living and congealed labor per unit of production, the costs of collective farm production must systematically decline. The higher the productivity of labor in collective farm production, the lower the productive expenditure o means of production and payment of labor per centner of grain, cotton, flax, beet, meat, milk, wool, and other forms of agricultural produce, and the better the socialized economy pays. Comparison between the production outlay and the results obtained, expenses and income, observance of a strict regime of economy of embodied and living labor, struggle against every kind of unnecessary and unproductive expenditure, a proper organization of the financial side, accounts, and bookkeeping. These are the conditions necessary for correct leadership of the development of the socialized sectors of the collective farms along the road to further progress. Calculating the outlay of collective farms and MTS on collective farm production is very important for determining the economic profitability of the production of particular products, for planned, rational distribution of agricultural crops and kinds of stock as between parts of the country, and for determining the results of the economic activity of the collective farms and MTS, the degree to which they are paying, their profitability. Collective farm income is divided into income in kind and in money. Collective farmers receive part of the remuneration for their labor in kind, grain, vegetables, fruit, meat, milk, and so on, the other part in money. The increase in the socialized funds of the collective farms takes place partly in kind, seed, fodder, etc., and partly, the indivisible fund, etc., in money. Under conditions of commodity economy, the money incomes of the collective farms play a big part in the development of collective farm production and the growth in the welfare of the collective farmers. The money incomes of the collective farmers are formed by selling their marketable surplus to the state and the cooperatives through the system of state procurement and purchase, and also through direct sale to the population on the collective farm market. A considerable part of collective farm commodity production becomes available to the state as state procurements of agricultural produce, which include compulsory deliveries and contract purchases. State purchases through compulsory deliveries is made in the case of grain crops, livestock produce, potatoes, and a number of other vegetable crops. State purchases by means of contract are made predominantly in the case of industrial crops. The consistent application of the principle of the material interest of collective farms and collective farmers in increasing agricultural output is the basis of the policy of the Communist Party and the Soviet state as regards compulsory and voluntary deliveries of agricultural produce to the state. This is achieved by establishing firm prices for compulsory deliveries and voluntary sales, which ensure the reimbursement of expenditure on the production of agricultural produce and the growth of collective farm cash income, and also by applying firm quotas of compulsory deliveries for each district. State procurements in the form of compulsory deliveries of agricultural produce by the collective farms are carried out on the basis of the acreage principle, i.e., in accordance with the quantity of land secured to the collective farm. Each collective farm is obliged to sell to the state as compulsory deliveries a definite quantity of the output of crops per acre of arable, and of livestock produce per acre of ground area. The acreage quotas of compulsory deliveries are permanent. The progressive significance of such a system of compulsory deliveries of agricultural produce lies in the fact that it raises the interest of the collective farmers in developing their socialized cultivation and livestock breeding, and in the fullest use of the socialized land of the collective farm. With fixed, permanent quotas of compulsory deliveries, the collective farms are assured that, after fulfilling their obligations to the state, they can freely at their own discretion dispose of the collective farm produce. In accordance with the decisions of the September, 1953, plenum of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, and the subsequent decisions of the Communist Party and the Soviet state, the incorrect practice, which laid down exaggerated quotas of compulsory deliveries for the more advanced collective farms, and thus reduced the material interest of collective farms and farmers in increasing output, was abolished. Quotas of compulsory deliveries to the state have also been reduced for a number of agricultural products. New fixed district quotas have been laid down for these deliveries, which shall not be raised by the local authorities. Compulsory deliveries of agricultural produce by collective farms to the state are not a tax in the economic sense of the word, since the state pays for this produce. The Soviet state plans and lays down firm procurement prices for agricultural produce acquired by centralist statutory deliveries. In planning these prices, the state takes into account the value of each agricultural product, its significance for the national economy, and the economic advantage of its production for the collective farm. At the same time, these prices for compulsory deliveries are laid down at a level which ensures the handing over to state funds of part of the collective farm net income to meet the general state needs. State income from the sales of produce received through compulsory deliveries is used for public needs, for the development of socialist industry, which supplies agriculture with machines and fertilizers, on education, on health, etc. For some agricultural produce, the state, in addition to the fixed price, grants cash bonuses and organizes a return sale of grain, manufactured goods, and foodstuffs. Moreover, some of them are sold at preferential state prices, which are lower than those usually charged. Apart from compulsory deliveries and contract purchases of industrial crops, the state acquires agricultural produce from collective farms and collective farmers in the form of state purchases, at purchase prices which exceed those paid for compulsory deliveries. In this purchasing of agricultural produce, the state carries on return sales to the collective farms and collective farmers of manufactured goods. Finally, the collective farms sell to the population a certain part of their saleable output on the collective farm market, at prices formed in this market under the influence of supply and demand. Compulsory deliveries to and voluntary purchases by the state are a most important source of the collective farm's money income, which is used to supplement the indivisible fund, to pay the workdays of the collective farmers, and for other purposes. The level of compulsory and voluntary purchase prices is of very great importance in connection with the raising of the material incentive of the collective farms and collective farmers to develop collective farm production. As has been mentioned, the law of value, though not the regulator of socialist production, exercises an influence on the formation of the prices of agricultural products. The prices at which marketable produce is sold have a strong bearing on the state and development of collective farm production and its particular branches. These prices must make good the outlay on production and guarantee a certain degree of profitability. If these requirements of the law of value are ignored, the material incentive of the collective farms and farmers to develop one or other branch of the socialized sector may be undermined. Thus, at the September 1953 plenum of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, it was established that the level of compulsory delivery and voluntary sales prices which formerly existed for a number of agricultural products was not stimulating the collective farms and collective farmers to increase their production. The necessity of raising these prices in keeping with the requirements of the law of value arose. With a view to increasing the personal material interest of collective farmers in a further improvement in agriculture, compulsory delivery and voluntary sale prices were considerably raised, quotas of compulsory deliveries reduced, the share of purchases at the higher purchase prices increased, and the agricultural tax on the personal subsidiary holding of the collective farmers reduced. The growth of the marketable production of agriculture and the increase mentioned above in the prices paid by the state for agricultural produce led to a considerable increase in the money incomes of the collective farms and farmers. They received for their produce delivered and sold to the state, in 1953 12 milliard rubles more, and in 1954 25 milliard rubles more, than in 1952. The main way to further a great improvement in all branches of agriculture consists in raising the level of collective farm production, increasing gross and marketed output and reducing expenditure per unit of output. Differential rent in socialist economy. The economic and natural conditions for the formation of differential rent exist in the collective farms. The existence of differential rent in the collective farms is bound up with the fact that, first, the national leased land, as the property of the whole people, handed over to the collective farms gratis for perpetual use, is used directly by separate collective farms, based on cooperative collective farm ownership, which is of a group character, and second, that under conditions of commodity economy commodities that are produced under different conditions of productivity of labor are sold at the same price. Collective farm lands differ among themselves in fertility, situation, and the degree of productive utilization, which is mainly connected with the extent to which agriculture has been mechanized. Insofar as the quantity of the best land is limited, socialist society is compelled to work also the poorer land in order to satisfy its requirements in respect of agricultural produce. The labor of collective farmers, applied in different conditions of production, results in different productivity. Collective farms with different levels of labor productivity produce a different quantity of agricultural produce per acre. This means that they expended a similar quantity of labor per unit of output. Collective farms applying their labor on the best land, under the most advantageous conditions of production and sale, create, compared with collective farms working poorer land under less advantageous conditions, additional income. This income in its natural form consists of various agricultural products, grain, cotton, meat, milk, wool, etc. One part of this additional income is expended in kind, the other part is realized in cash. Since the total output produced by the collective farms is collective farm property, the additional income which is the result of higher productivity of labor, for example, on better, more fertile land, also becomes the property of the individual collective farms. The additional income of the collective farms realized as money is connected with the peculiarities of price formation in agriculture. The total additional income created in the collective farm and expressed in money form, is the difference between the social production costs, or social value, of the agricultural produce and the individual production costs, or individual value, of that produce. The extent to which this difference is secured by the collective farms depends on the level of prices. The scarcity of the best land cannot but influence the price level of agricultural produce. The need to ensure that cultivating one crop or another will be profitable, not only in the best but also in the worst production conditions, is taken into account when prices are planned. The output produced in collective farms in different conditions of labor productivity is realized at the same prices for compulsory deliveries and voluntary sales, for the zone concerned, or at the same prices on the collective farm market. Consequently, the collective farms with higher labor productivity obtain additional money income. The differential rent of the collective farms is the additional net income, in kind, or in money, created on the collective farms which have the most fertile, or more conveniently disposed, portions of land, as well as by those which use the land more productively, compared with the collective farms using poorer portions of land or more remote land, or utilizing it less productively. In socialist economy, differential rent is fundamentally different from differential rent under capitalism. It is not the consequence of exploitation, but is the result of the collective labor of collective farmers working for themselves and for their socialized sector, as well as the result of the labor of the workers in the MTS which serve the collective farms. In socialist economy, it does not assume the form of ground rent, and it accrues not to a class of large landowners, but to the collective farms, collective farmers, and also to the socialist state. Two forms of differential rent, first and second, should be distinguished. Differential rent I is the additional net income created by collective farms which have been endowed with the best land and also by collective farms situated closer to their points of disposal. Other conditions being equal, at a similar level of mechanization, with one and the same system of tillage, collective farms which dispose of the best land obtain more produce per acre than collective farms situated on poorer land. In consequence of higher productivity of labor in collective farms having at their disposal the best lands, these collective farms accordingly obtain higher income. Collective farms situated nearer to railway stations, wharves, state purchasing offices, towns, and other points of disposal expend less labor and resources on transporting their produce. Therefore, expenditure per unit of output in these farms is lower than in collective farms situated at a distance from their points of disposal. Collective farms with these advantages in their situation also obtain additional income. Differential rent 2 is the additional net income created in collective farms maintaining a more intensive socialized sector, as compared with collective farms that maintain a less intensive socialized sector. Collective farms with a higher level of mechanization, raising soil fertility by carrying out land improvement, the application of fertilizers, etc., and with a larger quantity of highly productive stock, i.e., maintaining a more intensive economy, obtain greater output per acre of land than collective farms with a less intensive economy. As a consequence of their higher productivity of labor, the intensive economy expends less labor per unit of output and a higher income in kind and money is obtained. This is an important stimulus for the collective farms to intensify agriculture. The distribution of differential rent under socialism has the following peculiarities. Insofar as differential rent I, received in collective farms, is not connected with additional outlay of means of production and labor, to that extent it must be applied to the needs of the people as a whole. The fundamental law on socialization of the land, signed by V.I. Lenin, declared, surplus income received from the natural fertility of better pieces of land and also from the more advantageous location of pieces of land in relation to markets, shall pass to the disposal of the organs of Soviet power, to be used for public needs. The agrarian policy of the Soviet power, I-917-18. Documents and Materials, USSR. Academy of Sciences, Russian edition, 1954, p. 137. Since differential rent 2 arises as a result of intensification of agriculture, thanks to additional investment of means of production and labor by the collective farms and M.T.S., in one and the same area of land, it must be distributed between them in proportion to the outlay they have made. Part of the differential rent received by the collective farms goes to develop their socialized sector and to raise the material and cultural standard of life of the collective farmers. Part of differential rent passes into the hands of the state for public requirements, through the following channels. First, it becomes available through payment in kind to the MTS, insofar as additional net income created by the labor of the MTS workers is embodied in it, while rates of payment in kind differ considerably as between zones, as well as because when the harvesting plan is overfulfilled the M.T.S. receives part of the harvest collected in excess of plan. Secondly, through the system of compulsory deliveries to the state, since prices for these deliveries presuppose the redistribution of part of the net income of the collective farms for the needs of general state expenditure, while the quota figures for compulsory deliveries of produce by the collective farms to the state vary according to the conditions of production in various districts. Thirdly, in some part through the income tax on collective farms, since the size of the tax depends on the level of collective farm income. Distribution of collective farm output and collective farm income. Growth of well-being of the collective farm peasantry. Forms of distribution of output different from those of state enterprises exist in the collective farms, in keeping with the special features of cooperative collective farm property. The collective farms are an inseparable part of socialist national economy. The collective farm peasantry is vitally concerned with the flourishing of the economy and culture of socialist society and in strengthening its might. The state provides the collective farms with great material help, both by selling collective farm production, and also in the all-round development of the culture of the collective farm village. Therefore, the timely fulfillment of their obligations to the state is a most important task of the collective farms. In accordance with the statute of the agricultural artel, the collective farms sell part of their harvest and livestock products to the state at fixed, planned prices as compulsory deliveries and as contract sales. The collective farms pay the state in kind for work carried out by the MTS. Out of the cash income they have obtained, the collective farms repay money loans to the state, and pay interest on them. The collective farms also pay a small income tax, and pay for insuring their property. The timely and complete fulfillment by the collective farms of their obligations to the state ensures the correct combination of the interests of the individual collective farms with the interests of the state and of the whole people. The social funds of the collective farm, which are created in kind and in cash, are of great significance in securing an uninterrupted rise in collective farm production and the growth of the welfare of the collective farmers. The social funds, set aside to make good the expenditure of collective farm means of production, take the form of basic seed and fodder funds. As has already been said, a considerable part of the expended collective farm means of production are directly made good out of collective farm production, while some means of production are purchased for cash. After the replacement of expended means of production, the collective farms use the gross income that remains for social funds of accumulation and consumption, and for distribution among the collective farmers according to workdays earned. Social funds of accumulation in the collective farm are formed out of net income. The increase of collective farm accumulation funds takes place primarily by annual deductions from money income for the indivisible fund, except for that part which is set aside for depreciation. Apart from this, the direct investments of the labor of collective farmers in erecting farm buildings, in making agricultural equipment for the collective farm's needs, in constructing ponds and reservoirs, in increasing the herd of socially owned stock, improving its quality, etc., contribute to the growth of indivisible funds. Part of the net income goes to accumulation in kind. This includes seed and fodder set aside to increase the seed and fodder funds in connection with the expansion of the area under cultivation, the growth of the number of socially owned stock and the raising of its productivity, as well as insurance funds, seed and fodder, created in case of bad harvests or lack of fodder. Also of great significance for raising the welfare of the collective farmers are the social consumption funds created out of the net income in collective farms, the food fund in case of bad harvests, the assistance fund for the disabled, those temporarily unable to work, for needy families of servicemen, for the upkeep of creches, and for orphans, the cultural fund, i.e., the fund expended on serving the cultural and everyday needs of the collective farm village, training of collective farm personnel, organization of creches, etc. Remuneration of labor in the collective farms is founded on principles which secure the personal material interest of the collective farmers in increasing the production of grain, livestock, and other agricultural produce. After fulfilling all its obligations to the state, and forming the statutory social funds, the collective farm divides all the remaining produce and its cash income between the members of the artel according to workdays earned. Income received by the collective farmers on account of their workdays is not subject to any tax. The income received from the socialized sector of the artel by each collective farmer depends on two quantities: 1. The number of workdays he or she has earned, 2. The size of remuneration per workday. The number of workdays earned in the course of a year is determined by the work of each collective farmer. The size of remuneration per workday, i.e., the quantity of produce and money which a collective farmer receives for one workday, depends on the work of all the members of the collective farm. The better the collective farm works as a whole, the more successfully its socialized sector develops, the higher is both the total collective farm income and also the size of that part of it which is distributed according to workdays earned. Part of the net income of the collective farm which remains after fulfillment of obligations to the state and the formation of the statutory social funds, also goes for distribution according to workdays. Apart from this, the income of the collective farmers from the socialized sector also increases through the social consumption funds which have been mentioned. All this creates a material interest of each collective farmer in developing the socialized sector of the collective farm. In order to fulfill more consistently the requirements of the economic law of distribution according to work, a system of labor remuneration has been established in the collective farms under which collective farmers achieving higher production results obtain higher rewards for their labor, compared with collective farmers achieving relatively lower results. Additional remuneration of labor, in kind or money, for overfulfillment of the plan laid down for teams and links, in respect of crop yields and productivity of socially owned livestock, is an important means of raising the personal interest of collective farmers in the results of their labor. For example, collective farmers in the field teams receive as an additional payment, for overfulfillment of the planned yield on the total area of grain crops for which their team is responsible, from a quarter to a half of the grain gathered by the team above that laid down as its planned harvest. Additional crediting to teams and links of a supplementary number of workdays, for overfulfillment of the planned yield for agricultural crops, and the deduction of a certain part of their workdays for underfulfillment of this plan, are also practiced. Remuneration of the labor of collective farmers working in collective farm livestock departments depends on milk yield, wool clip, birth and rearing of young animals, increase of live weight of store cattle, etc. Of great importance in raising the material incentive of the individual collective farmers is the practice of regularly giving them advances in cash and in kind during the year, against the payments due to them for workdays. Thus the personal interests of the collective farmers and the social interests of the collective farm are correctly combined in the workday and in the system of distributing collective farm income. The measures taken by the Communist Party and the Soviet state to increase the material interest of collective farms and collective farmers in a further advance of agriculture strengthen still more the union of the working class and collective farm peasantry, the foundation of the might of the socialist state. Apart from the socialized sector of the collective farm, which is of decisive significance, a subsidiary personal holding of collective farmers near their homes exists in the agricultural artel. In this way the correct combination of the social and personal is also achieved in the artel, with the subordination of the latter to the former. Any violation of the principle of correct combination of the social and personal in collective farms undermines the basis of the agricultural artel, and of the alliance of the working class and the peasantry. Money income of collective farms rose from 5.7 milliard rubles in 1933 to 20.7 milliard rubles in 1940, to 49.6 milliard rubles in 1953, and to 63.3 milliard rubles in 1954. In addition, the collective farmers obtain money income from their subsidiary holdings near their homes. With the money income obtained from the socialized sector and their personal holdings, collective farmers buy manufactured goods at the planned prices of state and cooperative trade, which are systematically being reduced. The appearance of the Soviet countryside has fundamentally changed on the basis of the collective farm system. In place of the old village a new one has arisen, with public farm buildings, power stations, schools, libraries, clubs, and children's creches. The Soviet peasant is a peasant of a new type, possessed of the benefits of science and culture. Wide sections of the Soviet intelligentsia, engineers, doctors, agronomists, veterinary workers, teachers, organizers of large-scale socialist production have emerged from the ranks of the collective farm peasantry. Many collective farmers have become expert in advanced agricultural technique, have become masters in the art of securing high crop yields and highly productive stock breeding. These facts testify to the extensive cultural revolution which has taken place throughout the Soviet countryside. The total number of students in elementary, 7-year, and secondary, 10-year, schools in the countryside increased from 6.1 million in 191,415 to 21.1 million in 1951 to 2. In 1952, 29 million persons were studying in the countryside at all forms of education, including the training, elementary and advanced, of those in mass professions, specialists, and so on. On January 1, 1955, there were 275,000 cultural and educational institutions in the countryside, libraries, clubs, and cinemas. In the Soviet village not only has obligatory elementary education been given effect, but the task of general 7-year education is being successfully carried out. Development of the state farms and ways of raising their profitability. The state farms are, by their social and economic nature, the highest form of organization of socialist agriculture. The state farms are state socialist enterprises producing grain, meat, milk, wool, and various industrial crops. All their means of production, as well as their output, are public property. The state farms, as the largest agricultural enterprises, have the possibility of using to the utmost modern agricultural technique, applying rational division of labor, economizing in expenditure on farm buildings, equipment, etc. State farms are equipped with modern agricultural machinery, which makes possible the mechanization of almost all production processes and creates the necessary conditions for achieving high labor productivity. The highest level of mechanization has been achieved in grain farming. Complex mechanization of all branches of production is being effected in the state farms. The sizes of state farms are determined by their particular branch of production, the economic and natural conditions of the districts where they are situated, the level of technique achieved and the necessity of all-round and productive utilization of each acre of land. The most important economic index of the size of a state farm, within the limits of a particular production trend, is the size of its gross and marketable production. The specific sizes of state farms differ in different parts of the country. The high marketable output of state farms is one of their great advantages. The marketable output of grain in the grain state farms averages about 70%. The state farms supply the state with a considerable quantity of agricultural produce. The immense possibilities of the state farms, however, are quite insufficiently used. There are still not a few state farms which, as a result of bad guidance, use great tracts of land wastefully, produce little grain, milk, meat, or other produce and run their affairs at a loss. Overcoming these faults, and skillfully using the advantages of the state farms as highly mechanized, large-scale socialist enterprises will make it possible sharply to increase output and delivery to the state of agricultural produce in a very short time. In the development of socialist agriculture in the period of the gradual transition from socialism to communism, the part played by the state farms in supplying the country with foodstuffs continues to increase. The planning procedure for state farm production laid down by the state, determining as it does the amount of marketable produce rendered to the state as the basic index, releases the initiative of the state farm workers to improve production by intensifying it so as to get the greatest possible amount of produce from the land with the least outlay of labor and resources. The state farms are capable of becoming highly productive, highly profitable farms, acting as an example of the rational organization of agricultural production, high yields of agricultural crops and productivity of livestock. Complete and productive utilization of their land funds is of the greatest significance in raising the profitability of state farms. The most rational basic production trend of the state farm, i.e., its specialization on the production of grain, meat, milk, wool, cotton, flax, or beet, etc., is determined by the natural and economic conditions of the district. For specialized state farms, one of these branches is basic. In addition to the basic branches, all-round development of additional and subsidiary branches is required: vegetable growing, fruit growing, viticulture, poultry farming and beekeeping. The degree of development of each additional and subsidiary branch is determined by taking into account the possibility of securing a high marketability and profitability of these branches of the economy. Narrow specialization on the production of any one crop, or the breeding of any one form of stock, does not afford the opportunity for making productive use of land, leads to losses in farming and harms the state. Highly mixed, varied and well-developed state farm production, while preserving specialization in the basic branches, ensures the achievement of the maximum quantity of agricultural produce per acre of arable, meadow and pasture. It is especially important that state farms should provide their own seeds for their sown areas, and fodder for all their stock. Increasing gross and marketed production per acre of agricultural land means the reduction of production costs and the raising of the profitability of the farm. State farms, being large-scale highly mechanized enterprises, can raise agricultural produce with least labor expenditure and supply the country with it at the lowest prices. The reduction of the production costs of state farms is achieved by further mechanization of production, raising the effective use of the machine and tractor. Pool, improved organization of labor, the application in all branches of state farm production of the achievements of agricultural science and the experience of the best workers, the introduction of complex agronomic and veterinary measures, the struggle against losses and the observance of a regime of economy. All this leads to raising the productivity of labor, which is reflected in increased yields of agricultural crops and productivity of livestock. State farms work on the basis of economic accounting. The level of profitability of a state farm is determined by the net income it obtains. The net income created in the state farm is the difference between the cost of production and the value of the agricultural output. The net income realized by the state farm is the difference between the cost of production and the price of the agricultural output sold by the state farm to the state or, to a limited extent, sold on the market. Part of the net income created in the state farm is realized by the procurement organizations and in the sale of state farm produce to the population. With a view to increasing the material interest of state farms in developing production, the state subsidy for state farms which formerly existed was abolished in 1954, and new delivery prices were introduced for grain, oil crops, and the basic forms of livestock produce, so as, on the basis of reduced costs, to ensure that each state farm could make a net profit. The state farms deliver the produce of their main branches of agriculture to the state at delivery points and at fixed delivery prices. The state farms sell the produce of their subsidiary branches, including what is processed within the farm, directly to the consumer at state retail prices. The abolition of the state subsidy to the farms, and their adoption of the method of economic accounting, is a most important economic measure in the sphere of state farm construction, and lays a firm basis for the rational running of their economy. The net income remaining at the disposal of the state farm, and accumulated in money, is spent on strengthening and expanding its farming and on improving the cultural and social amenities for state farm workers, children's institutions, clubs, rest homes, and sanatoria, etc. Special funds are formed for this: the Fund for Strengthening and Expanding the Economy of the State Farm, the Insurance Fund, the Enterprise Fund. The development of state farm production depends, to an enormous extent, on strengthening socialist forms of labor organization and the consistent application of the socialist principle of payment according to work done. The permanent production team is the basic form of labor organization in the sectors and livestock departments of the state farm. In field cultivation there are tractor field teams which are allotted portions of land in the fields with crop rotation, tractors, combines and other agricultural machines, means of transport, and work equipment. Special links are formed in the team to grow those agricultural crops production of which is inadequately mechanized. In the livestock departments of state farms livestock teams are formed, to which are allotted stock, the equipment necessary for its care, livestock buildings, etc. The principle of material interest of the state farm workers in raising the yield of agricultural crops, productivity of livestock and profitability of the farm is applied through a system of piece rates paid in money. Money bonuses are granted for above-plan yields of agricultural crops, for high indices of livestock productivity, milk yield, wool clip, birth and rearing of young animals, etc. Those working at combine harvesting, combine operators, their assistants, tractor drivers, and others, receive, apart from money wages in kind and supplementary grain bonuses in kind. Money bonuses are laid down for leading state farm workers and specialists who fulfill and overfulfill production plans and delivery of produce to the state. The material interest in the results of their labor, both of the state farm as a whole, and also of its individual workers, is a most important condition for the uninterrupted growth and improvement of state farm production. Brief conclusions. 1. The socialist system of agriculture, in the form of collective farms, MTS, and state farms, is the highest and most progressive form of organization of agricultural production. Agriculture in socialist society is called on to secure the all-round satisfaction of the population's requirements in foodstuffs and those of industry in raw material. The raising of labor productivity in socialist agriculture is expressed in the greatest output of produce per acre of agricultural land, with the least expenditure of labor and resources per unit of produce. 2. Machine and tractor stations are the industrial material and technical base of collective farm production and the support points for guidance of the collective farms by the socialist state. The all-round raising of the yield of all agricultural crops in collective farms, the securing of an increase in the number of socially owned stock, while simultaneously raising its productivity, the increasing of gross and marketable output of cultivation of the soil and stock breeding in the collective farm served. These are the basic tasks of the machine and tractor stations. Machine and tractor stations play a decisive part in developing collective farm production. 3. The agricultural artel is the only correct form of collective farm in socialist economy. The collective farms, as socialist cooperative enterprises, are run by the collective labor of their members, with the aid of basic means of production owned by the socialist state, and some means of production owned by the collective farms. In the USSR, the land occupied by the collective farms has been handed over to them by the state for perpetual use without payment. The Soviet state expends great sums on financing agriculture and satisfying the cultural requirements of the collective farm peasantry. 4. The socialized sector of the collective farms is the source for the growth of collective farm wealth and the base for the welfare of the collective farm peasantry. In the collective farms, the requirements of the economic law of distribution according to work done are met by means of the workday. The workday is a particular measure of labor and consumption, arising from the collective farm system, which combines the personal, material interest of the collective farmers with the interests of the socialized sector of the collective farm. The consistent realization of the principle of the personal, material interest of the collective farmers in raising collective farm production is a necessary condition for carrying out a further advance of agriculture. 5. Large-scale collective farming makes possible a high income. Additional income received from the collective farms situated on the best land, or the most productively used land, forms differential rent. Differential rent of collective farms falls to the collective farms and farmers, but is also transferred to the state. 6. The produce and money income of the collective farm, in accordance with the statute of the agricultural artel, go to fulfill the collective farm's obligations to the state, to form its social funds and to remunerate the labor of the collective farmers according to workdays earned. In keeping with the basic economic law of socialism, the collective farm system secures the uninterrupted growth of the material well-being and the cultural standard of life of the collective farm peasantry. 7. The state farms are very large-scale and highly mechanized state agricultural enterprises, and play an ever-growing part in agricultural production. The state farms work on the basis of economic accounting. The uninterrupted growth of labor productivity and the material interest of the state farms and their workers in the results of their labor, these are the essential conditions for the conversion of all state farms into model, highly productive and profitable enterprises. Chapter 30, Trade in Socialist Economy. The nature and role of trade in socialist society. The need for trade in socialist society arises from the existence of commodity production and the law of value. In so far as under socialism consumer goods are produced as commodities, the distribution of them, their conveyance to the consumer, inevitably takes place through commodity circulation. The socialist mode of production has its own form of commodity exchange, known in the USSR as Soviet trade, which differs fundamentally from capitalist trade. Soviet trade is without capitalists. In the USSR, commodities are sold by state and cooperative enterprises and organizations, collective farms, and collective farmers. The resources of Soviet trading enterprises are socialist property. With the complete predominance of socialist property in all spheres of the national economy, the conditions for the existence of such categories as commercial capital, commercial profits, etc., have completely disappeared in the economy of the USSR. In socialist society, trade is carried on in accordance with the requirements of the basic economic law of socialism, the satisfaction of the growing material and cultural needs of the working people, in contrast to capitalist trade which, since it is a function of commercial capital, is carried on for the enrichment of the capitalists. The bulk of articles of personal consumption produced in socialist society goes to the population through trade. By far the greater part of the incomes of the population is spent on the purchase of articles of personal consumption, foodstuffs, clothing, footwear, cultural and household goods. Only a part of these goods are distributed directly, without making use of trade, as for example the distribution of products in kind to collective farmers on account of workdays earned. The development of trade is very important in providing the working people of town and country with a personal material interest in the results of their labor and in raising its productivity. Soviet trade is an essential prerequisite for the operation of the economic law of distribution according to work, since the realization of the money income of the working people takes place through its channels. The various requirements of the working people, according to their incomes, depend for their satisfaction to a large extent on the development of Soviet trade and on the quality of its service to the consumers. The collective farms acquire goods for use in production through the trading system: agricultural machinery, various implements, electrical equipment, fuel, building materials, automobiles, etc. Trade also includes the compulsory deliveries and voluntary sales of agricultural produce to the state and cooperative organizations by the collective farms and collective farmers. Soviet trade, as Lenin taught, is a form of economic bond between town and country. It is a vitally important link in the system of economic connections between state industry and collective farm agriculture. The development of the trade bond between town and country is an essential prerequisite for the further strengthening of the alliance of the working class and peasantry, for providing the urban and rural population with articles of consumption, and industry with agricultural raw materials. The division of labor between production and trade organizations and the assigning of the function of commodity circulation to the trading and procurement organizations constitutes a great economy for socialist society, facilitating the acceleration of the turnover of the social product and a restriction of the resources engaged in the sphere of circulation. This enables the resources going to expand socialist production to be increased. While itself based on socialist production, Soviet trade is at the same time an essential prerequisite for its further development and consolidation. The growth of industry and agriculture and increased demand of the population for commodities are by themselves still insufficient to secure a steady expansion of the socialist economy. If the economic life of the country is to go full steam ahead, and industry and agriculture are to have a stimulus for further increasing their output, one more condition is necessary, namely well-developed trade turnover between town and country, between the various districts and regions of the country, between the various branches of the national economy. The country must be covered with a vast network of wholesale distribution bases, shops, and stores. There must be a ceaseless flow of goods through these bases, shops, and stores from the producer to the consumer. Stalin, Report to the 17th Congress of the CPSU. B. Works, English edition, Volume 13, pages 347-8. Soviet trade links socialist production to national consumption. Under capitalism, the connection between production and consumption is brought about through the uncontrolled mechanism of competition and through crises. In socialist economy, the operation of the law of planned, proportional development of the national economy makes possible and necessary the utilization of trade as a means of achieving planned connection between production and consumption. The law of balanced, proportional development of the national economy that operates in our society calls for the conscio and organized coordination of production and consumption. Since our economy is planned, we can directly and not in a roundabout way calculate demand and develop production accordingly. Herein lie the tremendous advantages of our system. But this imposes a tremendous responsibility upon the distributing organizations, for success depends on us alone, on our organization and ability. A.I. Mikoyan, Measures for the Further Expansion of Trade and for Improving the Organization of State Cooperative and Collective Farm Trade. Report delivered at All Union Conference of Distributive Workers, October 17, 1953. FLPH, p. 19. Soviet trade is based, on the one hand, on the continuous expansion of socialist production, and on the other hand on the constant growth of the requirements and purchasing power of the masses. The rising living standards of the population, the growth of money incomes of the working people and the systematic reduction of prices create a constantly growing demand for the products of industry and agriculture. Consequently, the sales difficulties and selling crises characteristic of capitalism are unknown to Soviet trade. The Soviet state and its institutions prescribe the volume and structure of the output of articles of general consumption, the sources and size of commodity funds and the rational movement of commodities, and they plan the structure and location of the trade network. They distribute commodity resources between different areas, taking account of the purchasing capacity of the population and the pattern of its incomes and expenditures. Thus, trade under socialism is the form of commodity exchange by which a planned connection between town and country, socialist production and popular consumption, is achieved, for the purpose of satisfying the growing demands of the working people. The need for all-round assessment of the demand of the population, the developing tastes of the consumers, national and local peculiarities, climatic and seasonal conditions, etc., springs from the very nature of Soviet trade. Only in this way can commodity circulation be correctly planned so that the mass of commodities supplied to each district corresponds not only to the total volume of demand, that is, its total value, but also to the precise range of goods demanded, that is, in accordance with its use values. Soviet trade actively influences the formation of consumer demand and helps to introduce new commodities into daily use. In doing so, it utilizes advertising as a means of honest information for the consumer about the quality and uses of different commodities. This contrasts with capitalist advertising, which is for the purpose of making profit at the expense of the consumer. The level and correlation of prices of commodities sold to the public is an important factor in forming demand. The high level of purchasing power in the USSR does not in any way mean that any commodity is automatically assured of sale. With rising living standards, the requirements of the masses of the people are becoming increasingly more varied and there is a growing demand for quality goods. A necessary condition for the more complete satisfaction of the population's demands is the elimination of defects in the planning of the production of consumer goods and commodity circulation, which often takes place without demand being properly taken into account, so that the possibilities that exist for the production and sale of certain commodities are not utilized. Trading organizations must be able quickly to adapt themselves to changes in demand. They must not permit mechanical distribution of commodities or mistakes in their dispatch to different districts. They are required to secure a steady improvement of service to the consumer, serving the convenience of customers and saving their time. It is the function of Soviet trade to exercise an active influence on production for the purpose of increasing the output of commodities which correspond to the demand of the population. It must seek to improve the quality of commodities, widening and improving their variety. The most important levers at the disposal of Soviet trade for influencing production are, the system of business contracts concluded between trading and industrial organizations for the supply of a definite variety and quality of products, extensive use of the system of advance orders placed with industry by the trade organizations, careful inspection of goods received, and the application of sanctions for violation of terms of the contract, including refusal to accept low-quality products. Very important in strengthening the active influence of Soviet trade upon production is the widespread practice of direct contracts between local distributive organizations and enterprises on the one hand and productive enterprises on the other. The correct organization of community turnover presupposes a combination of centralized supply with a wide development of the initiative of local organs in mobilizing commodity resources and increased responsibility for them in supplying the population. The amount of goods which become available in any region through centralized supply depends on how local possibilities for mobilizing commodity resources are utilized there. This enhances the incentive of local organs to ensure the growth of local production and procurement. An increase in the role of the local organs in planning commodity turnover leads to the popular demand being better taken into account, with an improvement in the operative capacity and flexibility of the distributive organizations, which have as their task to facilitate in every way the drawing into commodity circulation of the continually fresh supplies of additional local resources. The movement of commodities within the country is conditioned by the distribution of production, and by the level and structure of consumer demand in the various districts. In connection with this, well-coordinated transport is very important, as upon this largely depends the rapidity of commodity circulation. In addition to the function of commodity circulation, the trading and procurement organizations also undertake the transport, storage, sorting and packaging of goods. These constitute a continuation of the production process in the sphere of circulation. Trade ensures a regular flow of financial resources required for renewal and extension of production in the state and collective farm sectors. The velocity of turnover of resources throughout the national economy depends to a large extent in the rapidity with which commodities are sold. Through Soviet trade, that branch of socialist industry which produces consumer goods receives the financial resources which reimburse it for its expenditures and also provide both the net income of the enterprises and the centralized net income of the state. Part of the cash income obtained by the light and food-producing industries from the sale of commodities passes to heavy industry as payment for means of production. Uninterrupted sale of commodities through the channels of Soviet trade secures the timely flow into the state funds of the financial resources earmarked for utilization throughout the national economy. The sale of their marketed output by the collective farms and the collective farmers is a source of monetary income used both to strengthen and develop the socially owned economy of the collective farms and to satisfy the personal requirements of the collective farmers. The expansion of Soviet trade, with an increasing quantity of commodities sold at stable planned prices, is a most important condition for strengthening the stability of Soviet currency. With the development of socialist production and the increasing welfare of the people, trade turnover is growing, and its structure is being improved, the proportion of higher quality commodities and more valuable grades is increasing, and their variety is being enlarged. The volume of state and cooperative retail trade in the USSR increased 2.3-fold between 1928 and 1940, in comparable prices, whereas in the capitalist countries in the same period, trade not only failed to increase, but was below the 1929 level on the eve of the Second World War. In 1954 retail trade in the USSR, in comparable prices, had increased twofold compared with 1940, and 1.8-fold compared with 1950, while in the USA the 1954 volume of trade had risen only slightly above the 1950 level, and in Great Britain it remained approximately at that level. In 1954 sales in state and cooperative shops had increased, compared with 1940, as follows: meat 2.8-fold, fish and fish products more than 2-fold, butter 2.6-fold, vegetable oil and other fats more than 3-fold, sugar 2.8-fold, textiles 2.5-fold, including woolen textiles nearly 3-fold and silk 6-fold, footwear more than 2-fold, watches more than 6-fold, sewing machines more than 7.5-fold, bicycles 12-fold, and radio sets 18-fold. The targets in the fifth five-year plan for volume of trade turnover were fulfilled in 4 years. Between 1950 and 1955 the volume of commodities flowing to the population from the state and cooperative trade network grew about 1.9 times. However, the level of commodity turnover which has been attained still lags considerably behind the growing purchasing power of the working masses. The group of measures introduced by the Communist Party and the Soviet state to secure a sharp increase in agricultural production and in the production of consumer goods creates the conditions necessary for a considerable development of the commodity turnover in town and country corresponding to the increased demand. The material and technical base of Soviet trade is being strengthened and the network of warehouses and shops is being extended, especially specialized shops. The fundamental tasks of gradual transition from socialism to communism demand an all-round development of Soviet trade. Forms of trade under socialism. Owing to the existence of the state and the cooperative collective farm sectors of production, trade under socialism is carried on in the following forms: 1. State, 2. Cooperative, and 3. Collective farm. State trade plays the leading role and occupies a decisive place in both the wholesale and the retail turnover of the USSR. The overwhelming mass of commodity resources in the country which flow into Soviet trade are concentrated in the hands of the socialist state. Trading organizations receive the bulk of their commodities from state industry. Passing mainly through state wholesale trade, these commodities subsequently enter retail trade and are sold to the population. State purchases, compulsory and voluntary, of agricultural produce from the collective farms is industry's chief supply source for the raw materials which are made into articles of personal consumption, and also are the basis of the population's food supplies. State farm production and payment in kind for the work of the MTS are also large sources of foodstuffs and agricultural raw materials. In 1954, state retail trade embraced 63% of the total retail trade of the country. It caters primarily for the inhabitants of towns and industrial districts. State retail trade in personal consumer goods is carried on through the trade network, shops, stores, wholesale bases, etc., of the all-Union and Republican Ministries of Trade, 2, the Departments of Workers' Supplies in the transport system and in the coal, oil, metallurgical and some other branches of industry, and 3, the specialized trade network of certain ministries, through which the products of their particular factories are sold. Cooperative trade is carried on by the trading enterprises of consumer and producer cooperatives. The resources of the cooperative organizations are the cooperative property of their member shareholders. Cooperative trading organizations have large credits from the Soviet state. Cooperative trade in 1954 embraced 27% of all retail trade. By far the greater part of cooperative trade falls to the consumer cooperatives, while the rest is done by the producer cooperatives. Consumer cooperation mainly serves the rural population, and is the main trading organization in the countryside. In addition, however, the rural population purchases a part of its commodities in the towns. Consumer cooperation is allotted an important role in the state purchases of agricultural produce. It is called upon to supply the rural population with consumer goods, to give every possible assistance to the collective farms and the collective farmers in the sale of their produce, and in this way to promote the growth of all branches of agriculture and the material welfare of the collective farmers and all the working people of the countryside. State and cooperative trade also includes the turnover of public catering establishments, cooked food factories, canteens, restaurants, buffets, etc., which sell their products to the population. The extension of public catering economizes much working time in the national economy. It replaces not very productive domestic labor by more productive socialized labor and considerably improves the living conditions of the population. Public catering frees millions of women occupied in housekeeping for participation in socialist production and public life. Food resources can be utilized more rationally and economically by public catering, while nutrition can be organized on scientific lines. State and cooperative trade constitutes an organized market, directly planned by the socialist state. The organized market holds a predominant position in the trade turnover of the USSR. In addition to the organized market, however, there exists an unorganized market in the form of collective farm trade. Collective farm trade is a form of Soviet retail trade in which the collective farms and the collective farmers are the sellers, supplying agricultural commodities to the population at market prices formed under the influence of supply and demand. The collective farmers sell on the market part of the produce which they obtain from their individual holdings and for work days put in on the socialized sector of the collective farms. The need for collective farm trade arises from the nature of collective farm group ownership and the existence of the collective farmers' individual holdings. The collective farms and farmers are the owners of their own produce and dispose of it. They can sell it not only by way of procurements and sales to the state but also on the market. Collective farm trade is not directly planned by the state does not lay down for the collective farms and the collective farmers any planned targets for sale of their produce in the collective farm markets, nor does it fix prices for the agricultural commodities they sell. Collective farm trade is, however, under the economic influence of state and cooperative trade. Increased turnover and retail price reductions in state and cooperative trade bring in their wake reduced prices on the collective farm market too. In the collective farm markets, a free market is to a certain extent at work. If the economic regulating influence of the state is weakened in particular collective farm markets, speculative elements may come to life. By taking advantage of a temporary shortage of particular commodities at a given market, speculative elements force up market prices. But the economic influence of the state on the unorganized market is constantly increasing. This is due to the growth in marketed output of collective farms sold to the state as compulsory deliveries and by voluntary sale, to the expansion of state farm production, and to increasing quantities of foodstuffs available in the state and cooperative shops. Collective farm trade is an important means of encouraging agricultural production and of supplying towns and industrial settlements with foodstuffs. It supplies the population with a considerable proportion of such products as potatoes and other vegetables, meat, dairy produce, etc. Collective farm trade in 1954 amounted to about 10% of total retail turnover, and to about 16% in the case of foodstuffs. The collective farms and the collective farmers also sell part of their agricultural produce on a commission basis through the consumer cooperatives. They hand over their produce to the cooperative, receive from it the sum obtained from the sale of this produce, less commission. This has definite advantages for the collective farms and farmers, sparing them as it does the outlay they would otherwise have to incur to sell their goods. The extensive development of commission trade in agricultural produce carried out by the cooperatives is very important. Commission trade frees the collective farmers' time for agricultural work, draws into commodity turnover an additional amount of food products, and influences prices on the collective farm market in a downward direction. Prices and costs of circulation in state and cooperative trade. The undivided sway of socialized property and the predominance of state public property in both production and commodity circulation enables the socialist state to plan prices in all sectors of the national economy. In the USSR, the prices of the organized market are determined in a planned way. The state procurement and purchase prices for the marketed output of the collective farms and collective farmers sold by them to the state and cooperative organizations, industrial and trade wholesale prices, state and cooperative retail prices, that is, the final prices at which the people buy consumer goods. As already mentioned, the law of value exercises through prices a regulating influence on the sphere of commodity circulation. In planning prices, the socialist state cannot but reckon with the operation of the law of value. It takes into account the value of the commodity, the state of supply and demand, the importance of the commodity for popular consumption, and the need to use prices as an instrument in the redistribution of resources in the national economy. For the majority of commodities, all union retail prices, uniform for the whole country, are laid down. With a view to ensuring a greater taking into account of conditions of production and marketing, the state fixes for a number of commodities, mostly foodstuffs, zonal retail prices, which differ from district to district, and for a few it fixes seasonal retail prices. State procurement and purchase prices differ from district to district, and for certain types of commodity also from season to season. The systematic reduction of retail prices is one of the main means of raising the living standards of the mass of the people. The 7 price reductions carried out since 1947 have considerably increased the purchasing power and real incomes of the working people in town and country. Price reductions are an important means of exerting planned influence on demand and are utilized as a means of increasing the consumption of particular products. Retail price reductions are based on reductions in production and trading expenses as well as on the increasing volume of commodities made available by the state for sale to the population. As a result of the systematic reduction of state retail prices in the USSR, a quantity of commodities which cost 1,000 rubles in 1947 could be purchased for 433 rubles in 1954. In 1954, retail prices of bread and of butter were 3 times lower than at the end of 1947, meat nearly 3 times lower, and sugar 2.3 times lower. The targets laid down in the fifth five-year plan for price reductions were fulfilled ahead of time. At the same time in the USA, Great Britain, France, and the majority of other bourgeois countries, prices of these commodities had considerably increased, compared with 1947. Commodities enter the trade network at wholesale prices. The trade organizations sell these commodities to the population at retail prices. The difference between the retail and the wholesale price constitutes the trade margin. This trade margin covers the circulation costs of the trading organizations and their net income. In this way, the retail price of the trade organizations is equal to the wholesale price plus the trade margin. The trade margin is usually assessed by deducting a fixed percentage discount from the retail price. Trade margins are planned by the state, and their reduction obliges trade organizations to improve their work and reduce costs of circulation. Costs of circulation in Soviet trade are the money expression of the expenses of the trading undertakings in bringing commodities to the consumer. In state and cooperative trade, these costs are planned by the state. Costs of circulation include expenditure on depreciation, premises, stocks, expenses of storage, sorting and packaging of goods, transport, wages of trade workers, etc. There are two forms of circulation costs in Soviet trade. In the first place, there are costs connected with the continuation of the production process in the sphere of circulation, transporting, storage and packaging of goods. In contrast to capitalist trade, these costs are the major item in Soviet trade. In the second place, there are costs connected with the commodity form of production, the conduct of purchasing and selling operations, handling the cash accounts of the trading enterprises, etc. These two forms of circulation costs are made good in different ways. The first form of circulation costs is made good by the labor of the trade workers connected with continuing the production process in the sphere of circulation. This labor increases the value of the commodities, which covers expenditure on transporting, storage, packaging and other productive functions performed by the trade organizations. The second form of circulation costs, i.e., the costs connected with the commodity form of production, is made good out of the net income created in the productive branches of the economy. The level of wholesale industrial prices is determined in such a way that a part of the net income of industry flows into the trade organizations. As a result of the advantages of the planned socialist economic system, the level of costs of circulation, that is, circulation costs as a proportion of turnover, is a fraction of the level in the capitalist countries. Soviet trade is free from the enormous unproductive expenditures which constitute the lion's share of capitalist costs of circulation, and which are brought about by the anarchy of production, crises, competition, speculation, and colossal excesses in advertising. In socialist society, the flow of commodities bears a planned character, and production is provided with a constantly growing internal market. Hence the great reduction in the USSR compared with bourgeois countries, of the time of circulation and of the number of stages through which commodities pass on their way from producer to consumer. The speed of turnover in the USSR is considerably higher than in the capitalist countries, which means a very great economy of resources. Under capitalism, the accumulation of enormous stocks of surplus commodities is a characteristic phenomenon. In contrast, the volume of commodity stocks in socialist economy is planned, in accordance with the requirements of trade and the need for an even and uninterrupted flow of commodities into the trade network. This enables the formation of surplus stocks of commodities to be averted. As Soviet trade increases, circulation costs are still further reduced. This reduction is in socialist society combined with improvement in the organization and technique of trade, increasing the quality of service to the customer, and is an important way of economizing social labor. It enables supplementary resources to be switched over to increasing material production, expanding turnover, and improving trade standards. Fundamental factors in the reduction of costs of circulation are the mechanization of labor processes, increased productivity, the development of socialist emulation among the trade workers to secure improved working of the trade network, and better utilization of labor power. With the help of piece rate and bonus systems of wages, the Soviet state gives material incentives to trade workers to achieve higher indices of work. Important sources for the further reduction of circulation costs are improvement in the planning of commodity turnover and study of the popular demand, correct organization of the delivery of goods to the distributive network, extension of trade in ready-packed goods, struggle against losses in trade and procurement, rationalization of the transport and warehousing of goods and more effective utilization of transport. Of essential importance for the reduction of costs of circulation is a further shortening of the channels of movement of goods, a cutting down of the number of links in the trade network. On the eve of the Second World War, costs of circulation in wholesale and retail trade of the USSR amounted to approximately 10% of the retail turnover. In 1954, in state and cooperative trade, they amounted to about 8% of retail turnover. The reduction of costs of circulation is inseparably bound up with the improvement of economic accounting in trade enterprises. Economic accounting requires that trade enterprises operate profitably, that is, have a net income, profit, while strictly observing fixed prices. The net income of socialist trading enterprises differs fundamentally from capitalist trading profits. It is created by the labor of trade workers freed from exploitation, insofar as their labor is a continuation of the process of material production in the sphere of circulation, and also of workers of socialist production. A portion of the trade margin is covered at the expense of the productive branches. This income is used for general state requirements, by means of allocations to the budget, for extending the trade network, increasing the resources of the trading organizations and improving the material and cultural position of the workers in Soviet trade. Foreign trade. Socialist economy requires a broad development of foreign trade commodity exchange with foreign countries, which makes possible utilization of the advantages of international division of labor. All products of socialist production which enter into foreign trade turnover are, as has been mentioned, commodities. Under conditions of socialist society, the development of foreign trade is subordinated to the basic economic law and other economic laws of socialism and is carried out in a planned way, the operation of the law of value being taken into account. Foreign trade of a society based on socialism is used to satisfy more fully that society's growing requirements. It serves as an additional source of means for the development of production, use of the achievements of peaceful technique and improvement of the supply of consumer goods to the population. Foreign trade under socialism is a monopoly of the state. In the USSR, all foreign trade transactions are in the hands of a special state organization, the Ministry of Foreign Trade. They are subordinated to the tasks of socialist construction, and are based on state export and import plans which are an integral part of the national economic plan. The monopoly of foreign trade is an essential condition for the existence and development of socialist economy. The monopoly of foreign trade in the USSR serves as an instrument of planned extension of commodity turnover with foreign countries, and at the present time performs two important functions. First, it guarantees the economic independence of the land of socialism from the capitalist world. It protects the national economy and internal market from penetration by foreign capital and from the pernicious effects of economic crises and the uncertainties of the world capitalist market. Secondly, it is directed to strengthening economic cooperation between the USSR and the people's democracies, to the rendering by the Soviet Union of aid for the economic development of these countries. This new function of the monopoly of foreign trade has arisen with the formation of the world market of countries in the democratic camp. In place of the competitive struggle, these countries build their commercial relations on fraternal mutual assistance. The monopoly of foreign trade has reliably protected the economy of the USSR from the economic aggression of the imperialist countries. It played an important part in the industrialization of the Soviet national economy, ensuring the supply to industrial establishments of a considerable quantity of imported machinery. Since the conversion of the USSR into an industrial power, the structure of its foreign trade has substantially changed. Industrial goods have begun to predominate in Soviet exports, whereas in the exports of pre-revolutionary Russia agricultural raw materials predominated. During the fourth and fifth five-year plans, the USSR has still further increased its exports of heavy industrial products. The export of equipment from the USSR was in 1954 16.5 times, in comparable prices, what it had been in 1938. In its foreign trade, the Soviet Union consistently adheres to the principles of respect for the national sovereignty of all countries, and the complete equality and mutual advantage of both parties. Basing itself on the possibility of peaceful coexistence of the two systems, the socialist and the capitalist, the Soviet state regards the extension of foreign trade relations as one of the most important ways of drawing the peoples together, reducing international tension and strengthening the cause of peace. As a result of the tremendous growth of socialist production in the USSR, and the rise of the new world market of the democratic camp, the foreign trade of the Soviet Union is steadily increasing from year to year. Its trade with the countries of the democratic camp is growing rapidly, and accounts for the major share of the Soviet Union's total foreign trade. In 1954, trade with the capitalist countries accounted for 1/5, and trade with the countries of the democratic camp for 4/5 of the U.S.S.R.'s total foreign trade. The Soviet Union steadfastly steers a course of developing business-like economic relations with the capitalist countries on mutually advantageous conditions. However, the policy of discrimination pursued under the pressure of aggressive circles in the USA is hindering the development of trade between the USSR and the capitalist countries. This policy is expressed in the rejection of trade relations with the USSR and the people's democracies, and compelling all dependent bourgeois countries to adhere to this policy. This policy seriously injures the interests of the states which pursue it and is consequently meeting with failure. In the course of 1953-4, a tendency to extend their trade relations with the Soviet Union and the people's democracies appeared in a number of bourgeois countries. In 1953, the USSR traded with 51 foreign states, while trade with 25 of these countries was based on trade agreements of 1 year's or several years' duration. The U.S.S.R.'s foreign trade turnover in 1953 reached 23 milliard rubles, exceeding the pre-war level, in comparable prices, almost fourfold. Alongside the U.S.S.R.'s increasing trade turnover with the countries of the democratic camp, trade increased considerably with a number of countries in Western Europe and the Near and Middle East. At the same time, there was a further enlargement of the list of exported and imported commodities. In 1954, the Soviet Union continued to extend its economic ties with foreign countries. The USSR had trade relations with 56 foreign states. Brief conclusions. 1. The socialist mode of production has its own form of commodity exchange in the form of trade by socialist enterprises with the aim of satisfying the growing demands of the working people. Trade under socialism is conducted in a planned way, linking growing socialist production with increasing consumption by the people, linking town and country, the various sectors of the national economy, and the districts of the country. 2. There are two markets in the USSR, the organized market in the form of state and cooperative trade, and the unorganized market which involves collective farm trade. The organized market is directly planned by the state. It plays the decisive role in trade turnover. The unorganized market is not directly planned, but is regulated by the state through economic channels. 3. Prices in state and cooperative trade are determined in a planned way. Prices in the collective farm markets are formed under the influence of supply and demand, and are subject to the regulating influence of state prices. The Soviet state affects the reduction of retail prices. This is bringing about an increase in the purchasing power of the workers, employees and peasants, and the growth of consumption by the people. 4. Soviet trade is based on the system of economic accounting and is considerably more economical than capitalist trade, being freed from the enormous unproductive expenses which are engendered under capitalism by private property, competition, and anarchy of production. 5. In a socialist economy, foreign trade is a state monopoly and serves the ends of strengthening and further developing that economy through making use of the advantages of the international division of labor. The monopoly of foreign trade is a means of planned extension of the foreign trade turnover of the USSR with all foreign countries regardless of their social system, on the basis of complete equality and mutual advantage. It ensures the protection of the socialist economy against penetration by foreign capital and is directed to strengthening economic collaboration between the Soviet Union and the other countries of the socialist camp. Chapter XXXVII, The National Income of Socialist Society. The gross social product and the national income in socialist society. The gross social product in socialist society is the total material wealth, both means of production and consumer goods, produced in society over a particular period, such as a year. It is created by the labor of workers in branches of material production, industry, agriculture, building, transport when serving production, and likewise by the labor of trade workers when carrying on operations which continue the production process in the sphere of circulation, such as storing, finishing, transporting, packing goods, etc. In addition to manual workers, brain workers, scientists, engineers, etc., employed in branches of material production also participate directly in the creation of material wealth. In the non-productive branches no gross social product is formed. But although workers employed in the non-productive sphere, state administration, culture, welfare, and health services, do not produce material wealth, their labor is necessary to socialist society and for material production, it is socially useful labor. The socialist state exercises the functions, vitally necessary to society, of organizer of the national economy and of provider of culture and education. Once socialism has been established, the part played by science in improving technology and increasing production grows immeasurably. Labor expended on training skilled personnel for production is of great importance. Science, education, and the arts satisfy the cultural needs of the working people. The welfare and health services provide conditions for fruitful labor by the workers in socialist society. There is thus a mutual exchange of activities in socialist society between workers in material production and those in the non-productive sphere. Production, the sphere of providing material goods, is the basis of the socialist system, as it is of all others. It is therefore of very great importance to the national economy to increase the share of labor performed by workers employed in material production, by reducing the share performed by workers employed in various non-productive branches. Thus, swollen establishments in state administration, and superfluous administrative and managerial personnel in state enterprises and collective farms, a high level of costs of circulation, all divert labor, especially skilled labor, from the sphere of material production. This hinders the increasing of the national income and inflicts damage on the national economy. The growth of social wealth and the creation of the abundance of products needed for the building of communist society are promoted by consistently increasing the proportion of labor engaged in the material production sphere, by simplifying and cheapening administrative machinery in every possible way, and by reducing costs of circulation. Lenin considered that a most important task of Soviet power was consistently to reduce the size and cost of the Soviet apparatus by cutting it, by organizing it better, by abolishing red tape and bureaucracy and by reducing non-productive expenses. Lenin, Works, 4th Russian edition, Volume XXXIII, p. 406. In the process of production a part of the gross social product is used to replace means of production which have been consumed. This part embodies the outlays of past labor, transferred to the product from the means of production which have been used up. After this has been deducted, the remaining part of the gross social product constitutes the national income of society. The national income in socialist society is that part of the gross social product created by the workers in socialist production which remains in a particular period after used-up means of production have been replaced. It embodies the new labor expended. The national income in a physical form consists of the total means of consumption produced in the country and used to satisfy the needs of society, together with that part of the output of means of production which is used to extend socialist production in town and country. In so far as commodity production exists in socialist economy, the national income as a whole and all its constituent parts, whatever physical form they may take, appear also as values, in money form. In view of this, both the total mass of consumer goods and that part of the national income which consists of means of production are expressed and measured by means of money. Owing to price changes, the national income is calculated in comparable, fixed or constant, prices, using the prices of a particular year, as well as in current prices. Calculation of the national income in comparable prices makes it possible to establish the real changes in the volume of national income over a period of years. Under capitalism, the national income is produced by the labor of workers subjected to exploitation, and is at the disposal of capitalists and landlords, who retain the lion's share for themselves in the shape of income not earned by labor. A smaller part passes to the working people. In socialist society, the national income is created by the labor of workers free from exploitation, and belongs in its entirety to the working people. Socialism precludes the existence of incomes not earned by labor. The national income of socialist society consists of the product of labor for itself and the product for society. The product of labor for itself is distributed according to work done among the workers in material production who create it, and it is used to satisfy the personal needs of the workers in socialist production and their families. The product for society created by the workers in material production is the net income of socialist society, and is used to extend production, to develop cultural and health facilities, to cover expenditure on state administration, etc. The continuous growth of the national income in socialist society. In socialist society, the national income grows continuously and rapidly, as a result of the uninterrupted growth of socialist production, which expands in conformity with the requirements of the basic economic law of socialism. The national income grows considerably more rapidly under socialism than in capitalist society. The national income of the USSR, in comparable prices, was 6.1 times the 1913 level in 1940, 10 times in 1950, and about 15 times in 1954. Between 1929 and 1954, the national income of the USA, in comparable prices, did not even double itself. The USSR national income, also measured in comparable prices, rose over the same period 11 times in spite of the tremendous damage done to the economy by the fascist invaders during the war years. The rapid increase in the national income in socialist society is due to two factors: 1, the growth in the productivity of social labor, and 2, the increase in the number of workers in production. The bulk of the increase results in socialist society from the growth in labor productivity. For example, during the fourth five-year plan, 20% of the increase in the national income was a result of the increase in the number of workers in production, and 80% resulted from the growth in labor productivity. The labor productivity of workers in socialist production, as already mentioned, increases rapidly because up-to-date machinery is introduced in all branches of production, including agriculture, and because the organization of labor and production is improved. The skill of the workers, collective farmers, and intelligentsia one grows, the material and cultural standards of the working people are regularly raised, and socialist emulation develops. Increases in the productivity of social labor require the planned and rational use of materials and labor, and, in particular, economical use of the means of production. The latter makes it possible to produce more with the same amount of raw material and equipment, to increase the size of the social product, and, consequently, of that part of it which constitutes the national income. Increasing the number of workers employed in material production is an important factor in the growth of the national income. In socialist society, unlike capitalist society, exploiting classes and their numerous hangers-on do not exist, unemployment is absent, too much manpower is not diverted into the sphere of circulation, and so on. As a result, a considerably greater part of the able-bodied adult population is employed in branches of material production, which create the gross social product. At the same time, the number of workers employed in science, education, the arts, and the health services steadily increases. In socialist society all the achievements of material and spiritual culture belong to the people. Under capitalism they are mainly utilized by the exploiting classes. In the USSR unemployment has long been a thing of the past, while in the USA the number of unemployed in 1954 amounted to an average of about 10% of the able-bodied population, in terms of the number of man-years of employment and unemployment per annum. In the USSR more than half of the able-bodied population working in non-productive branches are employed in the cultural and welfare services. In the USA 1/7 of the workers in non-productive branches is employed in these services. In socialist society the growth of the national income is a most important index of the improvement of the well-being of the population, as it is accompanied by an increase in the incomes of workers, peasants, and professional workers. Under capitalism the growth of national income cannot provide an index to the growth of the well-being of the population, as a constantly increasing part of the national income is appropriated by the capitalists and big landowners, and the share of the working people in the national income is progressively falling. In the USSR the volume of the national income, in comparable prices, was 3 times as great in 1954 as in 1945. In the USA the volume of the national income increased in comparable prices by only 12% over the same period. Distribution of the national income. The national income created in the process of socialist production is ultimately distributed and utilized for consumption and socialist accumulation. In contrast to capitalism, the national income of socialist society is distributed not with a view to enriching the exploiting classes and their numerous parasitical hangers-on, but with a view to ensuring the systematic improvement of the material conditions of the workers and peasants and the expansion of socialist production in town and country. Stalin, Political Report of the Central Committee to the 16th Congress of the CPSU. B. Works, English edition, Volume 12, p. 331. The national income is distributed in socialist society in the following manner. In the first place the national income takes the various forms of income in those branches of material production where it is created, a. in the state sector, and b. in the cooperative collective farm sector of the economy. National income created in the state sector of the economy may be divided into 2 main parts. The first part is the product created by the workers in material production for themselves, and takes the form of the wages of manual and clerical workers in state productive enterprises. The other part of the national income created in the state productive sector is the product for society, or net income. This assumes 2 main forms: 1, the net income of state enterprises, the profit of enterprises, as it is called; 2, the centralist net income of the state, such as the so-called turnover tax, deductions from profits, and charges calculated on the basis of the wages bill for social insurance purposes. National income created in the collective farm socially owned sector is the property of the collective farms, and also consists of 2 main parts, the product for themselves and the product for society. The product for themselves, created by the collective farmers' work in the socially owned sector of the collective farms, takes the form of incomes in kind and in money, distributed among the collective farmers according to the workdays earned. The collective farmers also receive income in money and kind from work in their personal household plots. The product for society created by the collective farmers in the socialized sector is the net income of the collective farm. Part of this is used to develop collective farm production and to meet the general needs of the farm, and the material and cultural requirements of the collective farmers. The other part of the net income created in the socialized sector of the collective farms is transformed through the price mechanism and the income tax into centralist net income of the state. In this way collective farms contribute to public expenditure by the state on the extension of production in town and country, on the development of culture, on the strengthening of the country's defense, and so on. The total centralist net income of the state therefore embodies not only part of the labor for society expended by the working class but also part of the labor for society expended by the collective farm peasantry. The product for themselves created by the labor of workers in producers' cooperatives takes the form of their wages, while the product for society takes the form of the net income of these producers' cooperative enterprises. Part of this is used to extend production in the cooperatives and to meet the needs of their members. The remainder is transformed into centralized net income of the state by means of the turnover tax and income tax. Thus in socialist society there takes place the formation of different categories of income, received directly in the sphere of material production. Part of the national income, the product for themselves created by workers in production, is distributed according to work done, and takes the form of the wages of manual and clerical workers engaged in production, the collective farmers' personal incomes and producers' cooperative workers' wages. The other part of the national income, the product created for society by the workers in production, or the net income of society, takes the following forms: net income of state enterprises, net income of collective farms and cooperative enterprises, and centralized net income of the state. However, as stated above, some part of the net income of enterprises is transformed into the centralized net income of the state in the course of the distribution of the income. In the course of the further distribution of the national income, mainly through the state budget, part of it is transformed into the incomes of non-productive branches, and of the workers employed in them. In socialist society the state expends large sums on meeting a number of social needs such as the education and health services, the maintenance of state administration, and increasing the country's defensive capacity. Socialist society cannot advance unless it accumulates year by year and extends social production. It could not develop the productive forces or satisfy the growing needs of the population without this. Hence follows the economic necessity of concentrating in the hands of the state a considerable part of the national income, in the shape of a cash fund to be spent on the purposes that have been mentioned. This fund is formed almost entirely out of the centralized net income of the state. Only a very small part of it consists of receipts from the population, taxes and loans. The budget plays the main part in concentrating resources in the hands of the state and in apportioning them for social needs. Part of the net income of society is expended by the state on social and cultural services and administration, and takes the form of the wages of scientific, educational, and health workers, and of workers in state administration and the armed forces. A considerable part of the cultural and welfare services, education and health, is supplied to the population in town and country without payment, at state expense. Part of the cultural and welfare institutions and enterprises reimburse themselves for their expenditure out of payments by the population for the services rendered. The state pays pensions, allowances and stipends, and grants various privileges, holidays with pay, etc. This increases the real wages of manual and clerical workers and the real incomes of the peasantry. Ultimately the whole national income of socialist society may be divided into the consumption fund and the accumulation fund. The consumption fund is that part of the national income which is used to satisfy the growing material and cultural requirements of the workers, peasants, and intelligentsia. It is formed primarily from the product created by the labor of workers in production for themselves. A further substantial part of the consumption fund is formed by the state, the collective farms and the cooperatives out of the product for society, expended on social and cultural services. Increases in the consumption fund are the conditions necessary for the growth in the incomes of the working people. In socialist society the incomes of workers, peasants, and intelligentsia grow continuously and rapidly for the following reasons. 1. The uninterrupted extension of production makes it possible to employ additional workers each year, drawn from the natural growth of population, with the resulting increase of the gross income of the working people. 2. The skill and productivity of labor, the average earnings of manual and clerical workers, and the average income of collective farmers, increase regularly. 3. State budget allocations for culture, education, and health are increasing. 4. Funds received by the working people in the shape of social insurance and social security payments and so on are increasing. Moreover, the real incomes of the working people in socialist society increase more rapidly than their nominal, money, incomes, because the state pursues a policy of reducing the prices of consumer goods. The rapid and continuous growth of production is the source of the continuous improvement of the material and cultural standard of living of the working people. To achieve this growth in production, part of the national income has to be transferred to the accumulation fund. The accumulation fund is the part of the national income of socialist society which is used to extend and improve socialist production in town and country, to increase non-productive funds for cultural and welfare purposes, including the housing fund, and to form reserves. Thus the accumulation fund provides material conditions for the growth and improvement of socialist production on the basis of higher technique, and for further increases in the well-being of the people. The working people of the USSR receive about 3/4 of the national income for the satisfaction of their personal material and cultural needs, out of both the product for themselves and the product for society. The remainder of the national income is used for socialist accumulation in town and country. Brief conclusions. 1. The national income of socialist society is that part of the gross social product which embodies the newly expended labor of workers, peasants, and intelligentsia employed in production. In contrast to capitalism, all the national income under socialism belongs to the working people. 2. The national income grows considerably more rapidly in socialist society than under capitalism, because socialism is free from the anarchy in production, waste, and economic crises inherent in capitalism, and ensures that materials and labor are used in a planned and rational way. The growth of the national income is brought about, firstly, by increasing the productivity of social labor, and, secondly, by increasing the number of workers employed in the branches of material production. 3. The national income is distributed in conformity with the requirements of the basic economic law of socialism, and this leads to a continuous increase in the incomes of the working class, the peasantry, and the intelligentsia. One of the main factors in the increase of the incomes of the working people is the outlays by the state, the collective farms, the cooperatives, and social organizations on the social and cultural needs of the population. The growth of the national income in socialist society is one of the main indices of the increased well-being of the working people. 4. The national income of socialist society is divided into the consumption fund, used to satisfy the continuously growing material and cultural needs of the people, and the accumulation fund, providing the material conditions for the rapid growth and improvement of socialist production, on the basis of higher technique. N. Chapter 38, State Budget, Credit, and Currency Circulation in Socialist Society. The finance of socialist society. Owing to the existence of commodity production and commodity circulation in socialist economy, the output of all socialist enterprises is expressed in money, value, terms as well as in physical terms. Both state and cooperative collective farm enterprises receive money for their output, and use it to make good production outlays, depreciation, acquiring raw and other materials and fuel, payment of labor, etc., and to extend production. Thus definite money funds are formed and expended in socialist enterprises. This is the financial side of their economic activity. Part of the money received by enterprises is transferred into a general state fund, which is used centrally for public needs and for national economic and cultural development. The essential function of the state budget is to form and distribute this centralized fund of monetary resources. Monetary funds are formed for the purposes of social insurance and insurance of persons and property. The money of enterprises which is temporarily not in use is concentrated and used centrally through credit. All these forms under which monetary funds are constituted, regardless of their special features and differences between them, are organically connected together, making up a single system of finance. The finance of socialist society is a system of economic relationships expressed in the planned formation and distribution of money funds in the economy in the interests of securing a continuous growth of production, a steady rise in the material and cultural standards of the people and a strengthening of the power of socialist society. The finance of socialist society includes the state budget, the finances of state enterprises, collective farms, producer and consumer cooperatives, state social insurance, state property and personal insurance, and various forms of credit. The material basis of the financial system is socialist production, and the financial system rests on the growth of industry and agriculture and the extension of trade. At the same time, finance exercises an active influence on the development of production and commodity circulation. With the help of the financial system, the gross social product is distributed in a money form among the sectors of socialist production, state and cooperative collective farm, among branches and enterprises, between different parts of the country, and between society as a whole and its members. The financial system has to ensure the most rational use of all the resources of socialist economy, to strengthen the regime of economy, economic accounting, and financial discipline in the national economy and increase the profitability of production. By means of finance, the socialist state enforces rubble control over the whole economic activity of enterprises and branches of the economy. The budget of the socialist state. The state budget occupies a leading place in the financial system of socialism. In socialist society, the state budget is the main form in which the centralist fund of monetary resources is formed and used in a planned way to extend socialist production and satisfy the growing needs of society as a whole. A considerable part of the national income is distributed through the state budget. The budget includes revenue, monetary resources made available for centralist disposal by the state, and expenditure, allocation of these resources for the needs of society. The plan for budgetary revenue and expenditure is the basic financial plan of socialist society. The state budget under socialism differs radically in its essential character from the state budget under capitalism, which is an instrument for additional exploitation of the working masses and enrichment of the monopolies, and is used for the purpose of militarizing the economy and conducting an arms drive. In harmony with the basic economic law of socialism, the budget in socialist society functions as a very important factor in the development of peaceful economy and the growth of the productive forces for the purpose of satisfying the growing material and cultural demands of society as a whole. The incomes which the exploiters used to squeeze out of the labor of the people now remain in the hands of the working people and are used partly for the expansion of production and the enlistment of new detachments of working people in production, and partly for directly increasing the incomes of the workers and peasants. J.V. Stalin, Report to the 17th Party Congress, Works, Volume 13, p. 34i. Thanks to the predominance of social ownership of the means of production, the state budget under socialism is closely connected with the whole national economy, and is an instrument for the planned development of socialist economy and rational use of productive resources in all branches of the national economy. Reflecting the plan for the national economy, the budget at the same time exercises an all-round influence upon its fulfillment. In the hands of the socialist state, it serves as a necessary means of ensuring observance of those proportions in the national economy demanded by the law of planned development of the national economy. By means of the budget, the socialist state mobilizes the monetary resources of the national economy and makes these resources available to enterprises and branches in accordance with their planned tasks and how they are fulfilling them. It carries out a check on the state of the financial affairs of the branches and enterprises, on how far they are observing a regime of economy. The state budget is based on the development of the whole of the socialist national economy. First, it is integrally connected with the finances, the revenues, and expenditures of state enterprises. Most of the net income of society created in these enterprises passes to the state budget. A considerable part of capital construction in all branches of the national economy, and of the increase in the fixed and circulating funds of state enterprise, is paid for out of the state budget. The connections between the state budget and the collective farms are of great importance. Part of the net income of collective farms is transferred to the budget and used for public needs. The state, through the budget, gives financial assistance to the collective farm sector in developing production, and maintains schools, hospitals, and other social and cultural institutions serving the collective farmers. The main source of the revenue side of the state budget of the USSR is the net income of society, or more exactly that part of it which is the centralist net income of the state. In 1954, 86% of all budgetary revenue came from the net income of society, receipts from socialist economy. The centralized net income of the state enters the state budget in the form of I. Turnover tax, as it is called, 2. Deductions from the net income, profits, of state enterprises, 3. Charges calculated on the basis of the wages bill for social insurance purposes, 4. Income tax from collective farms and other cooperative enterprises, and so on. The first two sources constitute the bulk of the total revenues in the state budget of the USSR. Resources from the population, received as taxes and loans, are also one of the sources of state budgetary revenue. Taxes on the population are a form in which part of the personal incomes of members of society is compulsorily transferred to the budget. In socialist society, unlike capitalism, taxes are a very small part of the income of working people, and are used for public needs. In 1954 they amounted to only 8.3% of the total revenue of the USSR. State budget. Payments and allowances of all kinds to the population out of the budget amount to several times more than the taxes collected from the population. Part of the working people of the USSR are completely freed from paying taxes, and the rates of taxation depend on the size of the income. In 1954 the agricultural tax on the peasantry amounted to less than 1% of the revenue of the state budget, and in that year the total taxation on the rural population was reduced to less than 40% of the level of 1952. State loans in socialist society are a form in which the state attracts resources from the population for the needs of society as a whole for a definite period. When working people subscribe to loans, they voluntarily transfer part of their personal incomes to the state for its temporary use. At the same time loans are a form of savings for the working people, and provide them with income in the shape of cash prizes and interest. In the state budget of the USSR between 1951 and 1954, an average of more than 5% of all revenue came from this source. The expenditure side of the budget consists of state financing, i.e., non-returnable expenditure, for the following main purposes: 1. Development of the national economy, 2. Social and cultural measures, 3. Maintaining state administration, 4. Ensuring the defense capacity of the state. The bulk of the resources of the state budget of the USSR is used to finance the economy and social and cultural measures. More than two-thirds of all the state budgetary expenditure was allocated to these purposes in the post-war period. Financing out of the budget is one of the most important factors in developing the economy of the Soviet Union. In 1946-54 state budgetary expenditure on the national economy amounted to 1,462 milliard rubles. Budgetary resources are used to secure the preferential growth of production of means of production, to develop heavy industry, to improve agriculture and to extend the production of consumer goods. The socialist state spends tremendous budgetary sums annually on capital investments in all branches of the economy. The USSR state budget finances extensive capital construction of new works, mines, factories, power stations, state farms, MTS, railways, municipal enterprises, housing, schools, hospitals, sanatoria, and so on. Part of the budget resources is used to increase the circulating resources of existing enterprises, supplementing the amount remaining for this purpose from the net amount of the enterprises themselves. The state material reserves needed for the planned conduct of the economy and for the country's defense needs are formed out of budgetary funds. A considerable proportion of the budgetary funds is expended on social and cultural services, which are an important source of steady improvement in the material and cultural standards of living of the people. With this object in view, budget allocations are made for scientific development, education, health, physical culture, pensions and allowances, and so on. In socialist society part of the budgetary resources is expended on maintaining the machinery of state, which is responsible for activities of many kinds in the fields of economic and cultural development. In order to put into effect the regime of economy, in the interests of an extension of production and the satisfaction of the growing needs of the people, the cost of administration and management has to be reduced in every possible way. In view of this, the socialist state systematically carries out a policy of rationalizing the administrative and managerial machinery and cutting down expenditure on maintaining it. Part of the budgetary resources are spent on strengthening the country's defense. In the Soviet Union, which follows a policy of peace, expenditure on the armed forces constitutes a comparatively small share of the budget. In the first 5 post-war years alone, 1946 to 50, the Soviet state expended 524.5 milliard rubles out of the budget on social and cultural services. In 4 years of the fifth five-year plan, 1951 to 4, it spent 512.5 milliard rubles. In 1932, expenditure on maintaining state administrative bodies amounted to 4.2% of budgetary resources in the USSR, in 1940 to 3.9%, and in 1955 to 2.2%. In the 1955 budget, 19.9% of total expenditure was allotted to national defense, whereas in the USSR direct expenditure for military purposes in 1954 to 5 alone amounted to 2/3, approximately, of the entire budget. The size of the state budget in socialist society steadily increases on the basis of the continuous development of the national economy. The rapid and uninterrupted growth of the national income in socialist society makes it possible also to increase continuously that part of it which is transferred to the state budget. Thus, the revenue of the USSR state budget in 1954 was more than treble the pre-war 1940 level. A distinguishing feature of the state budget of the USSR is its stability. Budgets in capitalist countries are in deficit as a rule, but the USSR budget is not merely balanced, it always has a considerable surplus. Execution of the budget directly depends on actual achievements in output, sale of commodities, reduction in outlays on production and circulation, and growth of accumulation, and it therefore depends on the extent to which reserves within production are utilized and economic accounting is applied. At the same time, the budget contributes to the bringing to light and putting to use of these reserves and to increasing the profitability of production. During the actual carrying out of the budget, the financial institutions are required to exercise ruble control of the fulfillment of economic plans and of the observance of the regime of economy and financial discipline. This control is carried out both in fixing the amounts to be deducted into the budget, and in checking to see that obligations to the budget have been fulfilled. The financial institutions analyze the economic activity of enterprises and organizations, and disclose their faults. They check how far state resources have been conserved and correctly spent, and the efficiency of bookkeeping and financial accounting in enterprises, and they struggle against waste of resources. To this end, budgetary payments to economic organizations are frequently made dependent on the quality of their work. The USSR state budget includes 1. The all-union budget and 2. The state budgets of the Union republics, divided in their turn into a. Republican and b. Local budgets. 1. The leading part in the whole budgetary system is played by the all-union budget, which handles the bulk of budgetary resources. This budgetary structure makes it possible to put into practice the principles of democratic centralism and a correct nationality policy in a multinational socialist state. The state budget of the USSR covers a period of a year, and is approved by the Supreme Soviet of the USSR as a law. Budgets of Union republics are approved by the Supreme Soviets of these republics. A considerable part of the centralist distribution of monetary resources is carried out through the machinery of state social insurance and the state property and personal insurance system. State social insurance is a means of providing material security for manual and clerical workers and members of their families if they lose their capacity to work, temporarily or permanently. It includes free medical aid, the maintenance of rest homes, sanatoria, hospitals, and so on. Social insurance of manual and clerical workers in the USSR is administered by trade union bodies out of state funds or the funds of the appropriate cooperative organizations. The source of social insurance funds is the net income of society, received in the form of contributions paid by enterprises, organizations, and institutions, calculated as a definite percentage of the total sum paid in wages to manual and clerical workers. Point 2. Both the revenue and the expenditure side of state social insurance funds are included in the state budget and expended by the trade unions. Expenditure on social insurance grows continuously and rapidly. In 1954 it stood at more than 2.9 times the 1940 level. State property and personal insurance is a means of reimbursing and preventing losses by citizens, enterprises, and organizations, from misfortunes and accidents. It is a state monopoly in the USSR, and is administered by insurance organs mainly for individual citizens and for collective farms and cooperative bodies. The main source of its funds is insurance payments made by the population and by enterprises and organizations. Credit in socialist economy. Credit is one of the economic tools of socialist society. The need for credit under socialism arises from the existence of commodity production and money economy, and the development of the function of money as a means of payment. Socialist economy presupposes planned organization of the entire payments turnover of the country with an extensive development of credit. Of enormous importance, moreover, is the rational utilization on the scale of the national economy as a whole of temporarily liberated monetary resources. Monetary resources accumulate in the economy which are temporarily not in use, and on the other hand socialist enterprises temporarily need supplementary resources. The primary cause of this is that, in the process of rotation of the resources of socialist enterprises, the dates at which money is received from the sale of output do not coincide with the dates at which outlays in money have to be made for the requirements of production. Part of the resources of enterprises is always held in money form, but it is spent at definite intervals. As output is sold, money accumulates, earmarked for the purchase of raw materials and fuel, stocks of which are renewed periodically. As output is sold, the wage fund also steadily accumulates, but wages are paid out usually twice a month. The depreciation fund systematically accumulates in a monetary form, but is spent on new machines and equipment, and on the erection and capital repair of buildings only at definite intervals. The net income of enterprises is used for capital construction after sufficient has accumulated for this purpose. In this way state enterprises have money at their disposal which is temporarily not in use. Collective farms also have money which is temporarily not in use in the form of a. Deductions made from cash income to the indivisible funds intended to be spent in the future, and b. Cash incomes which have not yet been distributed to collective farmers, and so on. During the execution of the budget, money which is temporarily not in use appears in the form of surpluses of revenue over expenditure, of balances in hand in the current accounts of institutions financed out of the budget, and of special budget resources. The growth in the incomes of working people is also accompanied by the formation of increasingly large unspent sums of money in their hands. At the same time, socialist enterprises and economic organizations periodically need money temporarily, example for seasonal outlays, for purchase of raw materials, and so on. Thus an economic need for credit arises. Credit is closely connected with the rotation of the resources of socialist enterprises and is one of the means by which this is effected. Credit in socialist economy is the form in which monetary resources which are temporarily not in use are gathered by the state and used in a planned way to meet the needs of the national economy, on condition of being returnable. In socialist economy, unlike capitalism, loan capital does not exist. By far the greater part of the money entering the credit system is socially owned property, the rest is the personal property of the working people. These resources are made use of to serve socialist enterprises and the mass of working people. Credit in socialist conditions is supplied in a planned way. In accordance with the requirements of socialist national economy, the state lays down credit plans in which the amount of credit, its sources, and allocation are indicated. The credit plan reflects the national economic plan and has the task of contributing to its fulfillment. In socialist society, money which is temporarily not in use is accumulated in state credit institutions, banks and savings banks. Thus enterprises operating on the basis of economic accounting have to keep their cash resources on clearing accounts in the state bank. Cash belonging to collective farms is deposited in current accounts in the state bank or in savings banks. Money accumulated by socialist enterprises is also concentrated in special banks, for example, deductions by state enterprises for new construction, indivisible funds in collective farms, etc. Unspent budget resources are also kept with the state bank, as are the cash resources of state institutions, trade unions, insurance, and so on. Credit is also a channel through which the free monetary resources of the population are made available, by inducing them to keep accounts in the state savings banks. Credit given by the banks is divided into long-term and short-term. Short-term credit serves the movement of the circulating resources of state enterprises, collective farms, and other cooperative organizations. Long-term credit mainly serves the sphere of capital construction. The state assists collective farms and cooperative unions with long-term credits, for economic installations, and it assists working people with credits, for individual housing construction, for the purchase of cows by collective farmers, and so on. Sums which they themselves accumulate are also a source of long-term credits to collective farms and cooperative bodies. State enterprises receive resources for capital investment from the state in the form of non-repayable budget allocations. They also finance capital investments partly from their own resources, the depreciation fund, and their net income. In conformity with the plan, enterprises and economic bodies receive loans in the form of direct bank credits. All enterprises must obtain their loans only from a bank. In the USSR there is no commercial credit, the supplying of goods by one enterprise to another on credit. If commercial credit were to be allowed, this would lead to a weakening in control by the banks over the economic activity of enterprises and make possible planless and uncontrolled redistribution of resources among enterprises. The bank grants loans to an enterprise for definite economic measures, such as the seasonal purchase of raw material and the formation of temporary stocks of finished or semi-finished output. This form of credit ensures the direct connection between bank credit and the process of production and circulation. Direct short-term credits are made by the bank to enterprises and economic organizations on the following main principles. 1. Loans must be returned at a definite date. 2. Loans are for a stated purpose. 3. Bank loans must be secured by material values. The fact that loans are returnable, and at a definite date, promotes a quicker turnover of the resources of economic organizations and enterprises, and facilitates ruble control by the bank. The requirement that loans must be secured by definite material values enables the bank to supervise the proper use of the credit for the stated purpose, and links credit with the movement of material resources. The banks pay a definite interest on deposits and charge a somewhat higher interest on loans. Interest in socialist economy is that part of the net income of the enterprise which is paid by them to the bank for the temporary use of money on loan. Under capitalism the level of interest is formed spontaneously, as a result of competition. As against this, in socialist economy rates of interest are fixed by the state in accordance with a plan. The state in doing so starts from the need to give enterprises and organizations a material incentive both to keep their free resources in the banks, and to use their own and borrowed money as efficiently as possible. Credit under socialism is connected with rational organization of the resources of enterprises and of settlements between them. In socialist society wide use is made of bookkeeping transactions without transfer of cash. Settlements between enterprises and organizations are made through the banks by the transfer of money from the account of one enterprise or organization to that of another on the instructions of the owners of the accounts. Planned centralization of accounting and credit functions makes it possible in the USSR to use internal clearing accounts, i.e., the cancellation of the mutual claims of economic bodies, on a vast scale, unknown under capitalism. In the USSR payments in cash are made between enterprises only for small amounts. Bookkeeping settlements replace cash in economic transactions, and thus reduce the amount of money needed in the national economy for purposes of circulation. Bookkeeping settlements speed up the turnover of money and of the whole social product, and promote the strengthening of the currency system. Credit given to state enterprises is of great importance in the organization of production. A considerable part of the working resources of enterprises is in the form of credit. It promotes the growth of socialist production, rational utilization, and acceleration of the rate of turnover of resources and reduction in the cost of production and increase in the profitability of enterprises. Socialist credit is a powerful instrument of rubble control by the state of the work of enterprises and economic organizations. Granting credit is bound up with preliminary and subsequent checks on the financial position of the enterprise. For this, the credit institutions check fulfillment of plans of income and accumulation, the use of the enterprise's own and borrowed circulating resources for the stated purpose, and so on. When loans are granted, the credit institutions check how the enterprise is using its resources and making its payments as they fall due, and also the extent to which the enterprise is financially stable enough to use the credit properly. The credit institutions take steps to improve the efficiency of enterprises in making payments, their economic accounting and the regime of economy. Banks in socialist society. Banking in the USSR is in the hands of the socialist state. Banks in socialist society are state institutions which carry out in a planned way in the interests of the socialist economy the supply of credit to enterprises, the financing of capital investments and settlements and payments in the national economy. Thus banks in socialist society retain their old form but have changed their essential character in comparison with that of capitalist banks. The banking system of the Soviet Union includes the State Bank of the USSR and the specialized state long-term investment banks. The leading position in the banking system is occupied by the State Bank. The State Bank of the USSR is the country's issue bank, short-term credit bank and clearing center. It performs the following functions. First, it controls currency circulation, the movement of cash in the country. It takes currency out of circulation and issues currency according to the plan and by the methods laid down by the government of the USSR. Secondly, it serves as cashier for the national economy, i.e., it concentrates in its branches the cash of socialist enterprises, state and voluntary organizations, and issues cash to them for their current payments. Thirdly, it provides short-term credit to those enterprises and economic organizations in all branches of the national economy, with the exception of building organizations, which are run on the system of economic accounting. Fourthly, it is a clearing center, i.e., it organizes and carries out monetary settlements between enterprises, institutions and organizations within the country. Fifthly, it administers the cash side of the execution of the budget. It repays payments provided for in the budget, issues budgetary resources strictly as specified and within the limits of the allocations made, and keeps account of budget revenues and expenditure. Sixthly, it holds the country's foreign currency funds and settles international accounts on trading and other economic operations between the USSR and foreign countries. Part of these settlements are effected through the USSR. Bank for Foreign Trade, Vneshtorg Bank. The USSR State Bank is the largest bank in the world. It has its subordinate institutions in the Republican, territory, regional, and almost all the district centers of the country. By organizing settlements through clearing accounts and by credit operations, the State Bank fulfills its function of being the most important instrument of the state for rubble control of the financial and economic work of enterprises and organizations. Clearing settlements effected by the State Bank embrace the overwhelmingly greater part of the payments turnover of enterprises and economic organizations. Long-term investment banks serve particular branches of socialist economy. Their main function is to finance and provide long-term credits for capital investments by enterprises in the appropriate branches of the national economy. All monetary resources allocated by plan to capital investment are concentrated in the appropriate investment banks, which administer all payments or construction, issue funds for building work and supervise its expenditure in conformity with the plan. In the USSR there are, the Bank for Financing Capital Investments of State Enterprises and Building Organizations in Industry, Transport, and Posts and Telegraphs, Prombank, the Bank for Financing Capital Investments by State Enterprises and Organizations in Agriculture and Forestry, and for long-term credits to collective farms and the rural population, Selkosbank, the Bank for Financing Capital Investments in Trade and Cooperation, THIRD-Bank, and the Central Bank for Financing Municipal Economy and Housing, THIRD-Bank, together with local municipal banks which come under local authorities. The banks carry out ruble control of production and circulation, and thus assist the strengthening of the regime of economy and economic accounting. This control is effected, I. by financing and granting credits for measures envisaged by plan and in accordance with the actual fulfillment of the plan, 2. by requiring that loans should be returned in accordance with the appointed dates for achievement of planning targets, 3. by applying appropriate penalties when the approved regulations for use of funds and the fixed dates for repayment of loans are not adhered to. These penalties include, for example, the exacting of a higher interest rate and withdrawal of the right to receive further credits. In order to improve the economic work of enterprises and to enforce a strict regime of economy, it is necessary to increase ruble control of production by the banks and to bring pressure to bear on enterprises which are badly managed. It is very important for the strengthening of economic accounting and control by the ruble that the state bank approaches differently the allocation of credit to enterprises which are working well and enterprises which are working badly. To enterprises which have not fulfilled their tasks in reducing costs, or their accumulation plans, or have not preserved their own circulating resources, a harsher credit and settlements regime is applied, which may go as far as ceasing to give further credit, the calling in before they are due of loans previously given, and other measures. At the same time, enterprises which have worked well receive a number of benefits in connection with credit, especially in the form of increased loans. This differentiated approach enhances the role of ruble control by the bank in stimulating an improvement in the quality of an enterprise's work and observance by it of a regime of economy. The banks work on the basis of economic accounting. The net income of a bank is the difference between the amount it receives in interest on the one hand and the total interest it pays out, together with the cost of maintaining its machinery on the other. On the basis of the growth of socialist economy and the development of credit relations, the turnover of the banks is continuously increasing. Total credit investments by the state bank in the national economy amounted to 190 milliard rubles at the end of 1954, 340% of the 1940 level. State savings banks accept cash deposits from individual citizens and from collective farms and voluntary organizations, paying a definite rate of interest on deposits and rendering services to the working people in paying their accounts, example for municipal services, rent, etc. The steady increase in the deposits placed in the savings banks by the population is an index of the continuous improvement of the material well-being of the working people. By the end of 1954, total deposits by the population in the savings banks amounted to 48.4 milliard rubles, compared with 18.5 milliard in 1950. Savings banks also effect operations in connection with state loans, they pay out lottery prizes and interest. Currency circulation in socialist economy. Soviet money is a gold token, a universal equivalent. As stated above, its stability is primarily assured by the vast commodity stocks held by the state and released for sale at fixed prices. Soviet currency also has a gold backing. The steady growth of socialist production and commodity turnover constitutes the firm foundation of Soviet money. Of great importance for increasing the purchasing power of the Soviet ruble is the reduction of prices, based on the reduction of the cost of production and costs of circulation and on increasing the volume of commodities available. Soviet money circulates in the form of 10-, 15-, 50-, and 100 ruble banknotes, which are backed by gold, precious metals, and other assets of the USSR. State Bank. In addition to banknotes, 1-, 3-, and 5 ruble state treasury notes, and metal coins of small denominations, are also in circulation. Soviet money can fulfill in a normal way its role as a gold token if the amount of this money available is in accordance with the actual requirements of the national economy for means of circulation and of payment. In socialist economy, currency circulates in conformity with the economic law that the quantity of money required for commodity circulation is determined by the sum of the prices of the commodities in circulation and the velocity of circulation of money. Bookkeeping settlements without cash payments, made in the course of commodity circulation, have the effect of reducing the amount of currency required. The total sum of currency in circulation, required by society over a definite period, depends in addition on the total currency payments which are made over the period involved. In socialist economy, these payments include wage payments, money payments for workdays, lottery prizes, and others. Current payments by the population include house rents, taxes, savings bank deposits, and others. Thus, in socialist society, the quantity of currency required in circulation is determined by the sum total of prices of the commodities sold for cash, the size of current payments in cash, and the velocity of circulation of currency. Normal functioning of monetary circulation is an important condition for the planned development of the national economy. On the basis of the law of planned development of the national economy and utilizing the law of currency circulation, the socialist state plans the circulation of currency in the country in inseparable connection with the planning of the entire national economy as a whole. In the Soviet Union, emission is strictly centralized. Currency is issued into circulation by the State Bank of the USSR, and each supplementary issue by the State Bank is made by a government decision. The bulk of the cash issued by the State Bank is used in conformity with plans to pay wages, to make money payments on account of workdays, and to pay for state purchases, compulsory and voluntary, of agricultural produce from collective farmers. In the reverse direction, the main channel along which money returns to the bank is the receipts of trading organizations, which provide more than 4/5 of all state bank receipts, and also the receipts of municipal undertakings, transport, and posts and telegraphs, which are paid into the bank daily. Currency is also issued from the state bank to pay interest, lottery prizes and redemption of bonds of state loans, pensions, allowances, insurance monies, small accounts, etc. The state bank regularly receives money on account of taxes and other payments under the budget, and also of deposits in the savings banks, insurance contributions, and so on. Thus a mass of currency continuously passes through the branches of the state bank. One of the essential conditions influencing currency circulation is the relationship between the monetary incomes of the population on the one hand, and the volume of trade and of services which are paid for by the population on the other. A balance of money incomes and expenditures of the population is compiled in order to ascertain these relationships and to ensure in the national economic plan the requisite proportions between the increase in the money incomes of the population and the increase in the corresponding total mass of commodities and chargeable services. In this balance, all the money incomes and expenditures of the population which are due to take place in the planned period are taken into account. Definite proportions in the movement of currency laid down for the various elements in the national economic plan, the wage fund, commodity turnover, the state budget, etc., make it possible to fix the appropriate plan targets in the sphere of currency circulation. An important instrument in planning currency circulation is the cash plan of the state bank, which has to be approved by the government. The cash plan is a plan of the cash turnover for the whole system of the state bank. It shows all the cash receipts expected by the bank in the planning period concerned, and all its cash payments. In compiling it, the balance of money incomes and expenditures of the population is taken into account. It therefore takes into account the volume of retail trade, the volume of procurements of agricultural produce, the sum total of wages of manual and clerical workers, and other indices which determine the size of cash receipts and payments. The cash plan makes provision for the emission of currency and its withdrawal from circulation, in accordance with the relationship between the cash income and expenditure of the state bank over the country as a whole. The state bank also regulates currency circulation in the country by means of the credit plan. The planned organization of currency circulation makes it possible to increase or reduce the total mass of currency and to provide the right quantity of currency required for circulation at each period, in every district, and throughout the country as a whole. In this way currency circulation is put on a firm footing. The currency reform at the end of 1947 was of tremendous importance in stabilizing the Soviet currency system. In the currency reform, the former currency, which had been devalued to a certain extent during the war, was exchanged for new 1947 currency of full value, in accordance with conditions which were laid down. Unlike the currency reforms in capitalist countries, carried through by worsening the conditions of the working people, the Soviet currency reform was carried out in the interests of the working people. The wages of manual and clerical workers continued to be paid at the same rates, but in new money of full value. The currency reform was accompanied by a reduction in the prices of commodities. It eliminated the effects of the war in the sphere of currency circulation, restored the full value Soviet ruble, increased the importance of money in the national economy, facilitated the return to retail trade at uniform prices without ration cards, and led to a rise in the real wages of manual and clerical workers and the real incomes of the collective farmers. Currency circulation was put in order, the production of consumer goods increased, retail trade expanded and the prices of goods were reduced. All these factors led to a rise in the purchasing power of the ruble and of its exchange rate. From March 1, 1950, the Soviet government raised the official exchange rate of the ruble, and the rate was henceforth fixed directly in terms of gold, in conformity with the gold content of the ruble, instead of on the basis of the dollar, as had been laid down in 1937. In socialist economy there is a state foreign currency monopoly, i.e., the socialist state handles all accounts with foreign states and the purchase, sale, and possession of foreign currency. The state foreign currency monopoly and the monopoly of foreign trade make Soviet currency independent of the changeable situation on the capitalist market. This independence is constantly reinforced by the accumulation of gold reserves and the favorable trading and payments balances of the USSR. Brief conclusions. 1. The finance of socialist society includes the state budget, the finances of socialist enterprises, state social insurance, state property and personal insurance, and various forms of credit. 2. The state budget is the main form by which a centralized fund of monetary resources is formed and utilized in a planned way to meet public needs. The main source of the revenue side of the budget is the net income of society, which is primarily used to finance economic construction and cultural development. 3. Credit in socialist society is a method of concentrating in state hands money which is temporarily not in use, and using it in a planned way, on condition of repayment, for fulfilling the needs of socialist economy. Interest is the payment fixed by the state for the temporary use of money loans, its source is the net income of enterprises. Credit is effected by the banks and by the savings banks. There are two kinds of banks in the USSR, the state bank, which is the bank of issue, the short-term credit bank, and the center of accounting for the country, and the specialized state long-term investment banks. The banks carry out ruble control in respect of production and circulation, and assist in strengthening economic accounting. 4. The socialist state plans currency circulation in the country on the basis of the law of planned development of the national economy and the law of currency circulation. By the planned organization of currency circulation in socialist economy, the total mass of currency is made to conform to the cash requirements of commodity circulation. On the basis of the growth of production, increase in commodity turnover and reduction of prices, the socialist state ensures a strengthening of currency circulation and rising purchasing power of the ruble. Chapter 36, Socialist Reproduction. The essence of socialist reproduction. Continuous renewal of the production of material wealth, or reproduction, is a condition for the existence and development of all societies, including socialist society. The basic tenets of the Marxist-Leninist theory of reproduction retain their full force in both socialist and communist society: simple and extended reproduction, the total social product and the national income, the division of social production into the production of means of production and the production of articles of consumption, the priority growth of production of means of production under extended reproduction, accumulation as the only source of extended reproduction, the need for Definite proportions between the different parts of the total social product. In planning the national economy, socialist society cannot avoid applying these propositions. But reproduction in socialist economy is fundamentally different from reproduction under capitalism. In conformity with the requirements of the basic economic law of socialism, socialist reproduction is subordinated to the purpose of securing the maximum satisfaction of the constantly growing material and cultural requirements of the whole of society, whereas capitalist reproduction is subordinated to the task of obtaining maximum profits for the capitalists. Capitalist reproduction takes place blindly, and is periodically interrupted by economic crises, whereas development without crises, and continuous extended reproduction, are characteristic features of the socialist mode of production. The socialist state takes the law of planned development of the national economy as its basis, and conforms in all respects with the requirements of the basic economic law of socialism. From this starting point, through the planning system, it determines the rate of development of the national economy, the proportions and connections between its various branches, and the volume of accumulation and consumption. The process of reproduction taken as a whole is primarily the process of reproduction of the social product. In the reproduction of the social product, the leading part is played by the reproduction of the means of production, primarily the instruments of labor. Continuous augmentation and improvement of the instruments of labor is a necessary condition for technical progress. Socialist reproduction is carried out on the basis of a rising level of technique. In addition to the instruments of labor, other elements of the means of production are also reproduced, thus existing factory buildings are extended and new ones are erected and equipped, new means of transport are brought into being, and the production of raw materials is increased. Extended reproduction of the means of production is a necessary condition for extending the production of articles of consumption, clothes, footwear, food products, etc. A high rate of reproduction of the social product is characteristic of socialist society. This is primarily because exploiting classes and their parasitic hangers-on do not exist in socialist society, there are no crises or unemployment, the labor resources of society are used in a planned and efficient way, and the productivity of labor increases consistently and rapidly. High rates of growth of the social product are made possible by socialist emulation and by socialist methods of economic management, systematic application of the regime of economy, use of national economic funds in a planned way, improvement of economic accounting, and constant reduction of the costs of production. The following data indicate the high rate of socialist reproduction. The gross output of large-scale industry in the USSR was 35 times as large in 1954 as it was in 1913. In comparable prices, the production of means of production was nearly 60 times, and of electric power more than 75 times as large. The chemical and engineering industries developed at an even more rapid rate. In the USSR, the total social product was already 11 times as large in 1954 as in 1928, in comparable prices. The rate of growth of industrial production in the USSR is many times as great as in the capitalist countries. The average annual rate of growth of industrial output in the USSR during the last 25 years, excluding the war years, was 18.2%, while in the USA it was 2.4%. In Britain 3.6% and in France 2.1%. In the process of socialist reproduction, labor power is reproduced. The planned supply of labor power to particular enterprises is one of the basic conditions for extended socialist reproduction. As the national economy expands, the size of the working class continuously increases. Labor power is attracted by individual enterprises and economic organizations for all branches of social production in an organized way. Industry, building, transport, and agriculture are supplied with skilled labor, in conformity with the needs of the national economy, through the state system for training labor reserves, and through a special network of schools, training courses, technical colleges, and places of higher education. Labor is allocated in a planned way to branches of the national economy and particular enterprises. The continuous improvement of the level of skill and general culture of the mass of workers as a whole is a characteristic feature of the reproduction of the labor force. In socialist society, extended reproduction is also the extended reproduction of socialist relations of production. This signifies reproduction of a. Socialist property in both its state and its cooperative collective farm forms, b. Relations of comradely collaboration and socialist mutual aid by the workers in the process of producing material wealth, c. Mutual relations between workers in the distribution of articles of consumption in conformity with the quantity and quality of the work of each worker. Socialist relations of production are free from the extremely profound contradictions which are inherent in capitalist production relations. The reproduction of capitalist relations of production involves the increasing exploitation of labor by capital, and the growth and deepening of class contradictions between the exploiters and the exploited, and this inevitably leads to the revolutionary downfall of capitalism. The reproduction of socialist relations of production involves the strengthening of the alliance between the two friendly classes, the working class and the peasantry, and of the intelligentsia integrated with them, the consolidation of the moral and political unity of society, and the gradual effacing of class boundaries and social distinctions between man and man. In the process of extended reproduction there takes place the gradual transition from socialism to communism. The national wealth of socialist society. The structure of the total social product. The national wealth of socialist society consists of all the material wealth which is at its disposal. 1. The first element in the national wealth of socialist society is the production funds of the economy, i.e., the means of production. These are subdivided into a. The fixed production funds, and b. The circulating production funds of the national economy. The national wealth of socialist society also includes natural resources which have been involved in the process of reproduction, cultivated land and land suitable for cultivation, mineral deposits, forests, waters, and so on. The fixed production funds of the national economy are state or cooperative collective farm means of labor which function in all branches of material production, buildings used for production, machines, machine tools, equipment, installations, etc. The circulating production funds of the national economy are the objects of labor, which are both engaged in the production process itself and held in stock by state enterprises, collective farms, and other cooperative bodies, raw materials, fuel, etc. 2. The second element in the national wealth is the circulation funds of the national economy. They include stocks of finished output stored by state productive enterprises, collective farms, producers' cooperatives, and state and cooperative trading enterprises and organizations. 3. The third element in national wealth is the material reserves of the state and the cooperatives and collective farms, together with emergency stocks. 4. The fourth element in the national wealth is the non-productive funds of the national economy representing state or cooperative collective farm property which serves the purpose of non-productive consumption over a long period, the housing fund and the buildings of cultural and welfare bodies, schools, theaters, clubs, hospitals, etc., with T1EIR equipment. Such are the main elements of the national wealth representing socialist property. The national wealth also includes the personal property of the population, personal property which increases on the basis of the continuous growth of socialist property. An important part in the reproduction of material wealth is played by the accumulated experience in production, the knowledge and skill of the working people of socialist society, and the varied spiritual wealth of the country. The level of skill of the existing population is always a prerequisite of all production, and is therefore the main accumulated wealth. Marx, Theories of Surplus Value, 1936, Russian edition, Volume 3, p. 229. During the Soviet 5-year plans the national wealth of the USSR increased tremendously. The fixed production funds of the economy alone had grown six-fold in comparison with 1913 by the end of 1940, and about 12-fold by the end of 1954. Under capitalism by far the larger part of the national wealth belongs to the exploiting classes, and wealth is augmented in the form of the accumulation of capital, leading to the impoverishment of the mass of the people. Capitalist relations give rise to fictitious wealth, represented by shares, the price of land, etc. In socialist society, the whole of the national wealth is the property either of the state, i.e., of the whole people, or of the collective farms and other cooperative organizations, or is the personal property of the working people. Socialism knows no such thing as fictitious wealth. All the wealth of socialist society is real wealth. As the national wealth of socialist society grows, the material well-being and the cultural level of the whole people rise. National wealth includes all the material wealth which is possessed by socialist society at a given moment. In other words, the national wealth reflects the results of the whole preceding development of society. The total social product, on the other hand, represents the material wealth created by society over a particular period, such as a year. The social product in socialist economy arises in two forms: a, the physical or material form, and b, the value or monetary form. The total production of socialist society is divided into two large departments: the production of means of production which are to re-enter the process of production, Department I, and the production of articles of consumption, which are to satisfy the needs of the population, Department II. In conformity with this, the social product in its physical or material form falls under either means of production or articles of consumption. In practical economic activity, the division of the total social product into means of production and articles of consumption takes place as a rule in accordance with the actual utilization of the output. Department I comprises all production devoted to productive needs. It includes the products of heavy industry consisting of means of production, part of the products of the light and food industries, which are used as raw material and are processed, buildings used for production purposes, and also agricultural products used productively: seeds, cattle, fodder, and agricultural raw material for use in industry. Department II comprises all production devoted directly to satisfying the personal needs of the population, including housing, and also that part of the social product expended in institutions and organizations of the non-productive sphere, for instance, construction of schools and hospitals, and the heating and lighting of non-productive buildings, etc. In Department I, it is essential to distinguish between the production of means of production for Department I and the production of means of production for Department II. The production of means of production, and especially the production of instruments of labor for Department I, plays the leading role in the process of reproduction. Extended socialist reproduction requires the constant renewal and increase of the production of both means of production and articles of consumption, in the definite proportions laid down by the National Economic Plan. In its value, the social product is divided into 1. The value of used-up means of production, which has been transferred to the product; 2. The new value which labor has created for itself; 3. The new value which labor has created for society. The social and economic nature of each of these parts of the value of the social product is essentially different from its nature under capitalism. In the process of socialist reproduction, national economic funds function in place of constant and variable capital, and the net income of society takes the place of surplus value. The process of socialist reproduction presupposes in the first place that the used-up means of production are replaced according to plan by a definite part of the total social product, in kind and in value. Fixed funds are replaced in kind by partial or complete substitution of new for old machines, buildings, and plant. Fixed funds are replaced in value through the depreciation fund. The depreciation fund of the national economy in the USSR is set aside to make possible the capital repair of fixed funds during the whole period in which they function, and the replacement of the value of those which have been used up. The process of socialist reproduction also presupposes that articles of consumption must be newly created by workers in material production to replace those which have been distributed according to work done and used to meet the personal needs of these workers and their families. Finally, in the process of socialist reproduction, the workers in material production create by their labor the product for society, earmarked for socialist accumulation and for the satisfaction of the material and cultural needs of society, education, health, administration, and the defense of the country. The relationship between the two departments of social production. Through the planning system there are established in the process of socialist reproduction the necessary proportions between the production of means of production and the production of articles of consumption, between the various branches of the national economy, between production and circulation, between accumulation, consumption, reserves, and so on. These proportions are established in conformity with the requirements of the basic economic law of socialism and the law of planned, proportionate, development of the national economy. The most important proportion in socialist reproduction is a correct relationship between Department I and Department II. Department I, producing the means of production, plays the determining role in the whole economy. Without priority for the growth of production of the means of production, extended reproduction is altogether impossible. To expand production, to accumulate in the categorical meaning of the term, it is first of all necessary to produce means of production, and for this it is consequently necessary to enlarge that department of social production which manufactures means of production. Lenin, A Characterization of Economic Romanticism, Moscow, 1951, English edition, p. 44. Lenin described priority for the growth of production of the means of production, relative to the production of articles of consumption, as an economic law in conditions of extended reproduction. The law of priority growth of the production of means of production assumes even greater importance under socialism than under capitalism. A more rapid growth of Department I compared with Department II is a necessary condition for ensuring the uninterrupted advance of socialist production on the basis of higher techniques. Priority for the growth of the production of means of production, above all, of heavy industry, is a necessary prerequisite for the extensive introduction of up-to-date technique into all branches of socialist production and the systematic raising of the productivity of labor. Priority for the growth of production of the means of production means that industry develops more rapidly than agriculture. In socialist economy, proportions between industry and agriculture are fixed in such a way as to make possible the continuous growth of agricultural production as well as industrial production. Only the priority for the growth of production of means of production and that growth more rapid than under capitalism can ensure a systematic increase in the production of consumer goods and steady improvement in the people's welfare. Uninterrupted and rapid growth of heavy industry, running ahead of the growth of the other branches of industry and the national economy, is the indispensable condition for stable progress in agriculture and in the light and food-producing industries which produce consumer goods. Thus, in conditions of extended socialist reproduction in which rapid technical progress is taking place, it is a characteristic of the development of production that branches producing means of production, Department I, grow more rapidly than branches producing articles of consumption, Department II. At the same time, in socialist society, the production of articles of consumption increases continuously in absolute terms. This is expressed in the growth of the output of agriculture and of the light and food-producing industries, in the expansion of house building in town and country, and in the extension of commodity turnover. The proportion of means of production to total industrial output in the USSR was 34% in 1924 to 58% in 1937 and approximately 70% in 1953. The industrial production of consumer goods in the USSR increased 14-fold between 1925 and 1954. Home trade in 1954 was more than 9 times as great as in 1926, in comparable prices. The priority growth of the production of means of production as the economic law of extended reproduction does not exclude the fact that in particular years it may happen to be practically expedient and necessary, in order to put an end to lagging behind in the production of consumer goods, and to overcome the partial disproportions arising from this, to make this production catch up, accelerating the development of certain branches of agriculture or of the light or food-producing industries. Thus, in recent years the Communist Party and the Soviet state, basing themselves on the uninterruptedly growing might of heavy industry, have worked out and are successfully putting into effect a complete program for a sharp rise in agricultural production. Fulfillment of this program will enable the tempo of growth of the production of consumer goods to be accelerated and a further rise in the standard of living of the Soviet people to take place. The carrying out of these tasks demands a steady growth of heavy industry. Without machinery, without all-round mechanization of arable and livestock farming, a sharp rise in agricultural production cannot be secured. All this testifies to the fact that priority growth of the production of means of production is an indispensable basis for the general line of development of socialist economy. The results of industry's work during the last few years confirm anew the correctness of the general line of our party on priority development of heavy industry. In steadily carrying out this line, the party has been guided by the behests of the great Lenin on the need for more rapid development of the production of means of production, as compared with the production of consumer goods, as the indispensable condition of extended socialist reproduction. Heavy industry must, as before, develop faster than the other branches of the national economy. The higher the level of development of heavy industry in our country, determining the further advance of all branches of the national economy, the more fully shall we be able to satisfy the continually growing demands of the Soviet people and the more rapidly to create an abundance of consumer goods and effect the transition from socialism to communism. Decisions of the July, 1955, plenum of the Central Committee of the CPSU. In 1955 industrial production of consumer goods, Group B industries, was 72% or higher than in 1950, as against the 65% provided for in the 5-year plan. At the same time, the production of means of production, Group A industries, was 84%, compared with 80% the figure laid down in the plan. The rapid growth of heavy industry has created a firm basis for successful development of the light and food-producing industries and of agriculture. How does exchange take place in socialist economy between Department I and Department II and within each of these departments? In the first place, exchange takes place between the different branches of Department I. Part of the means of production created in Department I remains in that department and enables simple reproduction to take place. This part is used to replace means and objects of labor which have been partly or fully used up, replacement of worn-out machines, capital repair of equipment, renewal of consumed stocks of raw materials, and so on. A second part of the means of production ensures extended reproduction in the various branches of the economy which form part of Department I. For example, the coal and oil industries supply fuel to the engineering branches and receive from them the equipment they themselves need. The metallurgical industry supplies the building industry with the metal it needs, and in its turn uses raw materials from the ore mining industry to increase the quantity of metal smelted, and so on. Thus exchange takes place according to plan between the branches of Department I, involving those means of production which are used to maintain and extend production in these branches. As was stated above, within the limits of the state production sector the means of production which are produced are not in essence commodities, but are distributed as material and technical supplies, retaining merely the form of commodities. Secondly, exchange takes place between the different branches of Department II. The output of Department II consists of articles of consumption. Part of this output is transferred to workers in the department for their personal consumption. It is exchanged, through the channels of commodity circulation, for the wages of workers and employees and for the money incomes of collective farmers. Some of the articles of consumption produced in the collective farms are distributed and consumed in the collective farms themselves, and do not assume the form of commodities or pass through the channels of market circulation. Thirdly, exchange takes place between Department I and Department II. Part of the means of production produced in Department I have to be used to replace means of labor which have been partly or fully used up in Department II, to renew stocks of raw and other materials, and of fuel, which have been consumed in that department, and to enlarge the means of labor and stocks of raw and other materials and fuel which Department II needs for extended reproduction. Part of the output of articles of consumption in Department II is exchanged through the trade network for the wages of workers in Department I. The rate at which production is extended and technical progress advances in the branches of Department II depends primarily on the quantity and quality of the means of production which they receive from Department I. The leading role of Department I in relation to Department II is determined by this fact. Lenin pointed out that Marx's formula on the relationship between departments I and II of social production, the relationship of I, V plus S, to ilk, remains in force for socialism and communism. However, the social and economic relations concealed behind this formula are radically changed. Under extended socialist reproduction, department I must produce sufficient means of production to make possible the continuous growth of production, on the basis of a rising technical level in both departments, with a more rapid growth in Department I. On the other hand, Department II must produce sufficient articles of consumption to satisfy the continuously growing needs of workers in both departments, both those who were working previously, and new workers who have been drawn into production, and of workers employed in non-productive branches. In each particular period, part of the means of production and articles of consumption which are produced is used to increase reserves. In the anarchical conditions of capitalist production, in which the demand of the mass of the working people is restricted in terms of available purchasing power, the most difficult problem for capitalist reproduction is that of the realization of the social product. Socialist production develops according to plan and without crises, and does not come up against the difficulties of realization, which are inherent in capitalism. This is because the uninterrupted growth of the purchasing power of the population creates a constantly expanding demand for the output of industry and agriculture. However, this does not mean that in the course of extended socialist reproduction particular proportions in the national economy may not sometimes be disturbed, for example, through miscalculations in planning, as a result of not taking the requirements of the law of planned development of the national economy sufficiently into account, or natural calamities may occur, such as droughts, which have a harmful influence on production. The socialist state sets aside the necessary reserves to forestall or eliminate the individual disproportions in the economy which arise from such causes. The formation and function of social funds in socialist economy. The socialist mode of production also determines the forms of distribution of the total social product appropriate to it. Society, in the person of the socialist state, distributes the social product in a planned way in conformity with the requirements of the basic economic law of socialism. As stated earlier, the total social product, after subtraction of the part which is used to replace means of production which have been consumed, forms the national income of socialist society. The national income is divided into two large funds, the accumulation fund, which is used to bring about the continuous growth and improvement of socialist production, and the consumption fund, which is used to satisfy the continuously growing material and cultural needs of the whole of society. The bulk of the accumulation fund is allocated to the extension of production. The scale of production in socialist society grows regularly from year to year, and at rates which the capitalist world has never achieved. A second part of the accumulation fund is allocated to capital construction in the cultural and welfare field. This includes carrying out capital work on a vast and increasing scale in the building of schools, hospitals, and municipal institutions. Finally, a third part of the accumulation fund forms the reserve or insurance fund of society. State reserves of raw materials, fuel, and foodstuffs, and reserve funds in the collective farms, make it possible to avoid hold ups in the process of reproduction. The consumption fund in its turn consists of two parts. The basic part of this fund is the fund for the payment according to work done of workers in socialist production, which is used, in accordance with the economic law of distribution according to work done, to pay wages to the manual and clerical workers employed in production, to pay for the work of collective farmers, etc. A second part is the fund of social consumption, used to cover the varied needs of socialist society as a whole. Part of the fund of social consumption is expended on social and cultural purposes. It covers the growing needs of socialist society in science, education, health, the arts, and other branches of culture and welfare. It is from this fund that, in conformity with the economic law of distribution according to work done, the workers in the cultural and welfare services receive their wages. Chart of the distribution of the total product in socialist society. Part of the fund of social consumption forms the Social Security Fund, which provides state assistance to mothers with many children, and those without a breadwinner, to children, old people, and invalids, in conformity with the right, recognized by the Soviet state, to material security when incapable of work and in old age. Part of the fund of social consumption is used to cover outlays on administration to pay workers in the machinery of government, etc. Part of the national income is used for the defense needs of the country. While the danger exists of military attacks on the USSR by imperialist aggressors, it is of extremely great importance to strengthen the defensive capacity of the land of socialism. As pointed out earlier, the greater part of the national income, about 3/4, is expended on satisfying the personal, material and cultural needs of the working people in the USSR. Socialist accumulation. Accumulation and consumption in socialist society. The source of extended socialist reproduction is socialist accumulation. Socialist accumulation is the utilization of part of the net income of society, consisting of means of production and articles of consumption, to extend production, and also to constitute material reserves and increase the non-productive social and cultural funds. As a result of socialist accumulation, there is a growth of material values owned by the state, the cooperatives, and the collective farms. This means an increase in the national wealth of socialist society. The accumulated part of national income is also expressed in money terms. The major part of the monetary accumulations of all branches of the national economy, and part of the money in the hands of the population, is mobilized through the state budget for public needs. Socialist accumulation takes place by means of capital investments in the national economy. Capital investments are the total outlays used over a particular period to create new productive and non-productive fixed funds and to reconstruct those already in existence. A certain part of the capital investments in the national economy is used to replace fixed funds which have been consumed. In a planned and systematic way, the socialist state carries out capital works on a vast scale, such as the building of new factories, works, power stations and mines, and the extension of existing ones, and the building of state farms, machine and tractor stations, means of transport and communications, housing, schools, hospitals and children's institutions. The volume of state capital investments in the national economy of the USSR was as follows, in present prices. 1929 to 32 68 milliard rubles. 1933 to 37 158 milliard rubles. 1946 to 54 over 900 milliard rubles. Capital investments are mainly allocated to the extension of socialist industry. From capital investments, more than 1,500 large-scale industrial enterprises were built and put into operation during the first 5-year plan, 4,500 during the second, and approximately 3,000 during the 31/2 years of the third 5-year plan. In 1946 to 54, more than 8,000 state industrial enterprises were constructed or rebuilt. Many thousands of cultural and welfare institutions were set up in addition to industrial and agricultural enterprises. Socialist accumulation is based on continuously increasing the productivity of social labor and systematically reducing the costs of production. In socialist economy there is a high rate of accumulation, such as capitalism has not achieved even in the most favorable periods of its development. This is because socialist economy is planned and free from crises. The level of capital investment in the national economy is high, means of production and labor resources are used in social production in a planned and rational way, and parasitic consumption is absent. In the USA in 1919 to 28, the proportion of the national income allocated to accumulation averaged 0%, and in the decade from 1929 to 1938 it averaged only 2%. In the USSR the fund of accumulation, including reserves, is approximately 1/4 of the national income. Socialism has abolished the antagonistic contradiction between production and consumption which is characteristic of capitalism. Extended socialist reproduction is based on priority growth of the production of means of production, and along with this presupposes a steady increase in production of consumer goods. Under capitalism, articles of consumption are divided into the necessary means of consumption of the working masses and luxury goods which form part of the consumption fund only of the exploiting classes. This division is inherent in capitalism and is caused by the existence of antagonistic classes. In socialist society it does not exist, the whole consumption fund is allocated to the working people. With the development of production, the growth of the national income, and the increase in the volume of socialist accumulation, the consumption funds also increase, and the social and personal needs of the working people are satisfied more and more fully. The growth of consumption by the people is accompanied by an improvement in its structure. The proportion of high-quality goods and products in the consumption funds continuously increases. From 1947 to 1954 the sale of white bread to the population increased by more than 600%, of meat products 150%, of animal and vegetable fats more than 100%, of sugar almost 500%, and of fruits more than 250%. In 1940 manufactured commodities constituted 36.9% of trade turnover, and in 1954 45.2%. All this means that socialism has an economic law of accumulation which is characteristic of it. The law of socialist accumulation involves the continuous growth of national wealth by means of the consistent utilization of part of net income to extend production, so that the growing needs of the whole of society may be satisfied. As a result of the general law of capitalist accumulation, increases in the wealth of the exploiting classes are inevitably accompanied by the impoverishment of the mass of the working people. In contrast to this, the operation of the law of socialist accumulation has the result that, as the national wealth increases, so the material and cultural level of the people consistently rises. Through the planning system, the socialist state fixes for each period definite proportions between the accumulation and consumption funds, taking as its starting point the fundamental tasks of the construction of communism. The Communist Party and the Soviet government, by carrying out far-reaching measures to secure a sharp advance in agriculture and the development of industries producing consumer goods, are ensuring an increase in the production of food and manufactured consumer goods. All aspects of extended socialist reproduction, production, distribution, circulation, and consumption in their unity and interconnection, are covered by the balance sheet of the national economy of the USSR. This balance sheet, embodied in the National Economic Plan, expresses the whole process and results of extended socialist reproduction. In socialist society, the capitalist law of population has completely lost its validity. As a result of the operation of that law, parallel with the growth of social wealth, an increasing part of the working population becomes surplus and is driven out of production into the ranks of the unemployed. The socialist system ensures full employment to the whole able-bodied population, and therefore surplus population does not and cannot exist. The population grows continuously and rapidly, the level of material welfare of the people is high, the morbidity and death rates are low, while the able-bodied section of the population is employed fully and rationally. These features together constitute the essence of the socialist law of population. The average annual net growth of the USSR population from 1926 to 1939 was approximately 2 millions, or 1.23%. Over the same period, the average annual net growth of the population was 0.08% in France, 0.62% in Germany, 0.36% in Great Britain, and 0.67% in the USA. In recent years, the average annual net growth of the USSR population has been more than 3 millions. In 1954, the death rate in the USSR was less than half that in 1927, and less than one-third that in 1913. The death rate is lower in the USSR than in the USA, Great Britain, or France. Thus, the characteristic features of socialist reproduction are as follows: the whole of social production expands continuously and in a planned way, at a high rate which capitalism is unable to achieve. The size of the population as a whole, including the working class and the intellectual workers, increases consistently and rapidly. The material welfare and cultural level of the mass of the people increases continuously. Brief conclusions. 1. socialist reproduction is the continuous extended reproduction of the total social product, of labor power, and of socialist relations of production. The advantages of socialist national economy, its planned development without crises, make possible its continuous growth and a high rate of extended socialist reproduction. 2. The national wealth includes all the material goods which are at the disposal of socialist society. National wealth is made up of the following constituent parts: fixed and circulating production funds of the national economy, funds of circulation, state and cooperative collective farm material reserves and insurance stocks, non-productive funds, and the personal property of the population. 3. The social product under socialism has two forms, the physical form and the form of value. All of the production of the social product in socialist economy is divided into the production of means of production, Department I, and the production of articles of consumption, Department II. The social product in terms of value includes the value of means of production which have been consumed, the newly created value produced by labor for itself, and the newly created value produced by labor for society. Extended socialist reproduction presupposes that the necessary conformity, proportionality, is maintained between all parts of the social product both in its physical and its value forms. Extended socialist reproduction takes place on the basis of the economic law of priority, that is, more rapid growth of production of means of production, and, first and foremost, of heavy industry, compared with production of consumer goods. 4. In socialist society the social product is distributed so as to make possible a continuous increase in socialist production in town and country, the satisfaction of the continuously growing material and cultural needs of socialist society, and the growth of the economic power and defensive capacity of the country. 5. Socialist accumulation is the utilization of a part of the net income of society, consisting of means of production and articles of consumption, for the extension of production, the formation of social reserves, and the enlargement of non-productive social and cultural funds. Socialism is free from the antagonistic contradiction between production and consumption which is inherent in capitalism. In contrast to the general law of capitalist accumulation, in virtue of which increases in the wealth of the exploiting classes are inevitably accompanied by the impoverishment of the mass of the working people, the operation of the law of socialist accumulation leads to a consistent rise in the material and cultural level of the people side by side with the growth of national wealth. 6. In the socialist system the capitalist law of population has lost its validity. The socialist law of population is expressed in the continuous and rapid increase of the population, and in the rational and full employment of the able-bodied section of the population in the interests of society as a whole. Chapter XL, The Gradual Transition from Socialism to Communism. The two phases of communist society. As has been confirmed by the entire history of mankind, society develops from lower to higher stages. Communist society, which is the final aim of the struggle for emancipation of the working people in all lands, is the highest and most progressive stage of social development. Communist society passes through two phases of development, the lower phase, known as socialism, and the higher phase known as communism. In the first stage, communist society cannot as yet be free from the traditions and traces of capitalism, from whose womb it has emerged. Only the further development of socialism on the basis which it has itself created can lead to the second and higher phase of communist society. Consequently, socialism and communism are two stages of maturity of the new communist form of society. Social ownership of the means of production is the economic basis of both phases of communism. The predominance of social ownership determines the planned development of the national economy. Characteristic of both phases of communist society is the absence of exploiting classes and of the exploitation of man by man, of national and racial oppression. The purpose of production, both in socialist and in communist society, is the maximum satisfaction of the constantly increasing material and cultural requirements of the whole of society. The means of its achievement is the continuous growth and improvement of production on the basis of the highest techniques. At the same time, The higher phase of communism differs in important particulars from the lower phase, insofar as it is a higher stage in the economic and cultural maturity of communist society. Even at the stage of socialism, the productive forces attain a high level, socialist production develops constantly at high rates of growth and the productivity of social labor grows rapidly. But the productive forces of society and labor productivity are still insufficient to provide an abundance of material wealth. Communism presupposes a level of development of the productive forces of society, and of the productivity of social labor, which will provide this abundance. As distinct from socialism, where there are two forms of social or socialist property, state and cooperative collective farm property, the complete predominance of one form alone, communist ownership of the means of production, will be established at the stage of communism. Owing to the existence at the stage of socialism of two main forms of socialist production, state and collective farm, commodity production and commodity circulation are retained. At the stage of communism, however, when the predominance of one form of property and one form of production communist will have been established, there will no longer be commodity production and commodity circulation, and consequently the need for money will disappear. While, at the stage of socialism, there is no longer an antithesis between town and country, between mental and physical labor there still exist essential distinctions between them. At the stage of communism these will no longer exist and only inessential distinctions will remain. There are two classes in socialist society, the working class and the collective farm peasantry. They are friendly to each other but their status in social production differs. Together with the working class and the peasantry, there is a social stratum composed of the socialist intelligentsia. With the abolition of the distinctions between the two forms of socialist property and the elimination of the essential distinctions between town and country, between mental and physical labor, the boundaries between workers, peasants, and intelligentsia will be finally effaced. All will become working members of communist society. Communism is classless society. At the stage of socialism, labor, freed from exploitation, is equipped with advanced technique and is a matter of honor. At the same time, complete mechanization of all the productive processes has not yet been attained, work has yet to become a prime need of life, the careless attitude of some members of society towards their work has not yet been overcome, there is still a need for strictest supervision by society of the measure of labor and the measure of remuneration. At the stage of communism, complete mechanization and automation of the productive processes will have been attained and labor will be transformed in the eyes of the whole of society from a mere means of life into a prime need of life. Communism guarantees to all members of society the flowering of their physical and mental abilities. All members of society will be cultured and highly educated people, having the opportunity freely to choose their occupations. Communism presupposes a further development of science, art, and culture on a scale hitherto unknown. The high level of development, of the productive forces and of the productivity of social labor will guarantee an abundance of every kind of material and cultural wealth, which will make possible the advance from the socialist to the communist principle of distribution. In a higher phase of communist society, wrote Marx, after the enslaving subordination of individuals under division of labor, and therewith also the antithesis between mental and physical labor, has vanished, after labor, from a mere means of life, has itself become the prime necessity of life, after the productive forces have also increased with the all-round development of the individual, and all the springs of cooperative wealth flow more abundantly only then can the narrow horizon of bourgeois right be fully left behind and society inscribe on its banners, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. Marx, Critique of the Gotha Program, in Marx and Engels, Selected Works, 1950, English edition, Volume 2, p. 23. Such are the main distinctions between socialism and communism. Elaborating and enriching the Marxist teachings on communism, Lenin formulated the basic principles for the ways of building communist society. Laying down the program of the Communist Party, Lenin said, "In commencing socialist transformations, we must clearly have in mind the aim towards which these transformations are, in the long run, directed, namely, the aim of creating a communist society, not confined merely to the expropriation of the factories, mills, land, and means of production, not confined merely to strict accounting and control of production and distribution of products, but advancing further, to the realization of the principle, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. Lenin, report at the 7th Congress of the R.C.P.B. on revising the program and changing the name of the party, Works, 4th Russian edition, Volume XXVII, p. 103. The Soviet Union possesses all that is necessary to build complete communism. It has, for this purpose, gigantic material resources and natural wealth, a powerful industry and a highly mechanized agriculture. A further powerful factor in accelerating the development of the Soviet economy towards communism is the creative participation of the masses, expressed in the socialist emulation of the whole people. The Soviet people is being led to communism by the Communist Party, equipped with the theory of Marxism-Leninism, knowledge of the economic laws of socialism and a scientifically based program for building communist society. The international conditions in which the building of communism is taking place in the USSR have been fundamentally altered since the Second World War. Whereas formerly the Soviet Union was the only socialist country, there is now a powerful camp of socialism numbering hundreds of millions of people. The formation of the camp of socialism has brought about a fundamental change in the balance of forces in the world arena and has created a new environment for the building of socialism and communism. In the people's democracies of Europe and Asia, the foundations of socialism, the first phase of communist society, are being laid. A decisive condition for the victory of socialism and communism in all the countries of the socialist camp is the further consolidation of the power of this camp, and the development of close economic, political, and cultural cooperation of the peoples belonging to it. But alongside the socialist camp there is the hostile imperialist camp. So long as this camp exists, there remains the danger of armed attack on the Soviet Union and the people's democracies by aggressive imperialist powers. Marxism-Leninism teaches that with the abolition of classes and class distinctions, in the higher phase of communism, the state will become unnecessary and will gradually wither away. But in this respect international conditions have to be considered. To the question will our state remain in the period of communism as well, Stalin gave the following answer: yes, it will, if the capitalist encirclement is not eliminated, and if the danger of military attack from abroad is not abolished, although naturally, the forms of our state will again change in conformity with the change in the situation at home and abroad. No, it will not remain and will wither away if the capitalist encirclement is eliminated and is replaced by a socialist encirclement. Stalin, report to the 18th Congress of the C.P.S.U. B. Problems of Leninism, 1953, English edition, p. 797. The socialist state is necessary until the danger of attack on the USSR and other countries of the socialist camp by imperialist states has been eliminated. Until then, while carrying on a consistently peaceful policy, the Soviet Union and the other countries of the socialist camp must at the same time be ready to repel any hostile attack from without. This requires that the socialist state be strengthened in every possible way, the economic power of the country increased and its defensive capacity ensured. The transition to communism cannot be seen as an instantaneous act. It takes place gradually, through an all-round development of the foundations and principles of socialism. Completing the construction of socialist society means at the same time making the gradual transition from socialism to communism. The gradual transition from socialism to communism does not exclude the possibility of revolutionary leaps in the development of technique, the economy, science, and culture. For example, the discovery of new sources of power and new kinds of raw material and the introduction of new technical inventions into production give rise to a real technical revolution. The transition from two forms of social ownership to uniform communist ownership of the means of production, from the socialist principle of distribution according to work done to the communist principle of distribution according to need, will mean profound qualitative changes in the economy and in the whole life of society. the law of transition from an old qualitative state of society, to a new one through an explosion, which necessarily applies to a society divided into antagonistic classes, is not binding at all upon a society which is without antagonistic classes, as is the case with socialist society. The material and cultural prerequisites of communism are formed step by step as the productive forces of socialist society develop, as its wealth and culture grow, as social ownership of the means of production is strengthened and increased, and as the masses are educated in the spirit of communism. This does not mean that the development of society along the road to communism takes place without internal contradictions having to be overcome. These contradictions, however, as already mentioned, are not antagonistic in character. The Communist Party and the Soviet state, knowing the economic laws of society's development and relying upon them, are able in good time to reveal the contradictions as they arise and take measures to solve them. The basic economic task of the USSR. The Soviet Union is a mighty industrial power. In the tempo of development of its industry, the Soviet Union is ahead of all the capitalist countries. In the overall amount of industrial production, in the volume of production of such decisive branches of the national economy as the production of pig iron and steel, the output of coal and the output of electrical power, the USSR is ahead of all capitalist countries except the USA, and holds second place in the world. However, the task, laid down by V.I. Lenin, of overtaking and outstripping economically the most highly developed capitalist countries, has not yet been fulfilled. A country's economic might is determined not by the volume of production generally, but by the volume of production taken in connection with the numbers of the population, that is, calculated per head of population. Together with this, the amount of industrial production and especially of heavy industrial production, is of decisive significance. The basic economic task of the USSR consists in overtaking and outstripping economically, that is, in production, and, first and foremost, industrial production, per head of population the most highly developed capitalist countries of Europe and the USA. Only if we outstrip the principal capitalist countries economically can we reckon upon our country being fully saturated with consumers' goods, on having an abundance of products, and on being able to make the transition from the first phase of communism to its second phase. J. V. Stalin, Report to the 18th Congress of the CPSU. B. Leninism, 1940, English edition, p. 634. The struggle to fulfill the basic economic task of the USSR is of decisive significance for the building of communism, for the victory of the socialist system of economy in economic competition with the capitalist system. The decisive advantages in this competition between two opposing systems lie with the socialist system of economy. The advantages possessed by the socialist system of economy make it possible to solve the basic economic task in an historically very short space of time. To fulfill the basic economic task, it is necessary firmly to ensure an uninterrupted advance of the whole of social production, with priority for the growth of the production of means of production. In order to ensure continuous extension and improvement of production on the basis of advanced technique, an enormous increase of production capacity is required in all branches of the national economy, and above all in heavy industry. This increase in production capacity is brought about by the capital construction of socialist enterprises, based on the most up-to-date achievements of science and technique, the technical reconstruction of existing factories and works, replacement of obsolete equipment by new, more productive equipment, modernization of obsolete equipment, and full and rational utilization of existing machinery and mechanisms. To ensure technical progress in all branches of the national economy, the Soviet Union possesses a large body of engineers, scientists, and skilled workers, a highly developed heavy industry and up-to-date engineering industry, and a large-scale socialist agriculture. Technical progress in the USSR is being realized in conditions of increasing cooperation with the countries of the socialist camp. The exchange of technical experience with other foreign countries is also being extended. It must not be forgotten that in the capitalist countries, too, technique is not marking time. Under the impact of the arms drive, competition, and the pursuit of maximum profits by the capitalists, considerable advances in the technique of production are taking place in a number of branches of the economy in the capitalist countries, and there is technical progress there. The task is, by utilizing the advantages of the socialist system of economy, to surpass the achievements of foreign science and technique. The struggle for technical progress demands resolute overcoming of all manifestations of sluggishness, conceit, and complacency, and bold introduction into production of everything new and progressive that is offered by science and by innovators of production in the sphere of technical improvement. Successful fulfillment of the basic economic task of the USSR presupposes as its decisive condition an uninterrupted growth in the productivity of labor in all branches of the national economy. Communism, wrote Lenin, is the higher productivity of labor compared with that existing under capitalism of voluntary class-conscious and united workers employing advanced technique. V.I. Lenin, A Great Beginning, Selected Works, 1950, Volume 2, Part 2, p. 231. The tempos of the growth of the productivity of labor in the USSR are higher than in capitalist countries. This has made it possible to catch up with the level of productivity of labor in the advanced capitalist countries of Western Europe. But the Soviet Union is still behind the USA in this respect. To will the victory in economic competition with capitalism, it is necessary not only to overtake but also to surpass the advanced capitalist countries in the level of productivity of labor. The creation of the material production basis of communism. The material production basis of communism which is being created in the USSR is large-scale machine production in town and country, based on electrification of the entire country, complex mechanization and automation, all-round application of chemical processes, and wide application of atomic power for the national economy. Lenin showed that, at the stage of communism, electrification of the entire national economy would provide industry and agriculture with their technical basis. Communism is Soviet power plus the electrification of the whole country. Lenin, The Work of the Council of People's Commissars. Report delivered at the 8th All-Russian Congress of Soviets, Selected Works, I2 Vol Edition, Volume 8, p. 276. This means that industry, transport, and agriculture will be switched over to a new and higher technical basis, associated with electrification. Electrification of the entire national economy is the characteristic feature of the material production basis of communism. With the gradual transition from socialism to communism, electrification is being undertaken on a huge scale. The construction of the largest hydroelectric stations in the world is witness to this. The socialist planned economy is securing the creation of a single high-voltage network, connecting the numerous power stations in the various economic regions. The electric power system of the USSR is entering a new phase of development. The coming into operation of the Kuyabyshev and Stalingrad hydroelectric stations, together with the transmission line linking these stations with Moscow, the Urals, and the Donbass, will mean a tremendous step forward in the creation of a single mighty power system on the territory of the European part of the USSR. The grid system, i.e., the inclusion of separately operating power stations in a single network, enhances the reliability of the power supplying the various parts of the country and improves the utilization of power capacities. As a necessary condition for creating the material production basis of communism, electrification of the entire national economy is inseparably linked with the all-round mechanization all labor operations, the automation of production and use of chemicals, and the application of the latest technical achievements. The putting into effect of all-round mechanization leads to the replacement of manual labor by mechanized labor, to a rise in the cultural and technical level of the workers and to an increase in the productivity of labor. All-round mechanization is the prerequisite for going over to automation of production and of the direction of technological processes, and in the last analysis to the creation of an automatic system of machinery in all branches of production. All-round automation of production means a higher level of development of large-scale machine production and constitutes a characteristic feature of the material production basis of communism. It leads to the replacement of unskilled labor by skilled, and provides the technical basis for finally abolishing the essential distinctions between mental and physical labor. The transition from partial automation of production processes to an automatic system of machines ensures an enormous increase in the productivity of labor. The creation of enterprises with complete complex mechanization and automatic production lines of machine tools, as well as of automatic factories, is among the achievements of the Soviet engineering industry. The automation of already operating hydroelectric stations has been carried out in the USSR. Hydroelectric stations under construction are all to be automatically operated. The control of many power stations is exercised from a distance by means of telemechanisms. In metallurgical enterprises, newly devised rolling mills, tube mills and blooming mills, which are mechanized, with automatic controls, are in use. Automatic control of locks is being introduced in hydrotechnical installations. Automatic factories for the production of concrete have been built, in which the automation of production embraces all processes, beginning with the feeding in and weighing of the raw materials and ending with the emergence of finished concrete. If, at the present time, automation of labor processes is no more than a herald of the new technical basis of communism, in time this great achievement of science and technique will be introduced into all branches of production. A very great revolutionary transformation in the material production base is taking place in connection with the wide application of atomic power in production. The discovery of methods of obtaining and utilizing the energy within the atom is the highest point reached in the present stage of development of science and technique. This discovery signifies the approach of a new scientific, technical and industrial revolution which will by far exceed in importance the industrial revolutions of the past. A practical solution of the problem of utilizing this new form of energy for peaceful purposes has been found in the USSR. One of the most important ways of using atomic fuel is the production of electric power by atomic power stations. In the summer of 1954, constructed by Soviet scientists and engineers, the first industrial power station to use atomic energy, with an effective capacity of 5,000 kilowatts, was put into service. It began to provide current to industry and agriculture in the neighboring districts. Soviet scientists and engineers are working on the creation of industrial atomic power stations with a capacity of 50,000 to 100,000 kilowatts. Atomic power stations enable a colossal amount of labor, fuel, and transport to be saved. The atomic industry of the USSR provides science and technique with radioactive elements which are already being used on an ever wider scale in industry, agriculture, and medicine. In industry, radioactive substances are used to determine the quality of and reveal any defects in various kinds of material, to facilitate automatic control, to assist in prospecting for minerals, etc. By using these substances, biologists are enabled to carry on research into various aspects of the metabolism of animal and vegetable organisms and to devise new methods of increasing the yield of crops and the productivity of cattle. Radioactive equipment and preparations are successfully used in medicine to identify and cure a number of diseases. The application of atomic energy to the production of material wealth, the further improvement of jet propulsion techniques, radio techniques, telemechanics, etc., are opening up unprecedented possibilities for improving production and raising labor productivity. All this is bringing about a vast acceleration in economic development, and is one of the decisive factors in providing the level of productive forces necessary for advancing to the higher phase of communism. The means of abolishing the essential distinction between town and country. The growth of the productive forces of socialist society will give rise to the necessity for changes in relations of production also. In the higher phase of communism, relations of production will be based on uniform public or communist property in the means of production. The transition to uniform communist property requires all-round strengthening and further development of state, public, and cooperative collective farm property, and also the gradual raising of collective farm and cooperative property, in the future, to the level of public property. On the basis of uniform communist property, the essential distinction between town and country will disappear. The essential distinction between town and country, between industry and agriculture, between workers and collective farm peasantry, at the socialist stage, springs from the fact that industry is state, public, property, while agriculture has group, collective farm property. There is a considerably higher degree of electrification, mechanization, automatization, and application of chemicals in industry. Despite the genuine cultural revolution in the countryside, the cultural and technical level of the rural population as a whole has not yet attained that of the urban population. The essential distinction between town and country is being eliminated in the process of the building of communism. The decisive force in abolishing this essential distinction is socialist industry. Only the further all-round development of large-scale industry will enable the complex mechanization of all branches of agriculture to be completed. Socialist industry performs its transforming role in relation to agriculture primarily through the machine and tractor stations. These are the leading force in developing collective farm output. As the most important industrial centers in socialist agriculture, and as the vanguard of high agricultural standards, the machine and tractor stations are serving collective farm production on an increasingly extensive and complete scale. In this they have the aid of the latest techniques, full-time qualified engineers and technical personnel. Through the machine and tractor stations, the socialist state guides collective farm development in its gradual advance from socialism to communism. The state farms are of growing importance as models of large-scale and highly mechanized agriculture. In this way, state public property is playing an ever-increasing role in the further growth of the whole of socialist agriculture. Electrification is a powerful instrument for drawing town and country closer together. The great new hydroelectric stations will supply enormous quantities of electricity not only to industry, but to agriculture too. Large state power stations are the foundation of rural electrification. Alongside these, however, extensive construction of small collective farm power stations is in progress. The electric machine and tractor stations, using electric tractors and electric combines, ensure an extensive use of electric power in animal husbandry. Such stations are not only a new source of power for agriculture, but also cultural centers. During the period of gradual transition from socialism to communism, the agricultural artel is the basic type of collective farm. Combining as it does socialized economy as the main foundation of the collective farm, with the personal subsidiary economy of the collective farmers, the agricultural artel conforms in the greatest degree, under socialism, to the interests of the state, the collective farms and the individual collective farmers. Enormous, but not yet fully utilized reserves of labor productivity and of increased wealth for the collective farms are still to be found in the artel. Aided by the MTS and equipped with advanced techniques, the collective farms and successfully developing their socially owned economy, as the key to the creation of an abundance of agricultural produce. As the socially owned economy of the collective farms grows stronger and expands, the tasks of providing cultural and living amenities, and building dwelling houses are being consistently carried out. The socialized economy of the collective farms will satisfy the varied personal needs of the collective farms ever more fully. With an abundance of agricultural produce, the socialized economy of the collective farms will be in a position to satisfy the needs of the state, the collective farms, and also the personal needs of the individual farmers. When this happens, it will no longer be profitable for the collective farmers to keep privately owned cows and small livestock, or to cultivate potatoes and vegetables on their own household plots. Accordingly, the economic need to have a personal subsidiary holding will disappear. The prerequisites for the conversion of the agricultural artel into a highly developed agricultural commune, the highest expression of the collective farm movement, will gradually come into existence with the further consolidation and development of the material production basis of collective farm production. The future communes will arise out of developed and prosperous artels. The future agricultural commune will arise when the fields and farms of the artel have an abundance of grain, cattle, poultry, vegetables, and all other produce, when the artels have mechanized laundries, modern kitchens and dining rooms, mechanized bakeries, etc., when the collective farmer sees that it is more to his advantage to get meat and milk from the collective farm's meat and dairy department than to keep his own cow and small livestock, when the woman collective farmer sees that it is more to her advantage to take her meals in the dining room, to get her bread from the public bakery, and to have her linen washed in the public laundry, than to do all these things herself. The future commune will arise on the basis of a more developed technique and of a more developed artel, on the basis of an abundance of products. Stalin, Report to the 17th Congress of the CPSU. B. Works, Volume 13, p.360. The process whereby the artel will grow into the commune will take place as the necessary material prerequisites are created, and as the collective farmers themselves become convinced of the need for it. The abolition of the essential distinction between town and country does not in any way mean a reduction in the role of the great towns. The planned location of industry throughout the country, and the seeding of industrial enterprises closer to the sources of raw materials, are accompanied by the founding of new towns. As centers of the highest development of material and spiritual culture, as centers of large-scale industry, the towns will facilitate the leveling up of living conditions in town and country. The progressive role of the socialist town as the standard-bearer and pioneer of the latest modern scientific and cultural achievements is constantly increasing. Meanwhile, the appearance of the old towns is being fundamentally changed. The purpose of the socialist reconstruction of the towns is to eliminate overcrowding and improve the health conditions of urban life by providing green belts and utilizing every modern municipal development. Transport, too, has to play an important part in abolishing the essential distinction between town and country. Transport binds the industrial centers and agricultural districts into a single whole. The development of rail, road, water, and air transport, the transmission of electric power over great distances, the improvement and widespread extension of radio and television, are all important ways of bringing town and country, economically and culturally, closer together. Thanks to these scientific and technical achievements, the rural population acquires the same opportunities for enjoying all the advantages of culture as that of the towns. So long as there are two basic production sectors in the national economy, state and collective farm, commodity production and commodity circulation are inevitably retained and at the same time successfully utilized by the socialist state in building communism. Commodity production, and the economic categories associated with it, will only wither away with the advent of uniform communist property. With the disappearance of commodity production, at the higher phase of communism, the various forms of value and the law of value will also disappear. The quantity of labor expended in the manufacture of a product will be measured not in a roundabout way through the medium of the various forms of value, as is the case in conditions of commodity production, but straightforwardly and directly by the quantity labor time expended on production. Labor time will always remain, even when exchange value has disappeared, the creative essence of wealth and standard of the cost required to produce it. K. Marx, Theories of Surplus Value, Russian edition, 1936, Volume 3, p. 198. The friendly alliance of the workers and peasants will be increasingly strengthened during the period of the completion of the building of socialist society and gradual transition from socialism to communism. Both these classes have the same root interests and the same goal: the building of communism. The establishment of communist ownership of the means of production will form the basis for the final obliteration of the boundaries between the working class and the collective farm peasantry. With the disappearance of the essential distinction between town and country at the stage of communism, there will nonetheless be retained a certain inessential distinction between them. This arises from specific features of industrial and agricultural production respectively, as for example the seasonal nature of agricultural work, connected with the natural processes of growth and ripening of plants, the limited time available for using agricultural machinery, etc. The means of abolishing the essential distinction between mental and physical labor. For the advance to communism, it is essential to attain such a cultural growth of society as will provide for the full and all-round development of man's physical and spiritual abilities. After the abolition of the antithesis between physical and mental labor, the problem has arisen of abolishing, in the course of communist construction, the essential distinction between them which obtains in the phase of socialism. This essential distinction is that the majority of workers are still on a lower cultural and technical level than engineers and technicians, the majority of collective farmers are on a lower level than agronomists. Meanwhile, technical improvements in industry and agriculture, electrification, complex mechanization, application of chemicals, etc. increasingly demand of the worker a high level, both of general education and also in the specialized fields of engineering, technology, or agronomy. The level of productivity of social labor cannot be attained, essential for the transition to communism, without this. Hence follows the objective necessity for a rapid cultural growth of society and for the abolition of the essential distinction between physical and mental labor. The essential distinction between physical and mental labor is being abolished by raising the cultural and technical level of workers to that of engineers and technicians, and of collective farmers to that of agronomists. Socialist emulation, in which the overwhelming majority of the working class and the collective farm peasantry participate, plays a tremendous part in abolishing this distinction. Increasingly large numbers of workers are completely mastering modern techniques and technological methods, while the number of rationalizers and inventors is increasing. Broad strata of the workers are gradually rising to the level of engineers and technicians. As early as 1935, in characterizing the Stakhanovite movement as a new stage of socialist emulation, Stalin pointed out that it contained the seed of the future cultural and technical advance of the working class and opened up the path by which alone can be achieved those high indices of productivity of labor which are essential for the transition from socialism to communism. Stalin, Speech at First All-Union Conference of Stakhanovites, in Problems of Leninism, 1953. English edition, p. 667. When the workers will have raised their cultural and technical level to that of engineers and technicians, and collective farmers their level to that of agronomists, a new and hitherto unprecedented rise in labor productivity will be achieved. This will provide an abundance of all forms of material wealth. As the productivity of social labor grows, the economic conditions for the gradual reduction of the working day will be created. This in turn will enable the members of society to devote far more time and energy to acquiring knowledge and culture, and to the harmonious development of all their physical powers and mental abilities. Universal compulsory polytechnical education is one of the conditions for eliminating the essential distinction between mental and physical labor. Lenin pointed out that polytechnical education must acquaint school children with the theory and practice of the main branches of production. Widening the horizon of the workers, equipping them with the knowledge of the principles on which modern large-scale production rests, polytechnical education will enable them freely to choose their occupations. The further cultural development of all members of society will be achieved through universal compulsory polytechnical education, secondary technical and higher education, correspondence courses, and the creation at the place of work of a broad network of various courses and personnel training schemes for the main occupations. The development of the knowledge and culture of the workers and peasants to the level of engineers, technicians, and agronomists will denote the abolition of the distinctions between the workers and the peasants, on the one hand, and the intelligentsia on the other. Socialist society has achieved great successes in raising the well-being of the people. But in order to secure the all-round cultural growth of the working people, necessary for the transition to communism, there must be a fundamental improvement in housing conditions, and the real wages of manual and clerical workers and real incomes of collective farmers must be considerably raised. This can only be achieved by a further rapid growth of production and increased labor productivity. The all-round development of the productive forces and of culture will finally dispose of unskilled and arduous manual labor. The old division of labor, associated with the lifelong attachment of workers to one particular occupation, will disappear. The elimination of the old division of labor does not in any way mean, however, that communism denies the need for division of labor. The building of communism demands the training of qualified and versatile specialists in all fields of production, science, and technique. All members of communist society will possess the engineering and technical training necessary for operating the highest techniques and complex productive processes. Besides producing material wealth, they will be able to engage in the arts and sciences too. The abolition of the essential distinction between mental and physical labor does not mean that every distinction between these two forms of work will disappear. A certain distinction, although of an inessential kind, connected with the specific differences between the fields of production, science, and culture will nonetheless remain. The communist upbringing of the working people is of enormous importance for the transition to communism. Its fundamental task is the education of a new man, for whom work will become a prime necessity of life. In depicting labor in communist society, Lenin wrote, "Communist labor in the narrower and stricter sense of the term is labor performed gratis for the benefit of society, labor performed, not as a definite duty, not for the purpose of obtaining a right to certain products, not according to previously established and legally fixed rates, but voluntary labor, irrespective of rates, labor performed without expectation of reward, without the condition of reward, labor performed out of a habit of working for the common good, and out of a conscious realization, become a habit, of the necessity of working for the common good, labor as the requirement of a healthy organism." Lenin, From the Destruction of the Ancient Social System to the Creation of the New, in Selected Works, 1950, English edition, Volume 2, pt 2, p. 339. Communism presupposes a high level of public spirit among the members of society. The seeds of the new communist relations already exist in socialist society in the attitude towards labor and public property, and in relations between man and man. In time, the observance of communist principles will become the natural and customary behavior of a highly educated and cultured people. But it must not be forgotten that in socialist society the survivals of capitalism in the consciousness of man are as yet far from outlived, that these survivals exist because man's consciousness lags behind his being and because the reactionary forces of the bourgeois world in every way maintain and revive them. Hence follows the need to overcome the survivals of capitalism in the consciousness of man and for an enormous development in the cultural level and communist public spirit of the mass of the people. Of the greatest importance throughout the period of transition from socialism to communism is the struggle against remnants of the old attitude to labor and social property, against bureaucracy and survivals of the past in modes of life and in morals, and against religious prejudices. Persistent and tenacious political and educational work among the masses, the communist upbringing of the entire people, are essential to overcome these survivals. The transition to the communist principle from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. The conditions for giving effect to the communist principle, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs, are brought into being gradually, as production increases, and on this basis an abundance of articles of consumption is attained, as a uniform communist form of property is established, and a level of culture and public spirit among the members of society appropriate to communism is achieved. This principle means that in communist society each will work according to his abilities and will receive articles of consumption in keeping with the needs of a culturally developed individual. The socialist state creates the prerequisites for the higher phase of communism by fully utilizing the economic laws of socialism. In accordance with the requirements of the basic economic law of socialism, socialist production is developed and the living standards of the people rise, at steady and rapid rates. The use made of the law of planned development of the national economy constantly increases, and the methods of socialist planning are perfected. The national economic plans, drawn up for a prolonged period, prescribe the actual methods of creating the material production basis of communism, the ensuring of a productivity of labor higher than exists under capitalism. In the transitional period from socialism to communism, such economic instruments of planned guidance of the national economy as money, credit, trade, and economic accounting, which are bound up with the existence of the law of value, must be fully utilized in order to ensure a marked increase in social wealth. A steady rise in the material and cultural level of the working people is being achieved by the consistent application of the economic law of distribution according to work. The growth of labor productivity is accompanied by price reductions for manufactured and agricultural commodities. The real wages of manual and clerical workers, and the incomes of collective farmers, are being systematically raised. The working people are able to obtain increasing quantities of foodstuffs, clothing, household goods, etc. The successful fulfillment of the program of big advances in agriculture and increases in the production of mass consumption goods, which is being carried out by the Communist Party and the Soviet state, is of very great importance in providing the prerequisites for the transition to communism. In the USSR, the task has been posed of providing satisfaction of man's scientifically ascertained food requirements. We must set before ourselves the task, said N.S. Khrushchev, of achieving a level of food consumption, based on scientifically tested standards of nutrition, necessary for the all-round and balanced development of a healthy person. Khrushchev, Measures for the Further Development of Agriculture in the U.S.S.R., Report to the Plenum of the CC of the CPSU, September 3, I-953. A decisive increase in the production of material wealth means that the wage level of manual and clerical workers, and the level of incomes of collective farmers, provide for an ever fuller satisfaction of the growing material and cultural requirements of the working people. With the growth of abundance of products, there will come into being the prerequisites for the transition from distribution according to work to distribution according to needs. Throughout the period of gradual transition from socialism to communism, great importance will attach to the development of trade, through which a growing mass of consumer goods will be distributed. Improvement of Soviet trade will build up that extensive machinery which will be used, at the higher phase of communism, for the direct distribution of products according to needs, without commodity and money circulation. Communism will ensure the all-round satisfaction of the varied personal requirements of the members of society, both by multiplying the quantity of articles of consumption and household use which become the personal property of individuals, and also by developing the social forms in which the needs of the population are met, cultural institutions and amenities, housing, sanatoria, theaters, etc. The Soviet Union is the first country in the world to have built socialism, and to be today successfully raising up the edifice of communism. The countries of people's democracy, using the experience of the Soviet Union, are carrying out the building of socialism, the first phase of communist society. Inevitably, the development of mankind will move along the road to communism. In tracing out the prospects of communist construction, Lenin wrote, "If Russia becomes covered by a dense network of electric power stations and powerful technical installations, our communist economic development will become a model for a future socialist Europe and Asia." Lenin. The work of the Council of People's Commissars. Report delivered at the 8th All-Russian Congress of Soviets, Selected Works, 12-vol edition, Volume 8, p. 278. The great example of the Soviet Union, advancing to the higher phase of communism, and of the countries of people's democracy, building socialism, shows the peoples of the entire world the road to liberation from capitalist slavery. Each new step taken by Soviet society towards communism confirms, more clearly, the superiority of socialism over capitalism, and implants in the working people of all countries confidence in the historical doom of capitalism and triumph of communism. Brief conclusions. 1. Socialism and communism are two phases of development of the communist social formation. Communism is the higher phase. It is characterized by a higher level of productive forces in comparison with socialism, uniform public communist property in the means of production, the absence of classes and class distinctions, the absence of essential distinctions between town and country and between physical and mental labor. From being a mere means of life, labor at the stage of communism will become a prime necessity of life for everybody. On the basis of an enormous rise in the level of productive forces and the productivity of social labor, an abundance of articles of consumption will be achieved and the transition effected to the communist principle, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. 2. For the transition to communism, it is necessary to solve the basic economic task of the USSR, that of overtaking and outstripping the most advanced capitalist countries economically, that is, in production per head of population. The material production basis of communism must be brought into being, sufficient to provide an abundance of objects of consumption. The essential distinction between town and country must be abolished, on the basis of the creation of uniform communist property in the means of production. This in turn requires all-round strengthening of the role of state public property in the means of production in the national economy as a whole, and in agriculture in particular, and the strengthening and development also of the socially owned economy of the agricultural artel. The transition to communism further requires such a cultural development of society as will abolish the essential distinction between mental and physical labor, and will raise the educational level and technical knowledge of all workers to the level of engineers, technicians, and agronomists. 3. The successful achievement of the gradual transition from socialism to communism in the USSR is being brought about by the millions of working people, under the leadership of the Communist Party and the Soviet state, guided in their work by the knowledge and use of the objective laws of economic development. In socialist society, the seeds of communism are already present in production, in attitudes to work and to social property, and in relations between man and man. Communism is being built in the course of a decisive struggle against the survivals of capitalism in the consciousness of man. A necessary condition for the liquidation of these survivals is the communist education of the working people. 4. The all-round strengthening of the mutual cooperation and fraternal friendship of the countries in the socialist camp is a decisive condition for the successful building of communism in the USSR and of socialism in the people's democracies. The building of communism in the USSR is of enormous international importance. Part 3, the socialist mode of production. See the building of socialism in the countries of people's democracy. Chapter XLI, the economic system of the people's democracies in Europe. The prerequisites of the People's Democratic Revolution. The People's Democratic Revolution in the countries of Central and Southeastern Europe had its way prepared by the whole course of development of capitalism and the class struggle of the working class and working people of these countries, by the entire course of the world liberation movement. Capitalist relations predominated in the economies of these countries, with the exception of Albania. Czechoslovakia was a developed industrial country in which light industry working for export predominated. Poland and Hungary had a medium level of development of industry, with agriculture playing the predominant role. Romania and, still more, Bulgaria, were agrarian countries with poorly developed industry. Albania was an economically backward country with important survivals of the patriarchal tribal system. During a long period the countries of Central and Southeastern Europe underwent oppression by imperialist powers. The landlords and big bourgeoisie who were in power were dependent on foreign finance capital and carried out its will. Exploitation of the working class had reached extreme limits. The development of capitalism in the majority of these countries had been accompanied by the retention of considerable survivals of feudal and serf relations. The bulk of the peasantry, constituting the majority of the population, suffered from land hunger and were poverty-stricken. All this made revolutionary the working class and broad masses of the peasantry. In the majority of the countries of Central and Southeastern Europe, before the revolution, an enormous section of the land was in the hands of big property owners, landowners and capitalists. In Poland, peasant farms of up to 121/2 acres, which represented about 2/3 of all farms, held less than 15% of the land. Landowner and capitalist farms of over 125 acres, which represented 0.9% of the total number of farms, held about 1/2 of the land. In Hungary, farms of up to 141 acres, which represented 84% of all farms, owned 1/5 of the land. Farms of over 125 acres, which represented 0.9% of all farms, held nearly half the land. In Romania, farms of up to 121 acres included 3/4 of the total number of farms, but held 28% of the land, and in Czechoslovakia the figures were 70.5% and 15.7%. Landlord land ownership was abolished in Bulgaria in the main as a result of the Russo-Turkish War of 1877-8. A considerable part of the land in Bulgaria before the Revolution of September 9, 1944, was concentrated in big kulak-type, capitalist holdings, while the bulk of the peasantry owned only a little land. Thus, holdings of a dozen acres or less, which made up 2/3 of all holdings, comprised only 30% of the land. Capitalist monopolies dominated the industry of the countries of Central and Southeastern Europe, and foreign capital held the key positions. In pre-war Poland, nearly 2/3 of capital investments in industry belonged to foreign capital. In pre-war Romania foreign capital controlled 91.9% of the total capital investments in the oil industry. In Hungarian industry 40% of all capital invested in 1937 belonged to foreign firms. In Bulgaria, in 1937, about one-half of the capital investments in large-scale industry, and about 2/3 of the capital investments in transport companies, were in the hands of foreign firms. During the Second World War the countries of Central and Southeastern Europe fell under the yoke of German imperialism, which drained away their entire wealth. The landowners and monopolist bourgeoisie became the agents of German fascism and completely isolated themselves from the people. Class and national contradictions were sharpened to the extreme. The working masses under the leadership of the working class, and headed by the Communist and Workers' parties, waged a stubborn struggle for liberation from fascist slavery, against the German invaders, and the landowning and capitalist cliques, which had betrayed the national interests of their countries. In the struggle of the working people for their national and social liberation the influence and prestige of the Marxist-Leninist parties of the working class grew enormously. The Soviet Union, in the course of its victorious struggle against Hitlerite Germany, liberated the peoples of the countries of Central and Southeastern Europe from the German fascist yoke. The masses in these countries overthrew the Hitlerites' hangers-on and were enabled to go forward to build their own life on new, democratic principles. In this way, the People's Democratic Revolution commenced. The character of the People's Democratic Revolution. The chief motive forces of the People's Democratic Revolution are the working class and the peasantry, under the leadership of the former. During the struggle against fascism in the countries of Central and Southeastern Europe, a national front had been formed which united all the anti-fascist forces, including, besides the working class and the peasantry, the urban petty bourgeoisie and part of the middle bourgeoisie. The revolution eliminated the political rule of the landowners and monopolist bourgeoisie. People's democratic governments came into being, based on an alliance of the working class and the peasantry. The foundations of a state of a new type, the People's Democratic Republic, were laid down. Together with the Communist and Workers' parties, in a number of countries the petty bourgeois and bourgeois parties who had joined the National Front of Struggle Against Fascism participated in the government and machinery of state. The People's Democratic Revolution was in the first place anti-imperialist, since it liberated the enslaved peoples from the imperialist yoke and gave them national independence. In the second place, it was anti-feudal, since it eliminated feudal survivals in the economy and in the political systems. The anti-imperialist, anti-feudal revolution is a bourgeois democratic revolution of a new type, typical for the historical circumstances of the second phase of the general crisis of capitalism. It does not have as its immediate aim the overthrow of capitalism and establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat, and in this respect belongs to the category of bourgeois democratic revolutions, but in its content it is broader and deeper than the usual bourgeois democratic revolution. In the first place, every anti-imperialist and anti-feudal revolution, spearheaded as it is against imperialist oppression, leads to a weakening of the world imperialist system as a whole, shaking its foundations. In the second place, the victory of the anti-imperialist, anti-feudal revolution creates most favorable conditions for going over to the socialist revolution. The victory of the anti-imperialist, anti-feudal revolution, led by the working class, means the establishment of a revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry, which advances the revolution, bringing about a direct transition to a second stage, the socialist revolution. Thus, the anti-imperialist, anti-feudal revolution and the socialist revolution are links in a single chain, two stages in one revolutionary process. In its first stage, the People's Democratic Revolution carried out, in the main, the tasks of the bourgeois democratic revolution. The volume of these tasks, and the consistency and methods with which they were carried out, depended on the historical development and the concrete situation as it had come about in each country. In all the countries of people's democracy, a broad democratization of social and political life was carried out. Where it existed, the monarchy was abolished. In the majority of the countries concerned, what was most important was revolutionary agrarian transformations. Landed estates with their equipment and animals were confiscated and for the most part distributed among the land-hungry peasants and laborers. The land passed into the possession of the peasantry as private property. On part of the confiscated estate lands, state farms were set up. As a result of the revolutionary agrarian changes, the landlord class was abolished, and the position of the working peasantry considerably improved. The bulk of the poor peasantry, who had received land, rose to the level of middle peasants. The middle peasant became the central figure in agriculture. The relative importance of kulak holdings declined markedly. In Romania before the revolution, poor peasant and middle peasant holdings occupied less than half the land, but in 1948 they covered 80.7% of it. In Hungary, poor and middle peasant holdings received, as a result of the agrarian changes, about 5 million acres of land, whereas before the revolution these holdings included 40.4% of all the land. In 1947 they included 70.7%. In Poland, landless and land-hungry peasants, together with the middle peasants, received more than 15 million acres, owing to the agrarian changes and to the acquisition of the western territories. In Bulgaria, where there was no large-scale landlord land ownership, the extent of anti-feudal tasks, abolition of land ownership by the monasteries and the church, etc., solved by the revolution in the carrying out of the agrarian reform was less than in the other countries of people's democracy, so that this reform bore to a considerable degree an anti-kulak character. The revolutionary agrarian changes were carried out with the active participation of the broad peasant masses, led by the working class, in conditions of acute class struggle. Reactionary forces hacked by foreign imperialists offered fierce resistance to the agrarian changes and tried in every way to disrupt them. The agrarian changes had very great consequences, both economic and political. With the abolition of large-scale land ownership, the reactionary forces were deprived of a very important material base. The liquidation of landlord land ownership did away with the survivals of feudal exploitation of the peasantry. The allotment of land to the land-hungry and landless peasants drew them to the side of the people's rule. As well as being the culminating task of the bourgeois democratic revolution, the agrarian changes at the same time were one of the preconditions for going over to socialist construction. As it carried out its anti-feudal tasks, the People's Democratic Revolution passed over more and more into its second stage, grew over into the Socialist Revolution. Though the main content of the revolution's first stage was the carrying through of changes of a general democratic character, nevertheless the working class, as the leading force in the revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry, could not restrict itself to these changes and carried through a series of measures which prepared the transition to the second stage of the revolution. Among such measures were, establishment of workers' control over production, confiscation of the property of war criminals and of capitalists who collaborated with the occupying forces, and of the monopolist bourgeoisie closely connected with them, which resulted in the weakening of the economic position of the bourgeoisie and the passing into the hands of the people's state of part of large-scale industry, establishment of a state monopoly in trade in the most important commodities and state control of foreign trade, and several other measures. As the revolution progressed, the nationalization of the means of production spread further and further. The effect of all this was to weaken the position of the bourgeoisie as a whole and to strengthen that of the working class. The nationalization of large and medium industry, transport, means of communication, etc., was carried through in the European people's democracies in several stages. Nationalization began as early as 1945-6 and was in the main completed by 1947-8. As the transition progressed from the solving of general democratic tasks to the solving of the tasks of the socialist revolution, the struggle between the working class and the counter-revolutionary bourgeoisie inevitably grew more acute. The bourgeoisie, relying upon the economic power which it still retained, and upon the support of foreign capital, making use of its agents in the state apparatus and to some extent in the government itself, tried by every means to frustrate the measures of the people's democratic power and recover its economic and political domination. The working class, after consolidating its forces by uniting the workers' parties on the basis of Marxism-Leninism, welded the peasantry and other strata of the population around itself. In the course of the People's Democratic Revolution, the state organs were purged of counter-revolutionary bourgeois landlord elements. The old bourgeois state machine was finally broken up and replaced by a new state apparatus answering to the interests of the working people. The masses gave a resolute rebuff to the attempts of the bourgeoisie to restore alien imperialist oppression. As a result of the rout of the bourgeoisie, the leading role of the working class in the state was conclusively strengthened. All these tasks had been disposed of in the majority of the European people's democracies by 1947-8. The state system of people's democracy began successfully fulfilling the functions of the dictatorship of the proletariat. People's democracy became one of the forms of the proletarian dictatorship. Embodying the rule of the working people under the leadership of the working class, said G. M. Dimitrov, the people's democracy, in the existing historical situation, as is already proved by experience, can and must successfully fulfill the functions of the dictatorship of the proletariat for the liquidation of the capitalist elements and the organization of a socialist economy. Dimitrov, Political Report of the Central Committee of the Bulgarian Workers' Party, given at the Fifth Party Congress, Sofia, 1948, Russian edition, p. 73. Thus the process of growing over from a revolution bourgeois democratic in character into a socialist revolution, the process of gradual transition from one stage of people's democracy to another, was completed, from the revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry to people's democracy carrying out the functions of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Consolidation of the hegemony of the proletariat and of the leading role of the communist parties in the course of these democratic transformations was the decisive prerequisite for transition to the socialist revolution and the dictatorship of the proletariat, and also determined the nature of this transition. The establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat took place not as the act of a single moment, not by the overthrow of the existing power, but by a gradual strengthening of the proletariat's position, by the winning to its side of the great mass of the working people, by putting into effect a number of measures directed towards the liquidation of the economic domination of the bourgeoisie. Among these measures the most decisive was the nationalization of large-scale capitalist enterprises and banks. In carrying out the tasks of the socialist revolution, the people's democratic governments converted the factories and mills, mines, and power stations into public, socialist property. Transport and communications, mineral resources, and a part of the land, the banks, foreign trade and internal wholesale trade were also nationalized. Thus, the people's democratic governments, led by the working class, starting from the requirements of the economic law of obligatory correspondence between production relations and the nature of the productive forces, eliminated the economic rule of the bourgeoisie and took possession of the key positions of the national economy. Thereby were created the conditions needed for transition to the socialist transformation of society. As a result of the nationalizations, production relations in industry were brought into harmony with the socialized character of production. The basic means of production became the property of the whole people in the person of the people's democratic state. The people's democracies entered the transitional period from capitalism to socialism. The formation of the people's democratic power and the transition period from capitalism to socialism were distinguished by certain special features in the case of the German Democratic Republic, created by the democratic forces of the German people after the splitting of Germany into two parts carried out by the Western powers. There are two states at present on the territory of Germany: the German Democratic Republic and the German Federal Republic, and these embody different social and economic formations. In the German Democratic Republic, power is in the hands of the working class, in alliance with the working peasantry. The alliance of the workers and the peasants is the decisive force in the political and economic life of the Republic. The state power relies on a bloc of anti-fascist, democratic parties and organizations, the policy of which is determined by the tasks of the struggle to create a unified democratic and peace-loving Germany. The leading role in this bloc belongs to the Party of the Working Class, the Socialist Unity Party of Germany. By abolishing the economic rule of the Junker landlords and the monopolies, the German Democratic Republic has torn up the social roots of militarism and fascism. It was a great historical event in the life of the German people when the working people of the German Democratic Republic took the road of socialist construction. The building of socialism in the German Democratic Republic answers to the interests of all the working people of Germany. The leading place in the Republic's economy is held by socialized property in the means of production, on which the public enterprises in industry, the public estates in agriculture, the machine and tractor stations and the agricultural producers' cooperatives are based. Together with the principal, socialist sector in industry, transport, trade, and agriculture, there are numerous individual enterprises of simple commodity producers, peasants and artisans, and also medium and small capitalist enterprises. The German Democratic Republic takes as its primary task the struggle to reunite Germany on peace-loving democratic foundations. Among the countries which broke away from the capitalist system during the Second World War's Yugoslavia. In place of the former Yugoslavia with its reactionary monarchist regime, based on cruel exploitation of the working people and national oppression, there arose as a result of the People's Revolution the Federal People's Republic of Yugoslavia, in which power is in the hands of the working class and the peasantry and national inequality has been abolished. Socialized ownership of the main means of production prevails in Yugoslavia in the fields of large-scale and medium industry, transport, banking, wholesale trade, and the overwhelmingly greater part of retail trade. In spite of the efforts made by imperialist forces, Yugoslavia has maintained its national independence and resisted the attempts of foreign capital to penetrate its economy. At the present stage of world development, when a mighty camp of socialism exists, people's democracy constitutes a way of revolutionary socialist transformation of society. The historical experience of the Soviet Union and the countries of people's democracy confirms Lenin's teaching that, while there must be unity on the main and basic question of securing the victory of socialism in various countries, different forms and methods of solving specific problems of socialist construction may be applied, depending on the historical and national peculiarities of particular countries. Lenin wrote, "All nations will reach socialism, this is inevitable. But not all nations will reach socialism in the same way, each will introduce a special feature in the form of democracy it adopts, in the form of the proletarian dictatorship, and in the rate at which it carries out the reconstruction of the various phases of social life." Lenin, A Caricature of Marxism and Imperialist Economism, Collected Works, English edition, Volume 19, pages 256-7. Forms of Economy and Classes. The economy of the European people's democracies is a transitional economy containing more than one form. There are to be found in it three basic forms of economy or sectors of the national economy: socialist, small commodity, and capitalist. The socialist form of economy includes 1. The industrial enterprises, transport, the banks, trading establishments, agricultural estates, machine and tractor stations based on state or public ownership. 2. Various types of enterprises based on cooperative property: industrial, consumer, credit, agricultural, marketing and supply, and agricultural producers' cooperatives. In all the European people's democracies, the socialist sector occupies the predominant place in the economy. The major part of the national income is produced in this sector. All banking operations, industry, transport, all internal wholesale trade and the main part of retail trade is in state hands. A state monopoly, of foreign trade has been set up. In agriculture, however, with the exception of Bulgaria, the socialist form of economy does not yet occupy a predominant place. Occupying a predominant position in the national economy and embracing the key economic positions, the socialist form of economy in each of the European people's democracies, is the determining force in their economic development and is growing stronger from year to year. In recent years, the socialist form of economy represented in the various countries. In the national income, Poland 76%, Czechoslovakia 92%, in 1953, Hungary 81%, in 1954, Romania 70%, in 1952, Bulgaria 87%, in 1954, Albania approximately 70%, in 1952. In industry, Poland 99.5%, in 1953, Czechoslovakia 99.6%, in 1953, Hungary 97%, in 1954, Romania 99%, in 1954. In wholesale trade, 100% in all these countries. In retail trade in 1954, Poland 96%, Czechoslovakia 99.8%, Hungary 99.7%, Romania 76%, Bulgaria 99.5%. In the German Democratic Republic, the proportion of the socialist sector in industry amounted in 1953 to 85.5%, in wholesale trade to 94.5%, and in retail trade turnover to about 70%. In the socialist sector, the exploitation of man by man has been eliminated and the character of labor has been changed. From being labor for the capitalists, it has become labor for oneself and for the whole of society. Because of the changed economic conditions in the socialist sector, the economic laws of capitalism, which express the relations of exploitation and anarchy of production, have quitted the stage. The laws of socialist economy have come into being and have begun to operate: the basic economic law of socialism, the law of planned, proportional development of the national economy, the law of distribution according to work done, and others. A continuous growth of socialist production is taking place, based on the highest techniques, with the aim of securing the victory of socialism and satisfying the growing needs of the working people. Socialist production is carried on in a planned way, based on the law of planned, proportional development of the national economy. Planning methods are being constantly improved. The existence in the economy of the people's democracies of two forms of socialist property, as well as of small commodity economy, leads to the operation of the law of value and of the economic categories associated with it: money, trade, credit, etc. The law of value is not the regulator of socialist production but does influence it. This influence is taken into account by the people's democratic states in planning prices, carrying out economic accounting, etc. Trade, money, credit, and other economic categories, associated with the law of value, are being successfully utilized as instruments for the building of socialism. Insofar as the socialist sector plays a leading role in the economy of these countries, the basic economic law of socialism, the law of planned development of the national economy, and the other economic laws of socialism, are exercising an increasing influence on the development of the national economy as a whole. As socialist relations of production continue to grow, the sphere of operation of the economic laws of socialism is steadily extending. The small commodity economy includes the farms of the individual working peasants and also small handicraft production based on the personal labor of its owners. In some countries, particularly in Albania, survivals of patriarchal relations still exist in the countryside. Individual peasant farms produce the bulk of agricultural produce, the middle peasants occupy a predominant place among them. Small commodity peasant economy based on private ownership of the means of production inevitably gives birth to elements of capitalism. Planning in the European people's democracies does not yet embrace directly the entire national economy. Production in the small commodity sector is regulated by the operation of the law of value. However, the people's democratic governments, relying on the law of planned development of the national economy, exercise a regulating influence on small commodity production through trade, state purchases, prices, credit, taxes, etc. The capitalist economy includes the kulak farms, private trading establishments and private industrial enterprises based on the exploitation of hired labor. The law of value is the economic regulator in the capitalist sector. Within the confines of this sector, the law of surplus value still operates, but its sphere has been greatly reduced. The size of capitalist enterprises and their opportunities for exploiting hired labor are strictly limited. Among the methods whereby the capitalist elements are restricted are high rates of taxation and a number of measures to curb market fluctuations. The working class and the peasantry are the main classes in the people's democracies. But alongside the toiling classes, there are the bourgeoisie in the form of the kulaks and also the private entrepreneurs in trade and industry. The close alliance of the working class and the working peasantry, under the leadership of the former, is the vital condition for the existence and development of the social and state system of the people's democracies. This alliance is directed against capitalism and for the building of socialist society. The pivot and motive force of our revolutionary transformation was, and is, the alliance of workers and peasants led by the working class. In the course of decades, the working class in its struggle against capitalism and fascism has consolidated its alliance with the basic masses of the working peasantry. Widening, consolidating, and deepening this alliance is the main principle in the policy of the people's government and a guarantee of its strength and successes. Bierut, Report of the Central Committee of the Polish United Workers' Party to the Second Party Congress. For a Lasting Peace, for a People's Democracy, March 19, 1954. The basic contradiction in the economy of the people's democracies, during the transitional period from capitalism to socialism, is between growing socialism and the beaten, but not yet abolished, capitalism, with its roots in small commodity production. The building of socialism is taking place in conditions of intense class struggle. The opposition of the classes which are dying is manifested in the hostile activity of the remnants of the rooted anti-popular political parties, the nationalist, left and right-wing deviations in the communist, workers, parties in the wrecking, sabotage and diversive acts of imperialist agents. The communist, workers, parties, together with the masses of the people, are unmasking the elements hostile to socialism and securing victory for the policy of building socialism. The state in the people's democracies makes objective economic laws the starting point of its policy, and uses them to achieve the complete victory of the socialist forms of economy over the capitalist. Guided by Marxist-Leninist teachings on the transitional period from capitalism to socialism, the people's democratic governments are consolidating the alliance of the working class and the peasantry, and conducting a struggle against the capitalist elements in town and country by restricting and squeezing them out. The people's democratic states make use of market relations in every possible way in order to develop the trade bond between industry and agriculture. In carrying out socialist industrialization, they are broadening the production bond between town and country and are following the policy of gradually developing cooperation in production among the peasant farms on a voluntary basis. Thus, the same fundamental principles which determine the new economic policy in the USSR underlie the building of socialism in the people's democracies. As has already been noted, however, these principles are being applied there with due allowance for the considerable historical peculiarities of each country's national, economic, and political development. The building of socialism in the people's democracies is being undertaken in considerably more favorable historical conditions than those in which it took place in the USSR, the first country where socialism triumphed. In creating the economic and cultural foundations of socialism, the people's democracies are extensively utilizing the very rich experience of socialist construction accumulated by the Soviet Union, and are able to rely on the strength of the whole camp of socialism and on the increasing mutual aid between all the countries that make up this camp. This enormously facilitates the solution of the problems of socialist construction. With the resolute support of the Soviet Union, the plans for imperialist intervention against the European people's democracies were frustrated. These countries have thereby been spared a prolonged civil war and the need to carry out the policy of war communism. This has enabled them to restore their economies in the shortest possible time and to set about the socialist reconstruction of the national economy. Socialist industrialization. Socialist industrialization is a very important prerequisite for building socialism in the people's democracies. It is put into effect with due allowance for the peculiarities of each country and its role in the international division of labor within the socialist camp. Through industrialization, these countries create the material, production basis for socialism and ensure a sound foundation for a steady growth in production and the people's welfare. Before the Second World War, the share of industrial output in that of agricultural and industrial output combined was, Poland 47.6%, Hungary 53%, Romania 40%, Bulgaria 33.8%, Albania 18.3%, 65% of the gainfully employed population were engaged in agriculture and about 17% in industry in Poland, 78 and 7% respectively in Romania, 79.9% in agriculture and 8% in industry and handicrafts in Bulgaria. With regard to the level of national income, volume of production and consumption of industrial output per head of population and a number of other indices, these countries lagged considerably behind the more developed, industrial countries. Thus in Poland, consumption of ferrous metals per head of population was little more than 1/10 of that in Great Britain and hardly 1/8 of that in Germany. Electricity consumption was approximately 1/7 of that in Britain and Germany and 1/5 of that in France. All these countries have completed the period of restoring their economy, which suffered the effects of the war and fascist pillage. Relying on the aid of the Soviet Union and utilizing the advantages of socialist planned economy, the people's democracies disposed of the tasks of reconstructing their economies in a very short period, 2 or 3 years. The successful restoration of their national economy provided a stable basis for its socialist reconstruction. The central task of their first 5-year plans for developing the national economy, in Poland, the 6-year plan, was the laying of the foundations of socialism. Socialist industrialization, the development of large-scale socialist industry, and above all heavy industry, was the central feature of these plans. At the same time, the process of industrialization in each individual country has its own special features, depending on the level of development and structure of industry and on historical, natural, and economic conditions. The accumulation taking place in the socialist sector is the main source of industrialization in the countries of people's democracy. A part of the savings of the working people, in the form of state loans, is also utilized for industrialization. The expropriation of part of the incomes of the capitalist elements in town and country, primarily by means of progressive taxation, provides further resources for this purpose. A systematic increase in the productivity of social labor, by the introduction of advanced techniques and better organization of labor, is a decisive factor in the growth of socialist accumulation. Socialist emulation is a powerful motive force in the growth of labor productivity. The bulk of the workers take part in socialist emulation. Advanced workers are successfully applying in their work the production experience accumulated in the USSR and in other countries of the socialist camp. The utilization of the economic law of distribution according to work, the application of various forms of piece rates, and the fight against wage leveling are of primary importance in securing a steady growth of labor productivity. Of great importance for increasing accumulation in socialist production is the use of the law of value, strengthening in every way the regime of economy and consistently introducing economic accounting. Clement Gottwald wrote, "Have we not had, do we not still have, quite a number of economic and political workers among us who have forgotten about the operation of the law of value, and for whom as a consequence questions of economic accounting and profitability of enterprises, the question of costs, prices, etc., have ceased to play any role? Is it not clear that such a mistaken attitude causes great losses to our economy and hinders our advance towards socialism? I think that this much is clear, and that it must cause all our people, particularly those in managerial and responsible positions, constantly to observe a regime of economy in production and in the sphere of state purchases and sales. Gottwald, the historic XIXTH Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and Our Tasks, for a Lasting Peace, for a People's Democracy, November 7, 1952. Socialist industrialization in the people's democracies is being carried out in different and more favorable historical conditions from what was the case in the USSR, and it has important special features. The Soviet Union was the only country building socialism, and effected its industrialization without any outside assistance, relying exclusively on its internal resources. The people's democracies, on the contrary, are industrializing their economy when a powerful socialist camp exists. In the course of socialist industrialization, the countries of this camp rely on extensive mutual aid in a great variety of forms. The Soviet Union had to build up all branches of industry, and in the first place heavy industry, at forced rates. The people's democracies have been spared the impossible task of developing all branches of industry in each of their countries. Each of the countries of people's democracy, entering in the socialist camp, is able to create and develop above all those branches of industry for which it is most favorably suited by natural and economic conditions. The successful carrying out of this task is facilitated by extensive division of labor, economic mutual aid and cooperation between the states of the socialist camp. With the successful fulfillment of the long-term plans for socialist reconstruction of the national economy, the pre-war levels of industrial output had been exceeded by 1954 as follows: Poland more than fourfold, Hungary about 3.5-fold, Czechoslovakia 2.3-fold, Bulgaria 5-fold, Romania 2.6-fold. The proportion of industrial output combined, was considerably increased. In all the people's democracies, apart from Bulgaria and Albania, output of the industries producing the means of production accounts for more than half the total industrial production. The European people's democracies have become equipped with the latest techniques. In Poland, the coal and chemical industries, ferrous metallurgy and the building materials industry have made great advances. Automobile and tractor production, shipbuilding, production of artificial fibers and other branches of industry have been brought into existence, and oil equipment, shipbuilding, and others have been brought into existence. In 1954 per capita output had increased, compared with 1938, of steel 3.5-fold, electric power more than 5-fold, cement about 3-fold. In Hungary there has been a great development of the aluminium industry, engineering and machine tool construction, production of mining equipment and agricultural machinery. In Romania the oil extracting and oil processing industry and the chemical industry are developing successfully. Important branches of engineering such as the manufacture of agricultural machinery and oil equipment, shipbuilding, and others have been brought into existence. In the German Democratic Republic the volume of industrial production in 1954 was nearly double what it had been in 1936. In recent years the disproportion in the economy caused by the partition of Germany has been substantially reduced. A metallurgical base has been created in the Republic, the productive capacity of heavy engineering and shipbuilding has been extended, the production of modern agricultural machinery organized, and the output of chemical products increased. While ensuring priority growth of heavy industry as the basis for the advance and technical reconstruction of the whole national economy, the people's democracies are making large-scale investments in agriculture, and in the light and food industries. This will provide a considerable expansion of output of agricultural produce and manufactured mass consumption goods, and will raise the living standards of the working people. The socialist transformation of agriculture. The building of socialism assumes the victory of socialist forms of economy not only in the towns, but in the countryside too. As the experience of the USSR has shown, the only successful solution to the peasant question is the changeover of the bulk of the peasantry from small-scale individual farming to large-scale collective farming. Gradual development of producer cooperation among the small and middle peasant farms, on a voluntary basis, is an objective necessity for countries undertaking to build socialism. Accordingly, the people's democracies are developing the production of tractors and other agricultural machinery, organizing a network of state farms, which demonstrate the advantages of large-scale socialist production, and setting up machine and tractor stations to provide the technical re-equipment of agriculture. Help is being given to the poor and middle peasant masses to enable them to increase output, and steps are being taken to draw them into various forms of purchasing, marketing, and producer cooperatives. The socialist transformation of agriculture in the people's democracies has its own special features. These countries are undertaking this transformation at a time when there is already a developed system of socialist agriculture in the USSR, in the form of collective farms, state farms, and MTS. Familiarity with the experience of the Soviet Union in the field of the socialist transformation of agriculture, and with the achievements of the collective farms, MTS, and state farms, is playing a big part in drawing the bulk of the peasantry in the people's democracies onto the road to socialism. The U.S.S.R.'s experience in organizational and economic consolidation of the collective farms, its forms of organization and remuneration of labor, the distribution of incomes etc. are being extensively utilized in building up the system of producer cooperative among the peasant farms. The special features of peasant-producer cooperation in people's democracies spring from the fact that it is developing while there is still small peasant ownership of the land, whereas collectivization in the USSR took place after the whole of the land had been nationalized. The experience of the people's democracies has shown that immediate nationalization of all the land is not, in all countries, an indispensable condition for building socialism in the countryside. In the people's democracies, part of the land taken from the landlords during the agrarian revolution has remained in the hands of the state, while the rest has become the private property of the peasants. Owing to the prohibition of buying and selling of land and restrictions on the renting of it, the retention of private ownership of land by the peasants does not lead, however, to concentration of land ownership in the hands of capitalist elements. The agricultural producers' cooperatives in the people's democracies fall into three main categories. These depend on the extent of socialization of the land and the means of production, and the methods of distribution of incomes which follow from this. In the first place, there are associations for joint working of the land. Only the labor for carrying out the various agricultural jobs, plowing, sowing, crop cultivation, harvesting, is collective, while the land allotments themselves are the property of individual members of the association. In the second place, there are producer cooperatives. Both the means of production and the labor are socialized and the land is amalgamated into a single block, although still remaining the private property of the cooperative members. The bulk of the produce in cooperatives of this type, 70–5%, is distributed according to workdays earned, while a smaller part is distributed according to the share of land put into the pool. In the third place, there are artels. Labor, land, and means of production have been socialized, while the produce is distributed only according to work performed. Thus, at present, there are three kinds of property in land in the people's democracies: state, cooperative, and private. The complete victory of socialism in agriculture presupposes socialization of all the land and its conversion into social property. The turn towards socialization of all the land will take place gradually, on voluntary principles, as the peasantry, in the course of the development of producer cooperation and the gradual extension of its higher forms, become convinced by experience of the indisputable superiority of large-scale collective farming over petty privately owned farming. The socialist transformation of agriculture is taking place in the process of an intense class struggle. The kulaks are striving in every possible way to undermine peasant-producer cooperation. The people's democratic states are giving all-round material assistance to the poor and middle peasant farms, taking steps to strengthen the organization and economy of the producer cooperatives, and waging an implacable struggle against the kulaks. In Bulgaria by 1954, there were more than 2,700 working cooperatives on the land, uniting 52% of peasant farms, 108 state farms and 150 MTS. More than 60% of the cultivated land was in the socialist sector. In Hungary, producer cooperatives unite about 200,000 peasant families and occupy about 18% of the arable land. State farms occupy more than 12% of the arable. In Poland, in 1954, there were more than 9,300 cooperatives, occupying 7.5% of all plowland. State farms dispose of more than 12% of all the sown area. In Romania, by the end of 1954, there were 5,000 collective farms and associations, uniting 318,000 peasant households with 2,750,000 acres, or more than 10% of the total. In Czechoslovakia, producer cooperatives are cultivating about 33% of the plowland, and state farms more than 10%. In the German Democratic Republic, in 1955, state farms occupied 4%, and agricultural producer cooperatives 18% of the total useful agricultural area. Two kinds of mistakes have occurred in the process of the socialist transformation of the countryside in the countries of people's democracy. On the one hand, artificial cooperation upon the peasant farms, and violation of the voluntary principle in admission to the cooperatives; on the other hand, underestimation of the need to organize and lead the movement to cooperation and adopting a laissez-faire policy in the work of setting up cooperatives. The Communist and Workers' parties are waging a campaign against both types of mistake. On the basis of this socialist transformation, the people's democracies have won important successes in developing agriculture and raising the living standards of the peasantry. Nevertheless, the growth of agricultural output still to a considerable extent lags behind that of industrial output, and is inadequate for satisfying the growing needs of the national economy and the population. In this connection, it is very important to ensure a further rapid advance of agriculture, from the standpoint of the national economy as a whole. This requires a further development of cooperative production, organizational and economic strengthening of the existing cooperatives, and improved work of the state farms. At the same time, the state power in the people's democracies, pursuing the general policy of gradual socialist transformation of agriculture, is making use of the still unexhausted opportunities for obtaining a further growth of output in the individual farms of working peasantry. To this end, productive, technical, credit and scientific assistance is being given to the individual working peasantry, and the development of their holdings is being stimulated by means of the trade bond between town and country, advantageous conditions of production by contract, and an appropriate tax and procurement policy. All these measures promote the expansion of agriculture and the consolidation of the workers' and peasants' alliance. The rise of the living standards and culture of the working people. Socialist construction in the people's democracies is being accompanied by a steady rise in the living standards and culture of the working people. This is an expression of the operation of the basic economic law of socialism. As a result of the rapid growth of industry, unemployment both in town and country was already eliminated in the course of 1948-9. The number of workers employed in socialist enterprises is growing from year to year. The national income of these countries is increasing steadily and rapidly. With the elimination of the classes of great landowners and big capitalists, the national income is used in the interests of the living standards of the working people, and of socialist extended reproduction in town and country. The real wages of manual and clerical workers, and the real incomes of the peasants, are steadily rising. Price reductions are of great importance in this respect. Important factors, too, are the reduction of rents and of the cost of other municipal services. The raising of living standards is also ensured by the development of social insurance for manual and clerical workers at state expense, free education and health services, and the provision of an extensive network of sanatoria and rest homes. The national income was in Poland in 1954, more than twice what it had been before the war. In Bulgaria in 1953 it had increased by 86.7%, and in Czechoslovakia by about two-thirds. In Poland, per capita real incomes outside agriculture were 40% or higher in 1953 than in the immediate pre-war years. Per capita real incomes of the rural population were 75% or above those of 1938. In Hungary, the real wages of a factory worker in the first half of 1954 were 57% or above the 1938 level, the real income of a peasant family was 50% or above 1938. The growth of real incomes is leading to a substantial increase in consumption by the working people. In Romania, the food consumed by a worker's family in 1953 had increased as follows compared with 1938, bread 20% or sugar 48% or vegetable oil 164% or. The Romanian peasant had increased his personal consumption of rye and wheat by 50% or in the same period. The real wages of manual and clerical workers in Bulgaria in 1953 were 38% or higher than in 1939. During 1954 a further increase took place in the real income of the working people of the people's democracies. The building of socialism in the people's democracies is inseparably bound up with the Cultural Revolution. The broadest strata of the working people are acquiring culture and knowledge. The revolution has put an end to the monopoly of education and culture held by the bourgeoisie and the landowners. Education and culture have become the property of the whole people. With increasing speed a new socialist intelligentsia is coming into being. The numbers of engineers and technical personnel are increasing. Putting to use in every way the rich heritage of progressive culture from the past of their peoples, who have made notable contributions to world culture, the people's democracies are creating a new culture socialist in content and national in form. The socialist culture of the USSR, profoundly international in its character, is exerting a great influence on the development of the national cultures of the people's democracies. As a result of the broad development of cultural cooperation between the countries of the socialist camp, they are reciprocally enriching each other's cultures. In Romania, between 1938-9 and 1953-4, the number of pupils in 7-year schools had increased 4.7-fold, in secondary schools more than 4-fold, in higher educational institutions more than 2.2-fold from 29,000 to 64,300, apart from 19,000 correspondence students. In the Old Poland, in 1937-8, there were 28 higher educational institutions with 48,000 students, of whom no more than 5% were children of workers and 9% children of peasants. In I-953, Poland had 83 higher educational institutions with 134,000 students, of whom the overwhelming majority were children of workers and peasants. In Hungary in 1954-5 the number of pupils in secondary schools was 3 times what it had been in the last year before the war, and the number of students was 4 times as many. In 1938 there were 9 institutions of higher education in Czechoslovakia, with a total of 19,000 students. Today there are 40 such institutions, with 47,900 students. In Albania in 1954 the number of pupils in primary schools was over 2.6 times as many as in 1938, and there were 7.7 times as many secondary school pupils. The successes of socialist construction in the people's democracies are fresh proof that the socialist economic system is indisputably superior to the capitalist system. Brief conclusions. 1. The People's Democratic Revolution in the countries of Central and Southeastern Europe in the first stage of its development completed the tasks of the bourgeois democratic revolution. The anti-imperialist character of the revolution was expressed in the fact that it freed the peoples of these countries from the yoke of imperialism and, with the support of the Soviet Union and the whole socialist camp, ensured their national independence. The anti-feudal character of the revolution was expressed in a broad democratization of social and state structure, in the abolition of the monarchy where it existed, and in the carrying through of revolutionary agrarian changes. The land of the landlords was confiscated and divided among the landless and land-hungry peasants. With the fulfillment of the anti-feudal tasks, the bourgeois democratic revolution developed into the socialist revolution. This was reflected in the socialist nationalization of large-scale and medium industry, transport, the banks, foreign trade, and internal wholesale trade. The people's democratic state began successfully to fulfill the functions of the dictatorship of the proletariat. 2. the economy of the people's democracies in the transitional period from capitalism to socialism comprises three basic economic forms: socialist, small commodity, and capitalist. The leading part is played by socialist economy. In the course of struggle against the capitalist elements, the people's democratic states, relying on objective economic laws and basing themselves on the socialist sector, are pursuing a policy of building socialism. 3. Socialist industrialization in the European people's democracies is a decisive condition for building socialism, and ensuring a rise in the living standards of the people. Thanks to the advantages of the socialist forms of economy and the mutual assistance and cooperation within the socialist camp, the people's democracies are rapidly advancing along the road of industrial development, ensuring the priority development of heavy industry. 4. The victory of socialism in the European countries of people's democracy requires the socialist transformation of agriculture. This socialist transformation of the peasant farms is taking place through their gradual organization in producer cooperatives on a voluntary basis, while retaining private peasant ownership of the land. Socialization of all the land will be the result of the development of higher forms of producer cooperatives. The advance of agriculture is being achieved through further development of producer cooperation, with increasing aid from socialist industry, and also through making use of the existing possibilities for the development of individual peasant economy. 5. The building of socialism in the European countries' people's democracy is leading to a steady rise in the standards and cultural level of the working people. Unemployment has been abolished and the real wages of the workers and the real incomes of the peasants are growing. Chapter 13: Economic collaboration between the countries of the socialist camp. The rise and consolidation of the world market of countries of the socialist camp. As has already been said, after the Second World War the countries which had fallen away from the world capitalist system and formed, together with the Soviet Union, the socialist camp closed their ranks economically and built up close collaboration among themselves. Parallel with the world capitalist market arose a new world market of the countries of the socialist camp. At the present time the countries participating in this market are, the Soviet Union, the Chinese People's Republic, Poland, Czechoslovakia, the German Democratic Republic, Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, Albania, the Mongolian People's Republic, the Korean People's Democratic Republic and the Democratic Republic of Vietnam. In the territory of these states, equal to a fourth of the land surface of the globe, lives more than one-third of the whole of humanity. After the renewal of the temporarily broken trade relations between the states constituting the New World Market and Yugoslavia, broad prospects have opened up for developing economic cooperation with that country. The countries of Central and Southeastern Europe which fell away from the capitalist system, immediately after the establishment of the People's Democratic regime, began to establish close economic relations with the Soviet Union and mutual collaboration among themselves. These relations, based on the principles of fraternal mutual aid, played a big role in the rapid restoration of the economy of the People's Democratic States and in the solution of other urgent economic tasks of the post-war period. Following the formation in 1949 of the Chinese People's Republic, a great power with a population of 600 million came into the socialist camp. The economic collaboration of the states of the socialist camp entered on a new stage when the countries of people's democracy proceeded to the fulfillment of their long-term national economic plans, aiming at building up the foundations of socialism. This stage is characterized by the passing over to long-term economic treaties and agreements regarding mutual deliveries of commodities. Such treaties and agreements guarantee to each country the delivery over a long period of definite types of machines, equipment, raw materials, and other goods indispensable for the carrying out of their national economic plans. At the same time, the long-term agreements guarantee to each country the sale of its products on the foreign market. The existence of stable and lasting economic relations creates a clear perspective for the further development of their economy, and is one of the most important conditions for planned socialist construction in the countries of people's democracy. Experience of economic collaboration between the countries of the socialist camp proves that the world market of the countries of the socialist camp possesses such resources that every country in this camp can find within its bounds all that it needs for its economic development. With the aim of planned economic collaboration between the countries of the socialist camp, the Council of Mutual Economic Aid was established in 1949 on the principle of complete equality of rights of all states participating in it. The Council of Mutual Economic Aid organizes the exchange of economic and technical experience and the provision of mutual aid in raw materials, food, machines, and equipment. It ensures the planned linking together and coordination of the economic development of the states of the socialist camp, on the basis of a rational division of labor between them. This fully accords with the interests of the most rapid development of the productive forces of each of these countries, and of the socialist camp as a whole. The steady growth and strengthening of the world market of the countries of the socialist camp serve as irrefutable proof of its historically progressive character. At the same time, development of economic collaboration between the countries of the socialist camp not only does not exclude the growth of their trade connections with the countries of the capitalist part of the world, but creates favorable prerequisites and conditions for it. The countries of the socialist camp are endeavoring to develop business relations with the countries of the capitalist camp on the principles of equal rights, mutual advantage, and strict observance of all obligations undertaken. They see these relations as a substantial factor in the further progress of their own economies, the acceleration of their technical progress, and the raising of the standard of living of their population. Proceeding from Lenin's principle of peaceful coexistence of the two systems and consistently fighting for peaceful cooperation between states with different social and economic systems, the countries of the socialist camp are striving to bring about an extensive development of trade with all states which, for their part, are ready to increase their economic ties with the camp of socialism. In the capitalist countries, the desire for normalizing and extending trade with the states of the socialist camp is growing. The desire to overcome the artificially created obstacles in the way of the development of international economic cooperation, to do away with the numerous bans and restrictions engendered by the Cold War policy and the militarization of economies. The capitalist countries cannot but take into account that the countries of the socialist camp constitute a stable market which is not subject to market fluctuations and economic crises of overproduction. The countries of Western Europe are especially interested in trade with the countries of the socialist camp. At the same time, the development of international economic cooperation between the states of the two camps constitutes an important factor in strengthening peace, relaxing international tension, and establishing an atmosphere of international confidence. Of great importance is the steady extension of economic ties between the states of the socialist camp and the underdeveloped countries. For these countries, economic cooperation with the states of the socialist camp is one of the principal means of securing their economic independence. While the capitalist monopolies invariably strive to enslave the underdeveloped countries economically, the Soviet Union and the people's democracies strictly maintain in their economic relations with these countries the principles of non-interference in the internal affairs of other peoples, cooperation on the basis of equal rights, and mutual benefit. The consistent implementation of these principles will facilitate increased cooperation between the underdeveloped countries, which are striving to emerge as quickly as they can from their state of backwardness, and the countries of the socialist camp. The character of the economic relations between the countries of the socialist camp. The countries of the socialist camp differ in regard to the level of their economic and technical development. Nevertheless, the mutual relations between these countries are determined by one most important and decisive factor, that they are all following the path of building socialism and communism. In the economy of the countries of people's democracy, the leading place is occupied by the socialist forms of economy. As a result of this, in the sphere of mutual relations between the countries of the socialist camp, the economic laws of capitalism, expressed in the exploitation of man by man, competition, and anarchy of production, have lost their validity. In this camp, relations between the states are based on the economic laws of socialism. The economic collaboration of the countries of the socialist camp represents a new type of international relations, which history has never known before. In the process of strengthening and extending this cooperation, a socialist system of world economy is being formed and developed. In accordance with the basic economic law of socialism, economic relations between the countries participating in the new world market are subordinated to the task of the fullest satisfaction of the constantly growing needs of the working people by means of the uninterrupted growth and perfection of socialist production, on the basis of the highest technique. For this reason, in the socialist camp there are not and cannot be economic penetration, unequal exchange, competitive struggle, exploitation, and the enslavement of weak states by stronger ones. The mutual relations of the countries of this camp are characterized by comradely collaboration and mutual aid. The most important peculiarity of the socialist camp is the planned character of the economic connections of the countries belonging to it. In accordance with the law of planned, proportional development of the national economy, the economic collaboration of the countries of the socialist camp is developing on the basis of the mutual linking together of the national economic plans. The plans of economic collaboration are taken into account in the state plans of development of the national economy of the Soviet Union and the countries of people's democracy. Therein lies the tremendous advantage of the world market of the countries of the socialist camp in comparison with the world capitalist market, subject to periodical crises of overproduction. Basing themselves on their own resources and on fraternal mutual aid, the countries of the socialist camp are securing an uninterrupted growth of the national economy and a systematic raising of the material well-being of the working masses. This in turn provides a secure basis for the constant extension of the new world market, which is free from the sales difficulties inherent in the world capitalist market. The planned character of the economic development in the countries of the socialist camp guarantees the possibility of the most rational use of existing resources, with the aim of the most rapid development of the productive forces and an uninterrupted advance of the economy and in the well-being of the people. The countries of the socialist camp are interested in the development in every way of the productive forces of each one of them, since such development strengthens the economic might of the camp as a whole. This creates extraordinarily favorable conditions for enlarging and strengthening economic collaboration between the states of this camp. The development and strengthening of economic collaboration between the countries of the socialist camp are proceeding on the basis of a new, socialist international division of labor, which is radically different from the international division of labor in the capitalist system of world economy. Unlike the conditions prevailing under capitalism, division of labor between the states of the socialist camp is carried out not by means of compulsion and force, not by fierce competitive struggle, but by collaboration between states with equal rights. Division of labor between the countries of the socialist camp takes into account the possibilities of each country and leads to their general advance. Each country apportions part of its resources to satisfying the needs of other countries, and in its turn relies on their fraternal help. The rational division of labor between the countries of the socialist camp helps in the all-round development of their productive forces on the basis of priority growth of the production of means of production, since each country can, in a planned way, not only mobilize its own resources but also make use of the resources of the fraternal countries in the interests of a common advance. At the same time, the socialist division of labor allows the individual countries which supplement each other as participants with equal rights in the general system of the socialist camp, to have the possibility of accelerating the pace of their economic development, while saving vast resources and efforts and avoiding unnecessary overlapping in the development of the various branches of the national economy. Each country can concentrate its efforts and resources on developing those branches for which it has the most favorable natural and economic conditions, production experience, and cadres. Along with this, the different countries can avoid having to cope with the production of those types of products the demand for which is met by supplies from other countries. In this way there is achieved a broad specialization and cooperation in industrial production, and the most useful division of labor in the production of food and raw materials. Such specialization and cooperation are effected through the linking together of plans of capital construction, and by the conclusion of long-term multilateral and bilateral agreements on mutual aid and collaboration. Specialization and cooperation have particularly great importance in the most important branches of heavy industry, engineering and metallurgy, where, Thanks to this, great possibilities are opening out of considerably reducing the costs of production. In agriculture, the establishment of the appropriate division of labor is creating favorable conditions for the most rapid increase of production in all its branches, by raising the productivity of labor and a rational use of agricultural land. As a result of successful economic cooperation, possibilities for planned coordination of the national economies of the countries of the socialist camp have considerably increased. Work is proceeding at the present time, in the European people's democracies as in the Soviet Union, on the drawing up of 5-year plans for 1956 to 60. Thus, the long-term plans of these countries will embrace one and the same period of time. This creates conditions for closer coordination in economic construction in the Soviet Union and the European people's democracies. Socialist camp, for the first time in history, an end has been put to the contradictions, insoluble for capitalism, between the objectively progressive tendencies to economic linking together of separate countries, and the imperialist methods of this linking together, effected by means of financial subjection and colonial enslavement of the economically weak peoples by the capitalistically developed states. Economic relations between developed and backward countries in the capitalist camp are built on the principle of domination and subjection, and reflect above all the relative strength of the partners. The imperialist states, pumping out valuable raw materials from the underdeveloped countries, colonies, and semi-colonies, strive to perpetuate their backwardness and dependence as suppliers of agricultural products and raw materials for the economy of the metropolis. Economic relations in the socialist camp are characterized by all-round mutual aid, to raise the underdeveloped countries to the level of the advanced ones. As a result of the socialist international division of labor, the liquidation of economic backwardness and one-sided economic development inherited by the countries of people's democracy from capitalism is facilitated. Favorable conditions for their industrialization are created. Their economic self-reliance and independence of the capitalist world is strengthened, their economy is rapidly advancing, and the well-being of their population is rising. In the socialist camp, the relations between the countries are the embodiment of the principles of proletarian internationalism, the international solidarity of the working people. These mutual relations are founded on disinterested mutual support, on respect for their state sovereignty and the national interests of each country. The fraternal friendship and close collaboration of the countries of the socialist camp are a most important source of the unbreakable might of this camp, the determining condition for successful socialist construction in these countries. The basic forms of economic collaboration of the countries of the socialist camp. The principal forms of collaboration of the countries of the socialist camp are foreign trade, the granting of credits, scientific and technical aid, collaboration in the training of cadres, and exchange of experience in economic construction. Among these forms of economic collaboration, foreign trade is of basic importance. The foreign trade of the countries of the socialist camp is built on principles completely different from those governing foreign trade on the world capitalist market. In the capitalist world, foreign trade, concentrated in the hands of the monopolies, is subordinated to the interests of extracting the maximum profit, by means of unequal exchange and other methods of plundering and enslaving the backward and dependent countries. The foreign trade of the countries of the socialist camp is a state monopoly, USSR and European countries of people's democracy, or is carried on under the strict control of the state, Chinese People's Republic, and serves the interests of a general advance, the acceleration of the economic development of the countries of this camp, and the raising of the standard of living of their population. Each of the countries participating in the New World market, realizing, thanks to foreign trade, an ever-increasing part of the products of its national economy, receives in return ever greater material values, industrial equipment, raw materials, and other commodities required for its economic development. Each country imports commodities which it requires, and exports commodities needed by other countries, and none of the parties to the exchange forces on any partner goods which it does not require, as is often the practice on the capitalist market. Prices of commodities on the world market of the countries of the socialist camp are stable. They are fixed on the basis of voluntary agreements between parties having equal rights, with strict observance of their mutual interests, which rules out any kind of discrimination and inequality of exchange. The uninterrupted growth of the foreign trade of the countries of the socialist camp is clear evidence of the development and growing strength of the New World market. The volume of the Soviet Union's foreign trade in 1954 was 4 times pre-war, while the foreign trade of the capitalist countries had increased only a little more than 1.5 times during that period. The foreign trade turnover of the Chinese People's Republic in 1954 was double what it had been in 1950. The foreign trade turnover of the 6 European people's democracies, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, and Albania, was in 1954 more than 70% or greater than in 1948. Compared with 1946, foreign trade turnover in 1954 had increased in Poland about 6.5-fold, in Czechoslovakia about 4-fold, in Hungary 14.5-fold, in Romania 16-fold, in Bulgaria 3.5-fold. In the German Democratic Republic it was more than 25 times what it had been in 1947. Foreign trade ties between the countries of the socialist camp themselves are developing at especially rapid rates. In 1938 the U.S.S.R.'s total trade with Poland, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, and Albania accounted for barely 1.5% of its foreign trade turnover. In 1954, however, trade with these countries was 40% of the foreign trade turnover of the USSR. In 1938 USSR trade with China amounted to 4% of the Soviet Union's foreign trade turnover. In 1954 it was 18%. In 1954 the share of the countries of the socialist camp in the total trade turnover of Poland was more than 70%, of Czechoslovakia about 75%, of Romania 82%, of Hungary 70%, of Bulgaria 87%, of Albania nearly 100%, and of the German Democratic Republic over 75%. The Soviet Union, having at its disposal a highly developed heavy industry, particularly in engineering, is supplying great quantities of the most diverse equipment to the countries of people's democracy. Between 1948 and 1954 the supply of industrial equipment and machines from the Soviet Union to the countries of people's democracy increased more than tenfold. Machines, equipment, and other means of production have an important place also in the exports of other countries of the socialist camp. Czechoslovakia exports products of the engineering, metallurgical and chemical industries and coke, as well as footwear. Poland supplies hard coal, coke, rolled metal, zinc, railway rolling stock, besides food products. Hungary exports metal cutting lathes, turbines, transformers, cranes, aluminium, bauxite, and foodstuffs. Oil products, and timber occupy an important place in Romania's exports. Bulgaria exports lead and zinc concentrates, cement, timber, chemicals, fruit, tobacco, and wines. Albania supplies ores, oil, bitumen, ores, skins, and fruit. The German Democratic Republic exports products of the engineering, electrotechnical, and chemical industries, precision tools, and optical instruments. The Chinese People's Republic exports industrial and agricultural raw materials and food products. An important form of economic collaboration between the countries of the socialist camp is the provision of credits. In the capitalist world, credit relations serve as one of the most effective instruments for the economic robbery of underdeveloped countries by the monopolies of the imperialist powers. The provision of credits usually carries with it the obligation to spend the sums advanced in the purchase of goods from the creditor country. In this way the imperialists unload on the debtor countries their old stocks of goods, in the first place consumer goods, at monopoly high prices. In the socialist camp the provision of credits is not linked with any privilege for the creditor. Credits are provided chiefly for purchasing equipment and machines and other means of production, but also for the purchase of those consumer goods which are not produced in the country in question but are required for its population. The states which take up loans pay them off, with the interest on them, by means of goods of the type normally exported by them, and at fair prices. Thus, under the credit agreement concluded on February 14, 1950, the Soviet Union undertook to grant the Chinese People's Republic a long-term credit on advantageous terms, from 1% per year, for $300 million American dollars, to be utilized over a period of 5 years from January 1, 1950, in equal annual installments, for acquiring from the Soviet Union equipment and materials, including equipment for electric power stations, metallurgical and engineering works, equipment for coal and ore mines, for railways and other means of transport, rails and other materials necessary for the restoration and development of China's national economy. In 1954 the Soviet Union granted the Chinese People's Republic a long-term credit for 520 million rubles. Under economic agreements in 1953 and 1954, the Soviet Union, rendering aid to China in the carrying out of its first 5-year plan, undertook to be responsible for planning and supplying equipment for the building or reconstruction of 156 very large industrial enterprises. The Soviet Union is helping China to build, equip, and start up these enterprises. On the basis of long-term credit agreements, the Soviet Union is supplying large quantities of machinery and equipment to Bulgaria, Albania, and other countries. Thanks to Soviet credits, Albania has received complete equipment for whole factories and works, for a textile combine, sugar and cement works, for an oil refining works and other undertakings. Bulgaria has received complete equipment for the Stalin chemical combine, for the Chervenkov thermoelectric station, for a metallurgical and lead and zinc works, and for a number of other undertakings. Scientific and technical aid is of tremendous importance for the economic advance of the countries of the socialist camp. This help is given in many different forms, in the first place in the form of handing over patents, licenses, and technological documents covering the most modern inventions and technical improvements, mutual exchange of technical experience in production, joint exploitation and utilization of natural resources, joint construction of industrial undertakings, mutual aid in specialists. The countries of the socialist camp furnish one another with this extensive scientific and technical aid on the basis of close collaboration and mutual assistance. The Soviet Union is helping the countries of people's democracy to erect huge modern undertakings and whole branches of industry, in the first place, of heavy industry, which is the basis for the economic development of all the countries advancing towards socialism. In the field of technical aid, the Soviet Union provides industrial undertakings and cultural institutions, built according to Soviet designs, with the newest and best equipment. The Soviet Union passes on to the other countries of the socialist camp scientific inventions, patents, and licenses covering the most modern productive technical achievements, for which they pay only the actual expenses incurred in the planning and preparation of the scientific documentation. Soviet specialists, engineers and technicians help the countries of people's democracy to carry on research work, to exploit local deposits of useful minerals, and to carry out complicated assembly and construction work on a number of large new projects. Extensive exchange of the achievements of science and technique between the countries of the socialist camp is playing an important part in hastening technical progress in all these countries, ensuring rapid introduction of the most advanced kinds of equipment and methods of production into industry, transport, and agriculture. Of outstanding importance for the development of the productive forces of the people's democracies is the decision of the Soviet Union to render these countries scientific, technical, and industrial help in setting up experimental centers for research in the field of nuclear physics and the use of atomic energy for peaceful purposes. The people's democracies will be provided with the necessary amount of fissionable material for atomic piles and experimental work, and they in their turn will supply the Soviet Union with appropriate raw materials. Among the number of very large industrial undertakings, originated and built in the European people's democracies with the assistance of the Soviet Union, are the Lenin Metallurgical Combine, a factory for light cars and trucks, and an aluminium works in Poland, the Gottwald Metallurgical Combine in Czechoslovakia, the Stalin Metallurgical Combine in Hungary, the Lenin Hydroelectrical Station and a tractor works in Romania, the Stalin Chemical Combine and the Lenin Metal Works in Bulgaria, the Lenin hydroelectrical station in Albania, and a number of other combines, heavy industrial enterprises, and power stations. Broad technical assistance by the Soviet Union is one of the most important conditions for opening up to the countries of people's democracy the possibility of setting up in a short time new manufactures and whole branches of industry which these countries did not have. Thus Romania not only extended its oil extracting industry but also set up its own oil machinery industry, producing nearly all the equipment necessary for extracting oil and a considerable part of the complicated apparatus needed for oil refining. It is a unique event in the world for a small country, possessing an abundance of oil, to be able to set up its own oil machinery plant. Small countries with oil resources in the capitalist world mercilessly exploited by American and British monopolies could not even dream of such things. By the Czechoslovak-Hungarian agreement, Czechoslovakia is given the possibility of setting up an aluminium industry based on Hungarian bauxite. Poland helped Czechoslovakia to organize the production of carbide and to construct a zinc smelting works. At Nowiedwory, Poland and Czechoslovakia jointly constructed an electric power station supplying power to both countries. By granting to Czechoslovakia a long-term lease of part of the port of Zacheksin, Poland provided her with an outlet to the sea. Closely connected with scientific and technical collaboration of the countries of the socialist camp is collaboration in the training of cadres. In the higher educational institutions of the Soviet Union, Czechoslovakia, and Poland, a large number of students from fraternal countries are given systematic training. Young specialists from these countries acquire practical experience in factories and scientific institutions. On an ever wider scale, study and exchange of experience in a very wide range of production, technical and organizational questions is taking place. With this aim, numerous delegations of public men, business managers, and engineers are being exchanged and industrial exhibitions organized, etc. An important factor in strengthening economic cooperation between the peace-loving countries is the development of foreign trade and other economic ties by the Soviet Union and the people's democracies, Czechoslovakia, Poland, Hungary, with economically underdeveloped countries. These ties are being steadily developed on the basis of commercial and other agreements which facilitate the growth of the productive forces and improvement in the well-being of the peoples. Thus, the Soviet Union is building in India under the provisions of the Soviet-Indian Agreement of February 2, 1955, on long-term favorable credit conditions, a large metallurgical works with a capacity of 1 million tons of steel per year. The Soviet Union is supplying all the equipment and rendering all the technical help needed, including dispatch of highly qualified specialists, and also training Indian personnel both in India and in the Soviet Union. The progress of economic collaboration between the countries of the socialist camp, the steady growth of the many-sided economic relations both among themselves and between them and the capitalistic countries facilitate the consolidation of peace and friendship between the peoples. Brief conclusions. 1. The mutual economic relations between the countries of the socialist camp represent a completely new, socialist type of international relations. At a time when, in the capitalist world, economic relations between countries are founded on the principles of the rule of the strong countries over the weak, the struggle of all against all, on anarchy and planlessness, economic relations in the socialist camp are built up on the principles of complete equality on both sides and mutual benefit, respect for the state sovereignty of all peoples, large and small, fraternal mutual assistance, planning and organization of all economic connections. Relations between the countries of the socialist camp are the embodiment of the principles of proletarian internationalism, the international solidarity of working people. 2. Economic collaboration between the countries of the socialist camp is based on the economic laws of socialism. In conformity with the basic economic law of socialism and the law of planned, proportional development of national economy, the economic ties between the countries of the socialist camp are subordinated to the general aim of the fuller satisfaction of the constantly growing needs of the whole of society, through a continuous increase in production, and develop in a planned manner on the basis of equality of exchange. All this secures the constant extension of the capacity of the world market of the countries of the socialist camp and eliminates the possibility of economic crises. The planned character of the economic development of the countries of the socialist camp guarantees the possibility of the most expedient utilization of their resources. The economic collaboration of the countries of the socialist camp is achieved on the basis of a new, socialist international division of labor. 3. Foreign trade, rapidly growing from year to year, occupies chief place among the various forms of economic collaboration of the countries of the socialist camp. Of great importance are such forms of economic collaboration as the provision of credits and loans, scientific and technical aid, collaboration in the training of cadres and exchange of experience of economic construction. All these forms of economic collaboration of the countries of the socialist camp are developing with the aim of achieving the most rapid growth of the productive forces, the steady growth of the economy and of the well-being of the peoples. Conclusion. Marxist-Leninist political economy has passed through more than a century of development. As with Marxist-Leninism as a whole, Marxist-Leninist political economy bears a creative, operative character. Thoroughly opposed to dogmatism, it develops in close and unbreakable association with the practice of the labor movement, with the practical struggle of the working class and all working people for socialism and communism, and is enriched by new theoretical principles on the basis of the generalization of new historical experiences. Marx and Engels gave a scientific analysis of the fundamentals of capitalism as an historically transitory mode of production, and disclosed the economic laws of its rise, development, and downfall. In their manifesto of the Communist Party, Capital, Critique of the Gotha Program, Anti-Düring, and other works, Marx and Engels revealed the historical role of the proletariat as the gravedigger of capitalism and the builder of socialist society. They created the theory of the proletarian revolution, proved the economic necessity of the transition period from capitalism to socialism as a distinct historical period of the revolutionary transformation of capitalist society into socialist society, and in general outline indicated the character of the two phases of development of communist society. The most important thing in Marxism is its teaching on the dictatorship of the proletariat as a state of a new type, playing a decisive role in the socialist transformation of society. Marx and Engels outlined a program of the most important measures to be carried through by the proletarian dictatorship: expropriation of the expropriators, the replacement of private ownership of the means of production by social ownership, the abolition of exploitation of man by man and of the exploiting classes, and the ensuring of a rapid rise of the productive forces of society. Marx and Engels foresaw that in socialist society anarchy of production would be replaced by planned development of social economy, and the principle of distribution according to work would be realized. Only with the further rapid development of the productive forces, with the growth of an abundance of products, with the transformation of work into the prime necessity of life for man, will there be completed the transition from the lower stage of communism to the higher stage, when the ruling principle of social life will be, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. Lenin, developing Marxist political economy, enriched it by the scientific investigation of the monopolist stage of capitalism, imperialism, and of the general crisis of capitalism. The most important conclusion from this investigation was the new, completed theory of the socialist revolution, the theory of the possibility of the victory of socialism first of all in a few countries or even in one country alone. Guided by the thesis of Marx and Engels on the expropriation of the expropriators as the primary task of the proletarian revolution, Lenin, in his On the Tasks of the Proletariat in the Present Revolution, the threatening catastrophe and how to combat it, Will the Bolsheviks Maintain State Power? And other works, provided a scientific foundation for the program of nationalization of the land, large-scale industry, the banks, and foreign trade, as the most important measures of the proletarian dictatorship aiming at the seizure of the key positions of the economy. On the basis of the scientific generalization of the historical experience of the Great October Socialist Revolution and the practice of socialist construction in the USSR, Lenin enriched Marxism as a whole, and Marxist political economy in particular, by a profound analysis of the laws of the socialist transformation of society. In his State and Revolution, the Proletarian Revolution and Koski the Renegade, Left-Wing Communism, An Infantile Disorder, Economics and Politics in the Epoch of the Dictatorship of the Proletariat, and other works. An all-round investigation is provided of the question of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Lenin defined the dictatorship of the proletariat as a special form of class alliance of the proletariat with the main masses of the peasantry, under the leadership of the proletariat, and as the highest type of proletarian democracy, expressing the interests of the working masses. He revealed the content and historic mission of the dictatorship of the proletariat, defining its three basic aspects: a. Suppression of the exploiters, b. Leadership of the working masses, and c. The building of socialist society. Lenin investigated the question of the nature and role of social classes and the class struggle in the transition period from capitalism to socialism, giving a scientific analysis of the economic and class structure of society in this period. He illuminated in all its aspects the question of the alliance between the working class and the basic masses of the peasantry and of the leading role of the working class in this alliance. Lenin indicated the way to the liquidation of the exploiting classes and the abolition of exploitation of man by man in the period of the dictatorship of the working class, showing that the building of socialism is accompanied by sharp class struggle against the exploiting classes. In his next tasks of Soviet power, How to Organize Emulation, The Great Beginning, on the Single Economic Plan, on the Food Tax, on Cooperation and other works, Lenin provided the theoretical basis for and indicated the path of economic policy in the transition period from capitalism to socialism. Lenin was the author of the concrete plan for building socialism in the USSR, which was of world historical importance. The most important parts of this plan were the socialist industrialization of the country and the collectivization of agriculture. Lenin showed that, in order to build the foundations of socialist economy and to safeguard the economic independence of the Soviet land from world imperialism, it was necessary to overcome, in the shortest possible time, the age-old backwardness of Russia and to create a socialist heavy industry. Lenin put forward the cooperative plan of gradually drawing the peasants into the stream of socialist construction, at first on the basis of a trade bond and also by a bond between industry and agriculture in the field of production. By drawing general conclusions from the practice of socialist construction, Lenin worked out the foundations of the basic economic law of socialism, the law of planned development of the national economy, and other laws. Lenin laid down the principles of socialist management, revealed the significance of personal material incentive in increasing socialist production and creatively developed the Marxist principle of distribution according to work under socialism, of wages, etc. Lenin in his works showed the necessity for the development of trade and the utilization of money in developing Soviet economy, and in strengthening the bond between town and country. Lenin, with scientific discernment, foresaw that the socialist revolution, carrying out the great change from compulsory labor for the exploiters to free labor for themselves, for the whole of society, would give birth to a revolutionary enthusiasm among the masses which was unprecedented in history, and would for the first time create the possibility of emulation on a broad mass scale. He elaborated the questions of the strictest national accounting and control over production and distribution of products, of the establishment of a new socialist labor discipline, and of economic accounting. Lenin's works contain a further creative development of the basic principles of Marxism concerning the way to build communist society, the role of electrification and a rise in labor productivity in creating the material production basis of communism, on the conditions for the transition to the communist principle of distribution according to needs. Basing himself on the works of the creators of genuine scientific political economy Marx, Engels, and Lenin, Stalin advanced and developed a number of new principles in economic science. Stalin's works give an analysis of contemporary monopoly capitalism. They paint a picture of the general crisis of the capitalist system as the all-round crisis of capitalism, embracing both its economics and politics. On the basis of generalization from the experience of socialist construction in the USSR, Stalin worked out a number of problems of the political economy of socialism. Proceeding from Lenin's teachings, Stalin, in his reports to party congresses and conferences, in his works Problems of Leninism, Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, etc., showed concretely ways and methods of socialist construction, of effecting the socialist industrialization of the country and the collectivization of agriculture. Basing himself on the fundamental principles laid down in the works of Marx, Engels, and Lenin, Stalin formulated the basic economic law of socialism and the law of planned, proportionate development of the national economy. In the works of Stalin there are to be found his further elaboration of Lenin's propositions on the methods of socialist management, on the necessity of utilizing the law of value and money, on economic accounting, on the principle of the personal material interest of the workers in the results of their labor, on the superiority of the socialist system of economy over the capitalist system. Stalin developed and made concrete Marxist-Leninist teachings on the transition from socialism to communism, on the state under communism, on the effacing of the essential differences between town and country and between mental and physical labor. Marxist-Leninist political economy is being further developed on the basis of analyzing the economic processes taking place in the capitalist countries, generalizing the practice of communist construction in the USSR and the building of socialism in the countries of people's democracy. It is being enriched by the new experience of the revolutionary struggle of the working class and broad sections of working people in the capitalist countries against oppression and exploitation, and also by the experience of the national liberation struggles of the colonial peoples. The creative development of Marxism-Leninism, the theoretical generalization of the practice of the struggle for communism, is vividly reflected in the decisions of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and of the fraternal Communist and Workers' parties of other countries. New ideas are being contributed to economic theory by the leaders of the proletarian parties of all countries, closely linked with the masses of the working people and expressing in their works the progressive tendencies of the development of material life of society. Marxist-Leninist political economy, as the most important component part of Marxism-Leninism, is the most powerful ideological weapon of the proletariat in its struggle against capitalism for socialism. It is a genuinely scientific political economy, as it expresses the interests of the working class and all progressive forces of humanity interested in the objective study of the laws of the economic development of society, leading inevitably to the downfall of capitalism, to the victory of communism. Marxist-Leninist political economy exposes the anti-scientific, reactionary character of bourgeois political economy. It exposes the class meaning of the reformist views of the petty bourgeois economists, who bring grist to the mill of bourgeois political economy. It arms the working class with knowledge of the economic laws of the development of society, and makes it possible for the revolutionary Marxist-Leninist parties to build their policy on scientific foundations. What basic conclusions result from the study of political economy? What does political economy teach? 1. Political economy teaches above all that the economic development of human society is a process conforming to law. The rise and development of each mode of production, the replacement of one mode of production by another, take place not by the arbitrary will of man but in virtue of the operation of objective economic laws. The laws of political economy, just as the laws of every other science, are a reflection in the brains of people of objective realities, conforming to law. In addition, political economy provides a deep and all-round justification for the most important Marxist proposition that the principal force in the development of society, the genuine creator of history, is the people, the working masses. It shows the mobilizing, organizing, and transforming role of advanced ideas, arising from the urgent needs of the development of the material life of society. Political economy, revealing the laws of social production and the distribution of material wealth at the various stages of development of society, provides the key to an understanding of the whole process of development of human society as a single process, conforming to law in all its many-sidedness and contradictions. Human society is developing from lower forms of its existence to higher ones. Each mode of production constitutes a definite stage in the advancing movement of society, in the development of its productive forces and relations of production. Prior to the socialist revolution, the development of society proceeds in such a way that the relations of production of the new social economic order, arising to replace the old outlived order, for a certain period of time assist the development of the productive forces, but later on become transformed into a fetter on them. There then takes place a change from one economic order of society to another, higher economic order. In a society divided into antagonistic classes, this change is brought about through the class struggle, by means of social revolution, overthrowing the power of the out-of-date ruling class and consolidating the power of the new, advanced class. Political economy, studying comprehensively the rise, development, and downfall of social economic formations based on private property in the means of production, lays bare the economic roots of the class struggle. It shows that the creators of wealth are the working masses, but the fruits of their labor are appropriated by the exploiting classes. This means that the class struggle is conditioned by the vital material interests of definite classes and by the laws of economic development of each particular mode of production. Each new social order based on private property in the means of production, slave society, feudalism, capitalism, consolidated the power of the exploiters, changing only the forms of exploitation and oppression of the working people. The whole course of the economic development of society bears witness to the fact that capitalism is the last social order based on the exploitation of man by man. Political economy shows that, in its monopolist stage, capitalism has already for a long time been transformed into a reactionary order, holding back the further advancing movement of society. To replace moribund capitalism, there is advancing a new social order, socialism, signifying the abolition of exploiting classes, the ending of the exploitation of man by man. The history of the development of human society completely confirms the correctness of this scientific conclusion of Marxist-Leninist political economy. Socialist society has been built in the Soviet Union. With the victory of socialism in the USSR, the anti-scientific inventions about the eternal nature of private property in the means of production and the capitalist order were completely exposed. The successful building of socialism is in progress in the European countries of people's democracy. The great revolutionary transformations in China's economy have created the preconditions for the building of socialism, which is in progress in this, the largest country of the East. The Soviet Union is carrying out the gradual transition from socialism to communism. The USSR possesses all that is necessary for communist society to be built. Communist society, the first stage of which is socialism, is the ultimate aim of the struggle of the working people of all countries. Political economy gives the working class and all working people confidence in the victory of communism, showing that this victory is determined by the whole preceding course of historical development. 2. Political economy, from the experience of the USSR and the countries of people's democracy, teaches how the working people of the capitalist countries can free themselves from capitalist bondage. It shows that the enslavement and impoverishment of the working people in the bourgeois countries are not the result of accidental causes, but are rooted in the capitalist system of economy and are the outcome of the economic laws inherent in this system. Crises, unemployment, the impoverished condition of the masses of the people, cannot disappear without a change in the very basis of production relations, that is, without the means of production passing from the private ownership of the capitalists and landowners into the social ownership of the working people. Disclosing the antithesis between the basic principles of bourgeois and socialist economy, and the irreconcilability of the class interests of the bourgeois on the one hand and those of the proletariat and all working people on the other, political economy shows the impossibility of the peaceful growing of capitalism into socialism. No efforts of any kind to reform to improve capitalism can put an end to the system of wage slavery. The Great October Socialist Revolution proved irrefutably that only by liquidating the very foundations of capitalism can the working class and the working peasantry liberate themselves from bondage to the exploiters and enter on the road to a free, prosperous, and cultured life. Historical experience fully confirms the truth of the Marxist proposition that the socialist revolution is inevitable, that to change from capitalism to socialism is impossible without the setting up of the power of the working people, without the dictatorship of the proletariat, without the alliance of the working class and the peasantry. For the achievement of this aim, the existence of a communist party, capable of preparing the proletariat and the working masses for the decisive struggle with the bourgeoisie and organizing the victory of the socialist revolution, is indispensable. Political economy shows that the plunder and enslavement of the colonial peoples by the metropolitan countries arises from the very essence of imperialism, closely linked with the feudal landowning and bourgeois compradori circles of the colonial countries. The peoples of the colonial and semi-colonial countries can free themselves from robbery, poverty, and backwardness only by means of liberation from the yoke of imperialism and its local vassals, by abolishing the relics of feudalism and carrying out radical democratic changes. The colonial countries, having broken with the imperialist system and secured their independence, can, with the economic support of the USSR and other countries of the socialist camp, escape the painful path of capitalist development and gradually create the preconditions for going on to the building of socialism. The experience of the revolutionary struggle and victory of the Chinese people has confirmed in practice this conclusion of Marxist-Leninist political economy, and has proved that the liberation of the colonial and semi-colonial countries from the yoke of imperialism leads them onto the path of free existence, of material and cultural prosperity. The overthrow of the capitalist order in one bourgeois country or another and its replacement by the socialist order, the falling away of any colonial country from the imperialist system and the realization in it of democratic transformations, take place not as a result of export of revolution, which is a fiction of the imperialists, but by reason of the profound internal necessities of the economic development of these countries. 3. Political economy teaches how to transform economy in the spirit of socialism. The transition to socialism cannot be carried out by arbitrarily chosen paths, but is a process conforming to laws. Political economy shows that the dictatorship of the working class in the building of the new, socialist society relies first and foremost upon the law of obligatory correspondence between production relations and the nature of the productive forces. In the transition period there takes place on the basis of this law the socialization of the means of production, the abolition of the exploitation of man by man and the creation of socialist forms of economy. As relations of capitalist exploitation are abolished, socialist production relations arise and develop, and the economic laws of socialism begin to operate and develop. Making use of economic laws, the socialist state consistently carries through a policy of industrializing the country and collectivizing agriculture, building socialist society. The building of socialism proceeds in irreconcilable class struggle against the capitalist elements in town and country. Political economy exposes the lying inventions of bourgeois ideologists to the effect that the working class, when it comes to power, is not capable of organizing the economy. The historical experience of the USSR shows what inexhaustible creative force is generated by the power of the working people. For the first time in history the working class and working people in a vast country, comprising 1/6 of the earth's surface, cast aside the yoke of exploitation and oppression, became the masters of their country and created a socialist order which secured an uninterrupted rise of the productive forces, social wealth, and material welfare and culture of the masses of the people. This proves that the people are capable of successfully doing without the exploiters, that the working class, the working masses, are capable not only of destroying the old bourgeois system of economy but also of building up a new, higher socialist system of economy. The practice of socialist construction in the countries of people's democracy provides further convincing evidence of this. Political economy provides the economic justification of the need for the leading role of the working class in socialist construction, the durable alliance of the working class with the peasantry, having as its aim the building of socialism and the abolition of exploitation of man by man. The alliance of the working class with the peasantry is the unshakable basis of the social order of all the countries of the socialist camp. On the basis of the alliance of the working class with the peasantry the age-old peasant question is being solved and the transition from small individual peasant farming to large-scale collective economy is being brought about, delivering the peasantry from poverty and ruin. The victory of collective farming in the USSR has refuted in practice the bourgeois legend that the peasantry is incapable of taking the path of socialism. Political economy draws general conclusions from the historical experience of socialist construction in the USSR. It shows how a formerly poor and weak country, as pre-revolutionary Russia was transformed into a rich and powerful country as the Soviet Union is today. From the treasure house of Soviet experience, the countries of people's democracy draw knowledge of the proven path of socialist construction, the laws of the class struggle in the transition period, knowledge of how the working class achieves unbreakable friendship and durable alliance with the peasantry, how to consolidate the economic bond between town and country, how to achieve victory over the exploiting class and build socialist society. In order to make use of Soviet experience, it is necessary carefully to take into account the concrete peculiarities of the economic and class relations in each country, determined by the totality of all the historical conditions of its development. In the countries of people's democracy, the building of socialism is taking place in conditions more favorable than those which obtained in the Soviet Union, inasmuch as at the present time there exists the powerful socialist camp headed by the Soviet Union and the Chinese People's Republic, and an extremely rich store of experience of socialist construction has been accumulated. The decisive condition for the victory of socialism and communism in all countries which have dropped out of the capitalist system is the further strengthening of the power of the socialist camp, the further development of economic, political, and cultural collaboration between the countries which have entered this camp. 4. Political economy teaches that the practical work of socialist construction can be successful only on condition that it is based on the economic laws governing the development of society. Political economy makes it possible to come to know the objective laws of economic development and to use them in the interests of society. Knowledge of economic laws renders it possible to penetrate deeply into and grasp the essence of economic processes, bringing to light the progressive tendencies of development when they are still in their initial stages, scientifically to foresee the course of economic development and direct it in accordance with the task of building communism. Political economy arms the cadres in the struggle for the victory of the new and advanced over the old and obsolete. Scientific knowledge of economic laws, derived from the study of political economy, forms the basis of the economic policy of the Communist and Workers' parties holding power in the countries of the socialist camp. Guided by Marxist-Leninist theory, by knowledge of objective economic laws, these parties are working out and carrying through a policy that is scientifically based and tested in practice, a policy which reflects the requirements for the development of the material life of society and the basic interests of the people. They come forward as the inspirers and organizers of the revolutionary creative power of the masses. Throwing light on the operation of the basic economic law of socialism, political economy guides the cadres in carrying out their work in accordance with the aim of socialist production, the maximum satisfaction of the material and cultural needs of the people. Political economy reveals the conditions necessary for the uninterrupted growth and improvement of production on the basis of higher technique. It shows that the necessary condition for such a growth of socialist production is the using of the economic law of priority growth of the production of the means of production, the advance of heavy industry, and on that basis the continuous growth of technique, all-round development of science and introduction of the most up-to-date achievements of science and technique into production. Political economy teaches that the deciding factor in the further progress and all-round development of the national economy is the raising by all possible methods of the productivity of labor in all branches of production in industry, transport, agriculture. Without a continuous growth in the productivity of social labor, it is not possible to achieve maximum satisfaction of the growing demands of the people. Along the roads of technical progress and growth in the productivity of labor, the basic economic task of the USSR, that of overtaking and outstripping the economically more highly developed capitalist countries, is being fulfilled. Political economy shows that reliance on spontaneity is profoundly alien to the socialist economic order, that the building of communist society can take place only by the planned control of economy, on the basis of the law of planned development of the national economy and in accordance with the requirements of the basic economic law of socialism. Study of the requirements of the law of planned development of the national economy in the concrete conditions of each particular stage of communist construction helps to maintain the necessary proportionality in the development of the economy, To carry out the correct location of socialist production, and most effectively to utilize material, financial, and labor resources. Political economy reveals the great importance for socialist construction of the material interest of the masses in the steady increase of production resulting from socialist relations of production. Revealing the role and importance of the law of distribution according to work for the development of socialist economy, political economy gives guidance to the cadres in the consistent application, in all branches of the national economy, of differential rewards for labor, directly dependent on its results, and for the elimination of elements of equalitarian. It shows the role of socialist emulation as a powerful driving force in the economic development of socialist society. Political economy explains the importance of the skillful use of the law of value, and the economic instruments connected with it, for socialist construction. Understanding of the operation of the law of value under socialism serves the cadres as a most important means of improving methods of production, lowering costs of production, improving economic accounting and increasing the profitability of socialist undertakings, carrying out a materially well-founded price policy, giving material stimulation to the development of collective farm production, developing trade, and perfecting the financial system. Political economy reveals the tremendous possibilities contained in socialist planned economy for conducting a strict regime of economy and increasing socialist accumulation. Steady growth of the creative activity of the masses in economic and cultural construction is characteristic of the Soviet Union and the countries of people's democracy. For this reason, ever greater importance attaches to knowledge by the masses of the laws of economic development and the principles of socialist economy. Arming the cadres with the knowledge of economic laws, political economy provides the possibility of more and more successfully utilizing and applying these laws into practice, and thereby raising the efficiency of all work for the building of socialism and communism. Revealing the reciprocal relations between economic processes, political economy makes it possible for every worker to understand the importance of his activity for the development of the whole socialist system of national economy. It teaches him to understand that, in the conditions of socialism, the interests of the whole people, of the whole state, come before everything else. 5. Political economy shows that socialism is the most advanced mode of production, having a decisive superiority over capitalism. This fact finds clear expression in the contrast between the basic economic laws of socialism and capitalism, determining two distinct lines of development. Whereas in the capitalist countries production is subordinate to the law of extracting the maximum profit, dooming the working people to unemployment, poverty, and ruin, to blood wars, in socialist society production is subordinated to the interests of man, to the satisfaction of his growing needs. Whereas in the capitalist countries the rate of growth of production lags far behind the huge possibilities opened out by the present-day level of scientific and technical development, and is periodically interrupted by devastating economic crises, in the countries of socialism planned development of economy is being carried on and a continuous growth of production is taking place, the rate of which considerably exceeds the growth of production in the developed capitalist countries. In the capitalist world a competitive struggle between countries goes on, with enslavement of some countries by others. Monopoly capital in its unbridled pursuit of maximum profit is striving to bring about an economic redivision of the world and world domination, and this leads to the international situation becoming more acute, to militarization of the economy and the rise of the danger of fresh wars. In the camp of socialism there are no exploiting classes with an interest in international conflicts and military clashes. The socialist countries, which have torn up by the root the policy of colonial enslavement and imperialist expansion, are resolutely and consistently fighting for peace, for the relaxation of international tension, for peaceful cooperation and friendship between the peoples, regardless of the social system of their states. A vivid example of the new, socialist type of international relations is the relationship between the countries of the socialist camp, which is based on the principle of complete equality and mutual advantage, with the aim of bringing about a general economic advance by these countries and the flourishing of their cultures. In peaceful competition with capitalism, the socialist system of economy proves more strikingly every year its superiority over the capitalist system of economy. At the same time, the capitalist system of economy, torn by internal contradictions, is every year showing more clearly its instability and the fact that it is historically doomed. The magnificent perspective of the progressive development of humanity is classless communist society. Political economy shows the economic conditions of the transition to communism, generalizing from the practice of communist construction in the USSR. It shows that objective laws of social development lie at the basis of the movement of contemporary society to communism. Communism arises as a result of the conscious creative activity of the many millions of working people, led by the Communist Party armed with the theory of Marxism-Leninism. There exists no force in the whole world capable of holding back the advancing movement of society on the path to communism. The tremendous growth of the forces of democracy and socialism, the sharp aggravation of class contradictions between the imperialist bourgeoisie, on the one hand, and the working class and working people on the other, the growing sweep of the national liberation movements in the colonies, the powerful movement of the masses of the people and of all progressive forces of contemporary humanity throughout the world against imperialist reaction and preparation of new wars. All this is irrefutable proof of the fact that capitalism has outlived its time and the future belongs to communism.